Chapter 201. Hint. Name, Ace. Level, First Class Wizard. Mental Power, Constitution, 68. Core Wizard Spell. Even though Ace has been studying extraordinary knowledge for a long time in the past 10 years, in Lin's opinion, there is not much difference. However, the core wizard spells have been solidified, and the combat power has improved a lot. When facing Adara's incarnation, he should be able to fully test the depth, and perhaps even form a crush. After all, Ace is an official wizard, and Adara Incarnation 1 is only the stage of a third-level wizard apprentice. There's another delicious bug, here it is. Adara's avatar stretched her body wantonly, and saw the silhouette of Ace flying in the distance, with strong fear and warning in her eyes. Vigilance obviously found the difference in level strength. It's a more dangerous bug. It seems that I have to speed up. Although Adara's avatar was afraid, she didn't mean to run away. Ace exuded a formal wizard level aura while flying. Adara's avatar felt that although she was powerful, she could still fight a dozen times. In essence, Adara's incarnation is much taller, and there is a terrifying deity behind it that is at least comparable to a fourth-level Great Wizard. Kai. Boundless flames swept in and instantly enveloped Ace. He had used such a powerful wizard spell while he was flying, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a burning flame man. This is the true body of the element. Ace chose the element of fire. There are still some special meanings in it. In addition to the very powerful attack power of the fire element, it was the shadow that Lin's flaming serpent brought to Ace 10 years ago, with its flexible characteristics and powerful attack. It can also be differentiated at will. It was almost on the verge of becoming his nightmare. Only by defeating the opponent on the fire element and crushing the opponent can he be completely relieved. My Ace is different. After 10 years, I have mastered everything an official wizard should master. I am very powerful now. Ace's A's had never been so high fighting intent. For the heretic god, even if he did not reach the level of an official wizard, he must be solemn and go all out. Fire element real body. The flames are burning and terrifying. Before reaching the top of Adara, a scene like a burning cloud has already set off. The entire sky is raging with flames, and Ace's body is constantly expanding and expanding, forming a huge flame giant looked down at the incarnation of Adara, who was already incomparably small. Little wizard, delicious bug, roar. Adara turned into a roar, gave up the gathering and absorption of blood factors, and spread her wings to rise directly into the sky. His dignity was provoked. A merely bigger grasshopper was placed in front of his body, and it died just by looking at it. Now it is still showing off its power. The battle begins in an instant. The bloody energy swelled out and collided with the endless flames. Both sides were full of firepower. Adara's incarnation did not dare to hold any reservations. After all, his current strength is only a third-level wizard apprentice. With the support of the blood factor, he can still briefly reach the stage of a formal wizard. As long as I swallow you, I can directly get more support from the main body, flesh and blood, resentment. Kill. Adara turned into a ferocious roar, her wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, a gust of wind blew out a large piece of flame, but Ace was not to be outdone, and the real body of the fire element slammed into it fiercely. Past. Interpunct. interpunct 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 interpunct. The fire element energy and the blood-colored energy instantly formed a rivalry and stalemate. All this was seen by Lin. The mantis was behind the cicada aureole, and the final winner had not yet been known. He should also secretly make the final arrangements and means. In a remote corner of the wizard city, there is a relatively luxurious manor, where Lin's laboratory is located. Kate was preparing something in the laboratory. Suddenly, he seemed to have learned some news, and an excited look appeared on his face. This is the teacher's instruction. The teacher's side is ready. He no longer hesitated, and quickly completed the things that Lin had reminded before. There is a peculiar ritual formation in the center of the laboratory, as well as a flesh and blood humanoid object, and the fleshy skin surface is bulging with small meat buns. It seems that two forces are resisting, and there is a vague read as breathe out. That's the part that represents coloring and flesh. With desire. There is no doubt that this must have something to do with another evil god, or a evil god that Lin once provoked. It can be regarded as a vengeance. As long as Lin starts to explore the inner world and enters the inner world of the wizard world, if this evil god finds the trace of Lin, he will definitely come to trouble Lin. Lin wanted to fight Adara's incarnation, and there was no doubt that he would have a deadly vengeance with Adara. Since that was the case, he came up with a solution. A very interesting and less troublesome way. If there is no mistake, under the possibility of calculation, it is possible to see the scene of the two evil gods in the inner world fighting. Earth. Chapter 202. The god of carnal desire also involves the authority of flesh and blood relatively, but it does not occupy much, and the emphasis is not the same as Adara, but at least one thing is certain. There is overlap. According to the information collected, the god of carnal desire does not deal with Adara in the inner world, and the two often fight, which is relative restraint in the struggle. Lin's idea is very simple. He once obtained the carrier of the god of lust, which is Vivian's body. Its corresponding flesh and blood tissue is kept in Lin's inventory. When he is trying to capture Adara's incarnation, he borrows the identity of the god of flesh and spreads the breath of the god of flesh. Let Adara think that it was the god of carnal desire. If the two do not deal with it, even if Adara finds the god of carnal desire, she will not explain too much. In the understanding of Adara's incarnation, Lin was already dead, so he wouldn't think about it, he would only be more certain that it was the god of lust. In this way, Lin can be picked out very well. Perhaps the famous scene where the two evil gods will fight. Lin doesn't want to be approached by two evil gods when he enters the inner world. It's better for them to bite the dog by themselves. As for Ace, who is just a member of the Lin project, he is already doing his job very well, and he is being an out-and-out tool man. Kate recalled the operation that the teacher gave her. First, she had to drive the instruments in the laboratory, insert a large number of needles into the fleshy body in the ritual array, and then transmit the corresponding nutrients to activate the god of carnal desire that was about to die. In fact, Lin has already carried out the corresponding preparations before, otherwise the part of the god of lust would not be so fiercely resistant to Lin's fleshy part, but when the nutritional medicine is completely injected through the needle, it means that the lust is full of lust. The complete activation of the part of God echoes and links to the existence of the god of fleshly nature. Next, I need to use my manipulation to gather the energy on the lines of the ritual formation, activate the energy input channel, and form a short-lived, secret, and small teleportation link. Kate pulled the switch of the instrument in front of her, and along with the sound of activation, the lines on the edge of the ritual formation, blue energy was transported along the groove marks, giving the ritual formation a lot of energy. It starts now. The white light and blue light interlaced, and a large amount of white liquid flowed in, and the fleshy body began to tremble violently. Kai Kai. In an instant, the white light swelled suddenly, found the location of the link, and through the teleportation function, directly put the fleshy body in the past. In the slums on the sky are two behemoths that are constantly colliding and attacking each other. One of them is burning with flames, and the body is burned by some substantial flame energy, which burns the sky, bringing rolling heat, and unleashing its own power. The other is a fleshy body, strong muscles, and blood-colored energy that perfuses the whole body, increasing the ability of the body. The open wings are not only huge, bringing raging winds, but also relatively defensive ability, which can block the approach of the flame. Roar. Adara's incarnation is roaring. He has endured the unpredictable battle that continues like this. He must end it as soon as possible, and then eat all the humans in this wizard city to supplement his nutritional needs. As for the thoughts in Ace's heart, the same is true. It can't be stalemate anymore. The destructive power of such a battle is too exaggerated. The slums are almost destroyed. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual energy in the body is too serious, which is what Ace is most concerned about. He seems to have felt the same way 10 years ago, the same beginning, powerless confrontation. Ace's eyes flash truthless, he would never allow such a thing to happen. So far, I have fought with this evil god incarnation for about half an hour. With such a high-intensity support element, only about a quarter of the spiritual energy is left in the body. Zero then, let's make the final attack. Ace's eyes and Adara's beast pupils looked at everything, and invariably began to use their most powerful means of attack. In the shadowed corner, Lin, who was observing, looked more and more subtle. He suddenly noticed something, and a subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Coming. As for what happened, it was naturally another temporary combat body that he had specially prepared. On the other side of the slum, the transmitted light appeared here. Since it was relatively far away from the battle area between Adara's incarnation and Ace, its appearance did not attract any attention. The specific manifestation is the fleshy body in Lin's laboratory that carries the part of the god of carnal desire, and of course, part of Lin's existence is used to suppress the god of carnal desire. On the ground, there was no skin and a faceless human body, just lying there. One by one small bags that stimulated mutation appeared on the body, and it seemed that the next moment would explode completely. At this time, something started to come out from the surrounding ground. It was black as a hole, but there was also a slight purple light shining. This is the mutation factor secreted by Lin and specially left here, used to integrate into the fleshy body and completely suppress the part of the god of carnal desire. With the continuous fusion, the fleshy body began to have its own skin and face, but it was not Lin's, but it was specially constructed by Lin according to the symbol of the previous incarnation of the god of lust. A human-shaped object whose aura, appearance, and feeling are all different from the god of carnal desire, appeared. Now, it's my battle. This humanoid object uttered in different words. Chapter 203. Okay, this volume is almost over. The next volume is about the rise and fame. The early stage of this book is about half written. It is expected to be 1000 chapters plus the end. There is an outline, it depends on whether you brothers can support it for so long, haha. Anyway, I will not write it. The whistling wind swirled in the hands of Adara's incarnation. With the flapping of his wings and the blessing of the blood factor, his form changed again. Magic, his body size has increased by 2/3, and the skin and scales are also covered with strange red lines, which is the strongest stage of his use of blood factors at this stage. The abdomen suddenly bulged, which was caused by inhaling a large amount of air. The blood-colored energy began to gather and compress in the abdomen. The faceplate disappeared as early as the moment it evolved, and it turned into a big black mouth without teeth, The accumulated blood-colored energy is waiting to be released at the throat of this mouth. This is undoubtedly a very terrifying 30 moves. Judging from the surrounding turbulent situation, this is the case. On the opposite side of Adara's incarnation, the huge fire element giant's shape fluctuates, which seems to symbolize inner restlessness. Ace took a deep breath, and the incarnation of the fire elemental body also behaved in the same way. The surrounding energy, like the burning yuan, quickly converged. This was part of the power he radiated to resist the opponent's blood factor. Now that the other party has absorbed all his strength and released his most powerful tricks, he will naturally go all out. With the disappearance of the flames, it was rare to see some blue sky and white clouds in the sky. The huge elemental body gradually shrinks to about 10 meters, and the fiery heat in the chest expands, forming a huge energy fireball above the right hand, and the volume is still changing, and the energy fluctuations are also increasing. If there is an instrument for testing here, it will definitely be sent out all the time. High energy ahead, stay away from these 8 characters as soon as possible. The next moment, the big moves saved by both sides roared out. The blood-colored energy wave was sprayed from the mouth of Adara's incarnation, and collided with the huge energy fireball thrown out by the true body of the ace fire element. Kai Kai. There was no violent explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, and there was only a silent erosion of the two energies that continued to erode, occupy, and obliterate. But this is just a wait before being suppressed. As long as one side overpowers the other, this extremely terrifying energy will be completely vented. As expected of the heretic god, he's just the incarnation of a third-level wizard apprentice, and he can fight with me now. Ace's heart sank, and his face was very ugly, as if recalling 10 years ago. I'm different. Ace suddenly felt a fire in his heart. Even if the other party was the evil god, he would still overwhelm the other party, and he was on fire. The fire elemental avatar roared up to the sky, and resolutely increased the output of energy. This was a complete effort. The consequence was that the elemental avatar became more and more unstable, and even Ace's own consciousness weakness could be detected. The effect is also outstanding, and the power of Adara's avatar's tricks is overwhelmed in one fell swoop. Looking at this scene, Lin had a look of indifference in his eyes. He glanced at the elemental body that Ace had transformed into, and shook his head. The combat experience was really bad. The so-called Tianjiao of the Tower of Elements is still the same as 10 years ago, weak and pitiful, without the slightest improvement. Based on Lin's almost instinctive combat experience, it can be seen that the two were originally in a stalemate, and even Ace had the upper hand. Adara's incarnation could not maintain such combat power all the time. As time passed, naturally Ace had the upper hand. Get the final victory. Unfortunately, now. Adara's avatar revealed a bit of sarcasm. What a stupid little bug, die. The blood-colored energy wave that was still barely supporting disappeared instantly, and the giant energy fireball that was as hot as the sun drowned towards Adara's avatar. Ended. Ace felt relieved. He had done everything in this battle. Under this trick, he didn't think the opponent could bear it. How stupid. A sarcastic voice suddenly appeared behind Ace, causing the expression on his face to freeze instantly. At this moment, because of the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, he revealed his body and reluctantly stalemate in the air. How come? The strange figure brought a gust of wind and suddenly attacked from behind Ace. Lin shook his head. He originally had some hope, but it seemed that he was too tender after all, this Ace. However, it is better to settle your own grievances yourself. Your speed is really too slow. Just when Adara Incarnate stretched out her claws and was about to grab Ace's heart, an even more ominous and evil aura burst out between them instantly. A figure stood in the middle of the two of them. The strange thing was that this person had no facial features, and exuded an aura of lust and desire. The pink breath was spit out by this person, and instantly enveloped both Adara's incarnation and Ace. You are. The pupils of Adara's incarnation were in a trance for a while Ace was instantly absorbed by the pink breath, assimilated, melted into a pool of thick water in the blink of an eye, and then was fused into the body by this person without facial features. It's you actually want to fight against Lao Tzu, lust, Lao Tzu must kill you. Chapter 204. The situation in the field suddenly broke out. There was no face, and there was no male or female gender, but it showed unparalleled terrifying strength. The most important thing was that Adara's incarnation had already recognized the details of this figure. Absolutely can't go wrong, such a disgusting breath, but also with a bit of flesh and blood, except for the old guy of lust, there will be no one else. How dare you intervene in his battlefield and steal his trophies? Adara's incarnation only felt that her heart was about to be melted by this anger. This is definitely a great shame. It's just a matter of grabbing food from the tiger's mouth. This lustful old guy actually wants to swallow himself. Lust I must get this place back. The pink aura has completely enveloped the entire area that can be detached. It has been prepared since the beginning of the day. Even at the speed of Adara's incarnation, it is impossible to escape. I can only endure the assimilation of this pink scent. Adara's incarnation was very unwilling, and he began to do his best to bloom his blood factor. The hopeful can break free. No matter what, he can't cheat the old guy of lust, but it is obvious that his strength is not the opponent of lust's incarnation. Reached the point of an official wizard. With the passage of time, the blood factor became less and less, and it was no longer able to resist, and finally complete assimilation took over the body of Adara's incarnation. At the last moment of her death, Adara's incarnation roared, "Lust, wait, I will definitely come and find this place." Originally, he had successfully landed in the real world, thinking that he could enjoy the happiness of the real world, but he was driven back before he could enjoy it for long. If it was done by those pesky wizards, he would still be able to accept it, but it was another old guy who had been dealing with him all the time, who specially came to make a sneak attack to make him fail, which made him very unhappy. If he didn't find this place, how could he still be in the inner world? Under the assimilation of the pink breath, Adara's incarnation completely turned into thick water, and merged into the head with no face, but only a pile of tentacles, as if absorbing. After everything was calm, only the faceless figure and the persistent pink aura pervaded around him. The plan, it was successful. The indifferent words slowly reverberated in this space, and I saw that those pink breaths instantly began to change color and temperament, turning into black and purple, with a unique mystery. What kind of pink breath is there? The power of the god of lust and carnal desire is clearly the purest mutation factor. The faceless figure also instantly became Lin's original face, and the wizard's robe gradually emerged. The final winner is him. This is Lin's plan. As early as when he obtained the descendant of the god of lust, he had already conducted in-depth research and analysis. With the help of the chip, after such a long period of accumulation, one still analyzed some useful things, such as simulating some characteristics of the power of the god of desire. Mutation factor can do this perfectly, whether it is the pink breath of the god of lust or the blood factor of the flesh and blood demon, there are similarities and things in common. Under the action of some specific experiments, it is natural to simulate it. It also perfectly makes Adara incarnate that the final winner of this incident is the descendant of the god of lust, and the salvation will be directly counted on the head of the god of lust. Golem. There seemed to be such a sound in Lin's ear. It was a digestive sound from inside his body, cells, and even his soul. After a while, a feeling of fullness appeared in the soul. Lin's only feeling at the moment is that he is very supportive. All the blood factors in Adara's incarnation have been swallowed up by mutation factors. Hint: the host successfully devoured the blood factor, devoured one official wizard, and obtained the following upgrades: Mutated Soul Wizard Path, progress increased by 5%, spiritual power enhancement, physical enhancement, 1, bloodline power enhancement. Mental strength has also increased a little, Lyn can feel it, and the whole body has an unparalleled feeling of fullness, that is happiness, comfort. Hint: since the host devoured the incarnation of the flesh and blood demon god Edera and devoured part of the authority and power, the analysis is underway. The analysis time is expected to be 10 days. The analysis results will greatly improve the host's relevant extraordinary knowledge and know a certain high-level path. Key information: his eyes are incomparably bright, and the blood factor is good. These evil gods have too many good things. Stretching out his tongue, he licked his lips slightly. Some bold ideas, if they spread out, the idea that, Jiao would cause stormy waves began to appear. That is, hunt down the evil god. I have to say, this idea is extremely crazy. The evil gods in the inner world are known as the nightmares of some living races, not only raging in the inner world of the wizard world, but even in the surrounding, inner worlds in the endless world. Play far away, impact more worlds, and bring about self-enhancing results. Such a path choice is very similar to Lyn's mutation factor. Or in other words, it belongs to the same but not completely the same path. The final key point is to fall on the conditions that have more influence and occupy more worlds. Chapter 205. The slum has almost become a ruin. The combat power of the official wizard level is very terrifying. The damage caused by the battle is enough to destroy the entire wizard city. Lyn chose the most appropriate and safe method to devour Edera's incarnation together with Ace, the official wizard. He was the only one left in the field. Feeling a little lonely. He was stunned for a while, then his body turned into a mutation factor that drifted away in the wind and disappeared in place. After such devastation, the wizard city became more and more dilapidated, and it felt like it was crumbling. After waiting for a day, Becky and Norman noticed that the slum did not have any fluctuations in the high-energy radiation response, and then brought their hands into the slum to wash the ground and deal with the aftermath. The follow-up treatment method of Ederichthul must also be strictly handled, disinfected, isolated, and inactivated by flame. Although he was very surprised, why did the coming official wizard, after dealing with the evil god incident, disappear without a trace? But thinking of the other party's arrogant and dismissive expression and personality, he instantly made up his mind. Perhaps, the official wizard has already gone back on his own. Becky said quietly, or maybe I have my own business to do. Yeah? Official wizards are fundamentally different from apprentice wizards like us. Norman agreed. The wizarding city is in ruins. We have to appease the pharmacist. Finally a pharmacist appears, but we can't scare him away. What's this called? Why did the evil god suddenly appear and interrupt our plans? After that, we have to tell Lyn pharmacist to try his best not to leave because of this matter. As for Lyn, he has already entered his own laboratory and is dealing with related matters. The slightly bright white light can illuminate the scope of the laboratory very well. All the instruments are activated, and they are sitting on their own work. I devoured Edera's incarnation and gained some of his authority. After the mutation factor is completely digested, it will be time for the chip to be thoroughly analyzed. It should be able to improve the quality of my mutation factor by a large part, as well as more extraordinary knowledge about flesh and blood knowledge. According to the analysis of the chip, Lyn knew that a flesh and blood demon like Edera must have a deep knowledge of flesh and blood, perhaps even surpassing himself, reaching a major stage in the future. However, Lyn is confident that he can catch up. Because the focus is still slightly different, but Lyn can know the characteristics of the opponent's blood factor, but the opponent does not know Lyn's existence. This has the possibility of conspiracy. If I can decipher Adara, the flesh and blood demon god, my mutation factor will not only be able to reach a higher level in the future, but even Adara's authority and power will be swallowed up by me, and I will become a new flesh and blood demon. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth and said, "No. It should be said that the power of authority is in line with my power. The mystery of the fourth level seems to be related to the power of authority. 10 days, I can still afford to wait, just see how the three alliances will develop in the future. If a formal wizard dies, or a genius who looks promising, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Lin is immersed in the research in the laboratory. He just needs to wait and see what happens." 5 days have passed, and almost everything that needs to be discovered is clear. On the towering and huge ancient tower, the particle storm with 5 elements is condensed all the time, the flame is burning, and the wind layer isolates all peeping eyes, which also brings this tower a mysterious solemn feeling. This is one of the great wizard forces in the Black Triangle, the Tower of Elements. At the very core of the Tower of Elements, an extremely secret conference room is filled with all the official wizards and wizards of the higher level in the entire Tower of Elements. The atmosphere was very depressing, and a second-level wizard at the top said, "The reason why everyone came this time, I think everyone should know, an elemental son of our Tower of Elements has reached the level of an official wizard. Tianjiao wizard died when he was out on a mission. An official wizard knew the inside story of this matter, and asked questions. Ace is going to deal with the incident about Adara, the evil god. The news from the wizard city can't go wrong. One has not reached the official level yet. A wizard-level avatar of Adara cannot cause Ace to die. There are official wizards who disagree with this statement. I have a different opinion. Adara is notorious in the world and belongs to the old evil god. We don't know what kind of terrible means he has, indeed it's possible to bring Ace down." Then he added, "After all, Ace has no experience in fighting, and he can only say that this is the consequence of his own choice. The first person to deal with this evil god incident was not him. He strongly requested to go. The only second-level wizard, Sucking, was silent in his heart. Of course he knew, or he agreed to let Ace replace another more experienced official wizard to deal with him alone. To experience him, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. No matter what, there are still a lot of doubts here. We need to investigate and see how Ace died." Sucking said slowly, "If there is any doubt, our Tower of Elements will take revenge with all our strength and promote the power of the Tower of Elements. Ace is his disciple, and this behavior also shows his attitude and promotes his majesty. The only disciple is dead. It was done by Adara's incarnation, and naturally, she had to make a statement. If the final result is the incarnation of Adara." Sucking thought to himself in his heart that he had no choice but to let it go. Dead students and living students have different values. What's more, they couldn't afford to provoke Adara. The trouble of going to the real world to find Adara was that the old birthday star hanged himself and wanted to die. Seconded. As the official wizards expressed their opinions one by one, this meeting was completely over. The Tower of Elements will fully investigate, no matter what method is used. Chapter 206. 10 days later in the laboratory, Lin has successfully digested the corresponding blood factors and obtained the analysis results of the chip. Hint: the host successfully absorbs the power of authority brought by the blood factor. The spiritual power increases by 0.3, the percentage of mutant soul increases by 0.6, and the following extraordinary knowledge is obtained: advanced flesh and blood, flesh and blood limit. A series of flesh and blood knowledge entered Lin's mind and was absorbed by the memory area. It turns out that, I never thought that the mystery of flesh and blood would have such an unfolding. The focus of one person's research is limited, and it is impossible to fully understand it, So there is a saying that the truth is infinite. Then, what Lin has to do is to grasp as much truth as possible. He can't completely grasp it himself, so he can only devour the researchers of related paths. That is, the way to hunt and kill the evil god. My focus on flesh and blood knowledge has successfully complemented Adara's flesh and blood knowledge. For blood research, flesh and blood knowledge is undoubtedly very important. I have reached the stage of a formal wizard, and I should consider the follow-up blood shackles, blood limit problem. Lin gradually planned out what to do next. The first is the deduction of the follow-up wizard meditation method. There is a corpse of a star wizard, and the deduction of the second-level wizard's meditation method has made good progress. It only takes about 400 years. If there are new second-level wizard corpses for autopsy, the progress of the deduction will increase a lot. At this point, Lin has no way to do it for the time being. As he has been promoted to the official wizard, he knows that the decision gap between wizard levels is not so easy to bridge, unless he has obtained abnormal items that ignore the rules and are unreasonable. Hunting in this area is possible. It must also be offensive, not an abnormal item of auxiliary type like the Book of Vientiane. You can only take one step at a time. Then it is to formulate a new world-crossing plan. This can be prepared slowly. The benefits obtained in the apocalyptic world make Lin very satisfied, and there will be greater benefits in the future. I should explore the inner world of the wizard world first. My level has reached the official wizard level, so I can start. Maybe you can also get it in it. The delicacies of the world that you once took in the Dragon Lizard Wizard can directly improve your mental power and physical fitness. This kind of thing is rare, and it is much better than ordinary precious medicines. The knowledge of pharmacy and alchemy needs to be supplemented, and my subsequent advancement has fallen into a very difficult bottleneck. Lin thought about it for a while. The improvement of his own bloodline power should also be put on the agenda, continue to collect more extraordinary bloodlines, and continue to cultivate flesh and blood embryos with the help of flesh and blood extraordinary knowledge. There is also the conjecture experiment of flesh and blood to explore the secrets of the shackles and taboos. If I can break it, my bloodline will not have a limit, but instead it will evolve endlessly. There is no doubt that this is a path to truth. As the plans were sorted out one by one, it became clear what Lin would do next. He stretched his back. The years are long, and he has been in this wizard city for about a month in the blink of an eye. It is time to think about leaving. There is no point in staying here. The breakthrough I want to accomplish has been completed. Regarding the follow-up meditation practice, after all, it is too remote and the spiritual tide is scarce, so it is impossible to carry out. Lin shook his head. The most important thing was the lack of various resources and the channels to obtain more extraordinary knowledge. After leaving the laboratory, Lin passed on the news that Lin was leaving. After Kate got the news, she immediately started to pack her things and put away the more important things one by one. The most important thing is the corpse of the Xingqian wizard, which is still carried by him. The next day Lin, who was wearing a wizard's robe, appeared in the city lord's mansion without being noticed by anyone under the shroud of shadow particles. Almost all of the mutation factors that walked in the wizard city have been recovered. After absorbing part of the nutritional energy of a city's population, the mutation factors have been slightly improved, about an increase of %. Now there is only one apprentice Ying Ying in the city lord's mansion. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Did the constant mutation factor flow out from it, floated in the void, and finally merged into Lin's body and soul? As for the relevant memory, it will not come back unless someone at the official wizard level conducts memory exploration. A month later, somewhere in a wizard city, a figure in a wizard's robe was accompanied by a young man carrying a huge coffin. Such a peculiar combination not only did not attract anyone's attention, but those ordinary people have left a path empty. Maya Obra's mark is a hidden danger after all. It is almost certain that every city lord of the wizard city has relevant means of exploration. Zero Lin made a lot of purchases in this wizarding city. When he was in the wilderness, he encountered a black market. In exchange for a large number of magic stones, he also killed a group of unsightly fellows, and he gained a lot. All kinds of medicinal materials and alchemy materials have been purchased, and there are some necessities, as well as extraordinary blood. This caught the attention of those who were interested, but when they noticed, Lin had already teleported to the wizard city closest to the Eternal City through the teleportation array. The Eternal City is different from others. It can be regarded as absolutely neutral. Any wizard must abide by the relevant laws in the Eternal City. Violators will be severely triggered, even the great forces of the Black Triangle. After Lin prepares to develop in it, some hidden dangers will no longer exist. You can also have the most comprehensive channels to obtain relevant knowledge and extraordinary materials. In fact, Lin is afraid of trouble, and the dangers he encounters are not very dangerous. But there are always annoying grasshoppers coming to his door, which will waste his time on experimental research. As long as he made his reputation, in a certain respect, even if he went out with the mark of the Aobras, there would be no problem in front of the three alliances. There are rumors that the City Lord of the Eternal City is a terrible 4th-level Great Wizard. I don't know if it is true. 2. Chapter 207. In the Wizarding City where the Ada Cthulhu incident happened before, Becky and Norman welcomed a big man who could not even think of it. Of the three official wizards, one is good at fighting, one is good at tracking, and the other is good at divination. In the first place, he directly and purposefully inquired about the exact location of the heretic god incident. Although it has been so long and he has gone through various operations of washing the ground, in front of the official wizard, he can always find some clues. The official wizard who is good at tracking is a woman. He cooperated with the official wizard of divination, and also used an extraordinary item of high grade, and actually found out some truth about what happened. Although there are still some doubts, it is almost certain that the end of the evil god incident and the death of Ace were not only caused by Adra, but also by another evil god. The official wizard who was tracking said a little in shock. Yeah, no one would have thought that another evil god would join in and become the last fisherman. The fortune-telling wizard suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "The god of lust is also an existence that we can't afford to offend. This matter can be over, go back and return to your life." The other battle wizard in charge of the pursuit took a deep breath and said, "Two evil gods intervene, even he can't escape safely, there is a high probability that he will die. Inside the Tower of Elements two evil gods." Su Cheng had his hands on his back and his back turned to the apprentice wizard who came to report. No one could see the moving expression on his face. "Let's end this matter like this, there is no need to waste resources." He got soft. The most important thing now is to deploy the plan about the Eternal City. It seems that there is a big problem with that one, and all the major forces in the Black Triangle are observing. Eternal Great Wizard, has it really reached this point, to accept a disciple of inheritance? Eternal City. The triple world gave Lin a great shock at the beginning, and now it also makes Kate look straight. This, This. Kate stopped outside the teleportation array and was shocked by such a brilliant world. The towering building structure, the flying wizard technology aircraft, the pipeline pattern of energy transmission, and the constant patrolling of law enforcement officers, all of these brought senses he never had. It's like a person from a barbaric era who entered the civilized world of modern technology. This is the gap and the progress of civilization. Let's go and apply for a temporary residence permit first. Lin has been here once today, and he is already familiar with it. After spending a little magic stone on the road, he took a wizard tech aircraft similar to a taxi in his previous life. The driver is a second-level wizard apprentice, and there is a family behind it to make money for the magic stones that he and his family need. Generally speaking, in the large and small industries of the Eternal City, there are corresponding wizard families behind them, otherwise they will not be able to drive at all. Go down. Sir, where are you going? Apply for a temporary residence permit. Lin said casually. After the second-level wizard apprentice found out, he started the aircraft. With a slight shaking, the aircraft quickly headed to the administrative department for the temporary residence permit. Kate curiously looked at everything outside through the window. For him, this city was like a paradise in his dreams. But in fact, the Eternal City is indeed paradise for some people, but it is out of reach for most people. Because one thing is needed, and that is the magic stone. As long as you have the magic stone, you can get an unprecedented experience, become the top, enjoyment, luxury, all desires can be satisfied. If not, you can only become the bottom, labor, hardship, earning. There are enough magic stones to stay in the Eternal City, or simply go to the underground city, where there are people who can't get along. There is a place to stay. There is no civilization, there is nothing but ignorance, everything that mortals can have, where they only need to pay a little magic stone, they can enjoy the limits that mortals can enjoy. Every year, I don't know how many apprentice wizards fall into it. They are completely useless and only care about pleasure. This city is very beautiful, isn't it? Lin said suddenly. Kate was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, Teacher, I've never seen such a great city, it's just heaven. You've been following me for a long time, and your level has reached the level of a first-level wizard apprentice from a mortal. I think it's time for you to fulfill your agreed obligations. Lin looked at Kate and said seriously. Soon, Kate wanted to understand the original, the contract that the teacher signed when he accepted him. The content of the contract is that the promised resources will be tilted to pay the corresponding years. After the time is up, the contract will end, and I have to exchange the resources accumulated in the previous years to the teacher. In addition, after the contract ends, the teacher will no longer have any obligations, so please help yourself. I know the teacher. Kate's face turned pale, but then she firmed up again. Chapter 208. It took about 2 hours to get the temporary residence permit. For the villa in the living area, Lin found a relatively remote location where he would not be disturbed, and he only needed to pay the fee on time. Lin, who walked out of the processing hall, sighed inwardly. The magic stone he exchanged with the potion was completely consumed again. Next, on the one hand, he had to save enough for consumption in the Eternal City, and on the other hand, he had to conduct his own experimental research. Timing will be very critical. Kate, the Eternal City is not a place for enjoyment. The things I hand you will bring you a lot of wealth. You also need to pay off the bills generated by the contract. Lin's expression is indifferent. This is the content of the contract, and he will not deliberately erase anything. What the wizards advocate is equivalent exchange. Even if Kate is his student, there can be no exceptions. Kate took a deep breath. This is also a test. He will definitely be able to do it and let the teacher recognize him. Lin walked slowly to another place in the Eternal City by himself. Moreover, Kate was sent out by him. For the follow-up resources and life problems, he had to rely on himself. If he couldn't, he would enter the underground world. There is always a way out. If there is no way to stand in front of him again, he will directly abandon the student. Pharmacists Union. After many years, he came to this somewhat changed station again. Lin's strength has changed a lot, and he is no longer the precarious little apprentice before. Who is it from? Is there any evidence? The alchemy puppet guarding the door immediately activated, emitting a faint blue light, blocking Lin's face. The mechanical voice came out immediately. Lin slightly exuded his own momentum, a wizard of the official wizard level, enough for the Pharmacist Alliance branch here to treat him solemnly. High energy response. High energy response is detected. The alert is red. Alert. The original dark blue light of the alchemy puppet instantly turned blood red, and began to emit a harsh alarm sound. In a short while, several wizards who were not weak came out of the towering building. The chip was scanned, and they were all third-level wizard apprentices. In terms of pharmacy, they also reached a first-class pharmacist apprentice. There was even an official pharmacist, whose level even reached the official wizard level. There was surprise in Lin's eyes. He actually knew this person. Decades ago, he was very optimistic about him. He was called Orlando. At that time, he was a third-level wizard apprentice, but he didn't expect to be promoted. That's right, in a few decades, it's almost been promoted from the level of a third-level wizard apprentice to a full-fledged wizard. With the ability of the Pharmacist Alliance, this is not difficult, and in terms of pharmacy, it has reached an official pharmacist, and in any wizarding force, it is like a treasure. Will not let it die of old age. Orlando, who had grey hair and looked very old-fashioned, had a kind face. I don't know what this official wizard has to come to my apothecary union. It's nothing important. Please leave. If you need to visit, you can also please register with me. Lin was wearing a wizard's robe and a hood, so Orlando didn't find out his identity, but after so long, seeing Lin's changed face, whether he could still recognize it was a problem. Long time no see, Orlando Pharmacist. I don't know Aura Pharmacist. Where is the Aura Pharmacist? I haven't seen them for many years. You are? When Lin took off his hood, he still shocked the wizard apprentices present, just because he was too young. So young was outrageous. When a wizard steps into the extraordinary path, he has already been evolving in time. It is an easy and common thing to retain youth and not lose it. However, the vigor and vitality of the official wizard in front of him cannot be faked. This is not something that some old wizards can do. Comparable. When I think that my grade is close to the ancient, but I can't even touch the edge of the official wizard, I can't help but feel ashamed, but I am not jealous, only admiration. The gap it's too big, I can't be jealous, I really take it. Orlando was reminiscing, and there was shock in his eyes. This face, so young? Then he seemed to remember something, and said in surprise, "It's you, Lin." He remembered the apprentice pharmacist who had performed to perfection in an assessment many years ago. Even if he were to do it now, it was a question whether he could do it. So his memory is very deep, and he remembered it instantly. In the Pharmacists Union, Lin had a familiar conversation with Orlando for a while, and then he expressed his needs and got straight to the point. You want the follow-up pharmacy knowledge, as well as the key to the promotion of the official pharmacist, and the pharmacy knowledge of some life pharmacy. Orlando frowned, but he didn't refuse, but he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Lin like hell. Don't tell me that your pharmacy has reached the first-class apprenticeship as a pharmacist, and you are hitting the stage of a full-fledged pharmacist. Lin didn't speak, just smiled lightly. Hush. Orlando said in a gaffe, how could you? Chapter 209. Lin didn't speak, just smiled lightly. This smile can already explain a lot. Orlando's heart was like an ups and downs. He thought that Lin was promoted to the official wizard in just a few decades. He should have put his whole heart into the advanced meditation and wasted his study of pharmacy. But I never thought that even the progress in pharmacy could be so exaggerated. What a talent this is. Orlando had to revisit Erin and put his weight at an unprecedented top. Yeah, Erin, you really gave me a lot of surprises. I promise you, I will give you everything you want, but regarding the knowledge of pharmacy, you need to comply with the regulations of the Pharmacist Alliance, complete the task, contribute to exchange transactions. Afterwards, Orlando gave Lin a space-holding bag, which contained a large number of extraordinary materials, with corresponding formulas related to pharmacy. But more extraordinary knowledge about life medicine was not included in it, and Lin needed to be in it on his own. Exchange it in the Alliance. By the way, there will be a small gathering of pharmacists in a few days, which will be held by the Pharmacist Union. We can discuss some issues with each other, and we can also exchange with each other. I hope you can come and participate. Orlando said suddenly, and took out an invitation card from his arms. Participating in this kind of conference is only good for Lin, not too bad. So I gladly accepted this invitation. The two stopped and walked in the Pharmacist Union again, introducing and learning about many new changes in the Pharmacist Union. Lin also checked the corresponding tasks and what could be exchanged through the ID card. The list of columns is indeed dazzling, and all kinds of things can be exchanged, such as materials for refining various medicines, or some extraordinary bloodlines. Even the bloodlines of third-level extraordinary creatures can be sold. This made Lin very surprised. He only had one copy, and the exchange price was extremely high. It could be said to be a sky-high price. And many more. This extraordinary bloodline is actually the Ring of the Aobras, the bloodline possessed by that third-level great wizard. Could it be said? Lin's heart was ups and downs. This is really too cruel, not to mention destroying others, but also drawing out their blood to sell. Then I will leave first, Orlando Pharmacist, thank you for your generosity and support. Lin sincerely thanked him. If it wasn't for Orlando's support today, he probably wouldn't have gotten so many supernatural materials, as well as some secrets about the official pharmacist. As long as the life potion is refined, one can become an official pharmacist. The extraordinary knowledge in this area can be exchanged for a contribution of 100,000 yuan in the Pharmacist Alliance. Lin also expressed understanding. An official pharmacist, no matter where he goes, he can have his own way out. Even if he goes to hell, he can make a deal with the demons of hell, and use potions and refining-related supernatural substances to open up a friendly bridge between different races. This is a bit truthless. 1/10 of the contribution obtained from the mission should be allocated to the Pharmacist Alliance. An ordinary mission only contributes about 100 points, and the cycle time is relatively long. This is a disguised way to promote the pharmacists. What about research and experiments? Let it develop new medicines, or improve the original medicines to improve the efficacy of medicines, so that they can get a lot of contribution points, rewards and support from the Pharmacist Alliance. Lin, who knew everything, directly chose to go to another place. This time, he wants to finish everything first and then conduct retreat research. The Eternal Wizard City is destined to stay for a long time. Compared to a pharmacist, an alchemist's status is also not weak, maybe a little bit weaker than a pharmacist. The research and innovation of all kinds of extraordinary items and wizard formations are inseparable from the alchemist, and it is also a specialized work in the art industry. Alchemyland. This is an offline activity exchange center spontaneously organized by the Black Triangle alchemists. Mainly to exchange various alchemy knowledge. For example, if there is innovation, we can hold a small meeting, so that members in need can exchange with each other, learn more, and be inspired. Promote the alchemy of the Black Triangle exhibition. Even in the alchemy land, like a fortress, the lines of various machines, the fluctuations of energy, and the thick black smoke rise from the middle, and the smell of oil and sulfur permeates. This is completely a place of heavy metal industrial production, but combined with extraordinary power, it becomes wizard technology. Lin's own alchemy skills are not weak, and the membership requirements require a simple test. It took about half a day to get it done successfully. With the addition of the official wizard's strength, Lin has also become a high level in this alchemy land. Zhao. Because Lin was unanimously recognized for his strength and alchemy skills. In short, we all welcomed the arrival of Alchemist Lin. With the joint efforts of everyone, our group of alchemists in the Black Triangle will definitely be able to achieve greater improvement. At the temporary meeting, most of the members of the alchemy land had already arrived and expressed their respect to Lin one after another. President Alchemy was even more surprised by Lin's arrival. He has grey hair and is very old, about the age of a normal human being in his 90s, but he is actually even older. Also the only official alchemist. If Lin wants to achieve a breakthrough, he must obtain relevant information and extraordinary knowledge from this person. Pregnant. Chapter 210. Alchemist Lin, tell me what you think. You are now a member of our alchemy land. What is your opinion for the development of alchemy land? The president of the alchemy land, Mao, said with a smile. But the words have another meaning. Lin can naturally hear it, and even the other alchemists present are more or less able to guess the taste. As for the question of the attribution of rights, this is really a boring question. It seems that his strength and alchemy skills aroused the vigilance of the chairman. Lin didn't care about this. His purpose from the beginning to the end was just to be promoted to the official alchemist. It is said lightly, I don't pay much attention to this aspect, and I have just entered the field of alchemy, and I still need everyone to work together to improve. The only opinion may be to hope that the president can give more support, I think, to learn more extraordinary alchemy knowledge. As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed in unison. Especially Mao's eyes narrowed, and said with a big laugh, this must be natural, our members help each other, some orders from wizard forces, if some members can't finish, they can ask other members to help, and there is a lot of freedom in peacetime. The meeting soon became lively. In the more private room, Mao and Lin had a face-to-face conversation. Alchemist Lin, I think you already know some of the rules of the alchemy land. Of course, you must have a contract. Mao took out a scroll of parchment and said slowly, the content of the contract is not very binding. Compared with other members, Lin Alchemist, you have more authority and freedom, you only need to be on time every year. Complete the refining order assigned by the alchemy land, and the rest will be nothing. Of course I will give you what you want. The extraordinary knowledge about qualifying as an official alchemist. Being able to gain the combat power of a formal wizard can bring great autonomy to the alchemy land, and with a little confidence, he can refuse some other unfair orders. Even if he is an official alchemist, if his strength is not up to standard, his respect is only superficial. Among the villas in the temporary residence area, Lin's figure slowly appeared at the door. At this moment, the sky was approaching evening, and it took a day to finally finish all that was to be done. For the follow-up advancement of alchemists and pharmacists, there is no problem temporarily. After that, you can try related experimental research in the laboratory, and strive to use chip-assisted analysis to make breakthroughs as soon as possible. In the laboratory, Lin started his own practice. The conjuration source meditation method has been completely planned and sorted out all the meditation routes from first-level wizards to second-level wizards. If you say that to become a first-level official wizard, you need to solidify your core inscription into a core wizard spell, then from a first-level wizard to a second-level wizard. This stage of practice requires meditation to replace a new core inscription, then combine the core wizard spells solidified by the primary and secondary priests again, and the following stages are the same. In the endless ocean of Wang Yang, the wizard inscriptions constructed by the resurrection of the dead float up and down in the sky, and the whirling person seems to be the center of this world of minds. Lin chose to be next to it, repainting and meditating on the new sorcerer inscription. With the output of mental power, the new curse inscription, and then slowly sketched, with the appearance of traces, Lin also felt the rapid passage of his mental power. This retreat is expected to last for a while, but the time on the temporary residence permit is enough. Just the first inscription is so difficult to draw. Sure enough, the path of the wizard becomes more and more difficult as you go back, and you need to use various auxiliary methods, potions, extraordinary foods, and some other useful methods. However, Lin is confident that he can draw the first inscription. After all, his spiritual power is much stronger than that of ordinary formal wizards. In terms of quality, although it is not comparable to that of second-level wizards, I still have chips to assist, as well as the blessing of mutant souls. This first curse inscription, 10 days it can be drawn inside. Perhaps for other formal wizards, when they draw the inscription, this time will increase by dozens or hundreds of times. By the time of the official wizard, the body has undergone absolute extraordinary evolution, and it has completely detached from the conceptual level of human beings. With the passage of time, Lin's spiritual power was also lost, and the traces of the inscriptions were clearly drawn, one stroke, one horizontal, and more. 8 days later, the door of the laboratory slowly opened, and the figure of Lin walked out, accompanied by white smoke, with a smile on his face. It looks like he has succeeded. The first curse inscription of the official wizard level is drawn. Chapter 211. Hint: mental power increases, physique increases by 0.8, current mental power, 21.3. Constitution, 150. My spiritual power is much stronger than that of ordinary formal wizards, so the difficulties for ordinary formal wizards are nothing to me. The first few inscriptions in the meditation method can be completed independently. The time consuming is not particularly exaggerated. Lin's eyes moved slightly, but when it comes to the subsequent inscriptions, it may not be so simple, and various medicines or other effective methods are needed to assist. However, my bloodline wizard strength is already at a very powerful level among first-level wizards. And the level of cultivation of the bloodline of the cursed snake has not yet begun. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. First, the accumulated matter was dealt with, and the chip reminded him at this time that the balance of magic stones was not enough to stay in the temporary residence area, and he needed to pay the follow-up magic stones, renewal visa. Time flies so fast, hundreds of magic stones have just been used up. Row is that Lin doesn't have much pursuit of magic stones, and some are shocked that the consumption of magic stones is too great. It seems that I have to find a way to obtain some magic stone resources so that I can support my follow-up experimental research. In the Ring of Ouroboros, he has never lacked magic stones, and it should be said that he has never had any worries in this regard. 3 days later there is a special area for temporary stalls somewhere in the Eternal City. There are many stalls selling things, extraordinary items, potions, etc., all of which have intertwined interests behind them, or wizard family industries. Usually there are a lot of people, because the things sold here are uniformly much cheaper than those of the big stores. Of course, the booth fee of the stall owner is also relatively small, so it is possible to make small profits but quick turnover. Usually, old faces who are familiar with each other are selling the corresponding extraordinary items, but in recent days, there has been a guy who sells high-quality potions. The sales are very good, and they have earned a lot of magic stones. Everyone who sees them is very jealous, but there is no way to do it. This guy is very mysterious, and he never uses his true colors. Old Jang, who do you think this guy is and what's the background? It's been sold for the third day, and I still need this high-quality medicine. It's like I can't sell it all. However, it seems that there is trouble in dealing with it. It's actually a few guys who specialize in finding faults and making cheap money. The newcomers will definitely suffer a loss. The stall owners of the two stalls next to each other were talking to each other, looking at the stalls surrounding many apprentice wizards not far away from them. A figure under the hood of a wizard's robe, sitting there quietly, facing the quarrel of the first few buyers, did not respond too much. Chip, how many magic stones do I have? Hint. After 3 days of selling, the host has accumulated 50,000 magic stones, which can last for 3 months. Lin nodded slightly, then the magic stone is enough to carry out his own experimental project. In the past few days, I have been refining medicines when I go back, and selling medicines when I come out. I don't have much time for research. A few wizard apprentices took a fancy to the last bottle of high-grade potion at Lin's booth, but they were always obsessed with the price, and they couldn't talk about it. In particular, there are several wizard apprentices who also need potions. They have been arguing for almost half an hour. Lin was too lazy to respond. Whatever they make, the price is so much anyway. Interpunct. Moreover, he can also see that there are some problems in these quarrels. He should be thinking equals to reduce the selling price of medicines through various aspects, but Lin didn't care at all. Boss, you really can't be more accommodating. Aren't these 8,000 magic stones too high? Even high-level potions are not that high. A wizard apprentice said unwillingly. Lin closed his eyes and pondered, ignoring it. Boss, give me a face. I'm a member of the Zijinhua family. I'm one of the best wizard families in the Eternal City. You have to think about it. Since the desire is not enough, the wizard apprentice started to use the background, hoping that Lin can understand the current affairs. Lin remembered that he had obtained the purple gold flower ring. Could it have something to do with this wizarding family? He stood up, a smile appeared on the apprentice wizard's face, but then it froze completely. It's time, I'm off work. All customers, please let me go, I'll be here next time. Lin put the potions from the stall on the ground into the space-holding bag, and then left directly past the wizard apprentice. The sound of people watching the excitement and jokes made the apprentice wizard's face so hot that he lost all face. He looked at the back of Lin's departure, his eyes were cold. Where is this guy? He doesn't give any rules or face. I have to let you know how awesome it is. A few companions around him also gathered around. All matters were directed and acted by them. As a result, they were busy for a long time and didn't get anything. They have a special team, and they have been eyeing such a stunner for a long time, but it turned out to be really a stunner. Check it out, what's up with that guy? 2. Chapter 212. Lin went to the administrative department to extend the duration of stay on the temporary residence permit by about 3 months. On the garden path in the temporary residence area, a lot of people were coming in and out, and it seemed that something had happened. Lin scanned and analyzed it through the chip, and found that a rare murder happened, and it still happened in the temporary residence area. The incident became a big one, and the one who died was a third-level wizard apprentice. The official personnel of the Eternal City have already begun to deal with this matter, and the law enforcement personnel have arrived, and the martial law is fully enforced, and must be checked one by one. But this has nothing to do with Lin, as long as he doesn't provoke himself. The most important thing is not to affect the progress of Lin's experiment. There were a little more people passing by, and several figures walked by talking and talking, and Lin seemed to have heard a few words clearly. Interesting, it was actually done by a notorious dark wizard. He is usually known for his boldness, but he didn't expect to be so bold that he would take action in the Wizarding City. Lin knows how strict the rules of the Eternal City are. All these prosperity are based on having enough strength to enforce such strict laws. Several law enforcement officers actually want to search and question people in the entire temporary residence area. They must solve the murder case and arrest the culprit. Lin shook his head inwardly, presumably a few fledgling law enforcement officers. If he was interrupted while the experiment was in progress and asked who the murderer was, I'm afraid that he would have the will to kill, which would cause even greater confusion. Zhu Peng, the Dark Wizard, has reached the stage of an official wizard, and may be hiding in this temporary residence area. Interesting. Lin returned to the place where he lived. He suddenly thought that he was already an official wizard and could go to the third floor, where the official wizards gathered. It's not yet time. The mark of the Aobras is a troublesome thing after all, and it will definitely attract the attention of some guys. What I need is to walk in with integrity. And to do all this, Lin already has a specific plan. In the laboratory based on the magic stones he earned, Lin purchased a large number of related extraordinary resources, some of which were to deal with the bloodlines of extraordinary creatures that the flesh and blood embryos could continue to cultivate, and some slaves who did the flesh and blood conjecture experiments, and also specially purchased to girls from the elf race, used to handle some chores. There are corresponding control methods, so there is no error. Speaking of slaves, Lin still bought some slaves in the local slave market in the Wizard City where the evil god incident broke out, but in the end he had to give up. It's a pity. The chip continued to deduce and analyze the corpse of the Star Wizard, and strive to deduce the follow-up wizard meditation method earlier. In addition, he also established the follow-up analysis of the pharmacist, the extraordinary knowledge related to the refining of life medicine, and the follow-up advanced knowledge of alchemy. Inside the cultivation warehouse, it was extracted from the fusion point of Lin's cursed serpent's bloodline, and the cultivation started again. This time, there are 30 kinds of sequence bloodline factors to be used. Among them, there are already 12 types of second-level extraordinary bloodline factors, and the rest are the bloodlines of first-level extraordinary creatures, and there is no zero-level extraordinary bloodline. Hint: the fusion point absorbs extraordinary bloodline creatures. The estimated time is 10 years. The cultivation level of the bloodline of the simulated cursed snake is improved, and the increase rate is between 30% and 50%. Lin nodded slightly. The promotion of bloodline can be operated semi-intelligently in the laboratory. He can then focus on improving in other areas. That is to find new auxiliary means to increase the progress of meditation and inscriptions and shorten the time of cultivation. In this regard, I can find the answer from pharmacy or world travel. In the dark, Lin still decided to enter the inner world of the wizarding world. He had a hunch that the inner world had what he needed and it was very useful. Maybe there are auxiliary items that can help to draw the inscription. The dragon lizard wizard once gave me the coordinates of the inner world. He said that as long as I advance to the official wizard stage and enter it, I can get the answer. It seems like a transfer station, which is the real secret of the wizarding world. After making up his mind, Lin was going to buy the materials to build the World Gate. In a certain building complex in the Eternal City, this is the residence of a wizard family, which is not large, but is very crowded and small compared to the population of this wizard family. Purple Flower family. Did you find out that guy's information? No, you also know that it is not so easy to get a person's information in the Eternal City, and the identity of this person is very secret. It will take some time. Okay, I'm sure I won't miss you. Tell me his information, and the latest schedule. I'm going to get rid of him. Conspiracy and conversation were carried out slowly in the hidden corner. Row. The two talking figures walked towards each other in the same direction until they disappeared. Chapter 213. No one has ever ignored me. This is contempt for the entire Zijinhua family. Although I am looked down upon by members of the family, it does not mean that people outside the family can look down on me. I am willing to degenerate, but no matter what I am still a direct line. To maintain the glory of the Zijinhua family, I don't think even my father would say much. The purple-haired youth who once performed a performance in front of Lin's booth now has a terrifying expression, and his eyes are full of cruelty. My aptitude for a wizard is very poor, and I can't go very far. But those wizard apprentices who are stronger than me can only bow their heads in front of me, none of them. Rabe Zijinhua clenched her fists tightly, a hideous smile appeared on her face. She seemed to see the scene where the guy kowtowed in front of him begging for mercy. As long as you find out his information and whether he has any background, you can do it directly. The wanted criminal, the Dark Wizard Zhu Peng, committed a major crime in the Eternal City. Now we are going on a crusade. The reward for those who provide information. Successful arresters. From time to time, aircraft fly over the sky, and use pagers to spread the corresponding information. Lin stopped an aircraft. Maybe it was a coincidence, but it was the aircraft he flew on last time. What a coincidence, Master Wizard. The wizard apprentice driving, turned his head and said with a smile. Go to the purchasing area of Eternal City, east of the city. Lin said indifferently. Okay, the east of the city is relatively close, and there are some special things. Even some wizards of the official wizard level sometimes have to go down to the east of the city to purchase certain items. The wizard apprentice was driving the aircraft, driving smoothly to a certain flight path, and at the same time introducing the corresponding information. While he was talking, he actually said something that caught Lin's attention. The recent Eternal City, something big happened. The source is from those official wizards. The big thing. Can you talk about it in detail? Lin's eyes moved slightly. Of course you can, it's my honor, my esteemed wizard. The wizard apprentice piloting the flying machine began to tell the so-called big event. Soon, Lin understood everything. So it turns out that the wizard city of the Eternal City has not been peaceful recently. The hidden dangers have gradually occurred, and even the extremely bad incidents of life cases are the biggest provocation for the Eternal Wizard City. No wonder those law enforcement officers even proposed to search the entire temporary living in the area is to urgently establish majesty. Lin thought of the city owner of this Eternal City, an Eternal Wizard who is suspected to be a 4th-level Great Wizard. Interesting. I have some problems with myself. This problem is serious enough to need to recruit an inheritance disciple. If you become a disciple of this Eternal Wizard, it may be a step to the sky for others, but for me, there are pros and cons. Lin's interest is not very big, unless it is really a coincidence. He still has the confidence that he can reach the 4th-level Great Wizard. What's more, this is only a possibility, and there is no real news about the Eternal Great Wizard. It is estimated that many wizard powers in this black triangle are eyeing them. Once the Eternal Wizard has really confirmed the news, they will compete for this only place. Harmful road to heaven. When he arrived at the corresponding place, Lin paid the magic stone and entered the purchasing market. After a lot of busy work, I finally completed the procurement of all the extraordinary materials. I don't know why, but I always feel like someone is thinking about me. Lin came out of the purchasing market with flickering eyes, and subconsciously looked at the purple gold flowering he was wearing. After a little decoration, it was completely different from the original, and the whole body was black. He doesn't like purple gold, it's too luxurious and high profile. The whim is not necessarily wrong, but a reminder to him. At the official wizard stage, there is already such an instinctive reaction, and the essence of extraordinary existence is so magical. Lin's subconscious ability to mutate the soul, that is, the mutation factor, used the medium to perform divination. As long as in the apocalyptic world, any superpower developed by those awakened people can be used by Lin through the mutant soul. After all, he is the existence of the mutation factor itself. In the wizarding world, it is natural to undergo a relative transformation, and the ability to predict becomes a different kind of divination. It was as if an invisible tarot card was placed in front of Lin. With a thought, he immediately drew one. Soon, the relevant information was known to Lin and he saw everything. The stronger Lin's strength, the weaker the opponent's strength, the more he can see. Interesting, I thought it was provoking. Which one? The wizards are powerful. The second-level wizards of the Tower of Elements cooperate with all the official wizards to hunt me down, and the result is a small grasshopper. The smile on the corner of Lin's mouth is very subtle. There's Zijinhua family. Chapter 214. Since this little grasshopper, the so-called Zijinhua family, is a little careful, then Lin is going to play with them. He prepared to reveal some of his own information actively. For example, he was a little wizard apprentice from a remote wizard city. Because he yearned for the core of the Black Triangle, this great eternal wizard city, he came here and planned to break out. Another situation. I don't know how many wizard apprentices like this come to the Eternal City every year. Lin did indeed come from a remote wizard city, but his level was a little higher. The boring experimental life is all for the pursuit of truth, so Lin can accept all this with the heart to endure loneliness, but if he can have a little fun in his spare time to enrich the boring life, why not do it? Wool and cloth. The underworld of the Eternal City. Since leaving teacher Lin Gate's quality of life has declined sharply, including the resources for cultivation and the magic stone that needs to be paid to stay in the Eternal City, which has become a big problem for Kate. Only now does he know how much a wizard who struggles alone needs to pay. Even in the underground world, if you want to stay, you have to pay some magic stones every day. A woman who is in the business of flesh and blood has to pay the price of a magic stone to be able to stay. It is conceivable that the cruelty of the Eternal City is extremely difficult for the people at the bottom. But if they left here, they would be reluctant to go back to the ignorant and ignorant place where they had witnessed the prosperity and splendor. No matter how bad it is in the Eternal City, when you go back, you must hold your head high and walk back proudly. The teacher is not obliged to pay me all the time. The first half of the contract has ended, the teacher's payment has been completed, and now it's time for me to repay the teacher. According to some of the pharmacy knowledge that Lin gave him, Kate tried to refine the pharmacy for the first time. If it is successful, even if it is the most basic blood recovery pharmacy, his life will be greatly improved. He was in a dimly lit room. Only a faint light could shine, the beaker was burning. He picked up a test tube, took a deep breath, and slowly dropped it. In the laboratory Lin started to build the world gate, and the purchased materials had been delivered as early as the afternoon. The speed of the Eternal City was still extremely fast, although it was slower than that of the Ouroboros. The sound-absorbing diamond is used as the foundation, and the energy storage stone is used as the foundation. Lin operated the only two robotic arms in the laboratory, smelted and assembled the corresponding materials, and the prototype of a gate was gradually formed. The next step is to add various materials with illusory properties and dream properties, and smelt them into it. It took about half a day for the gate of the world to be initially constructed, and then Lin came to do it himself, using a specially prepared graffiti, to depict an inner world contact formation around the gate of the world, in which it is also added that the dragon lizard wizard exchanges some of his coordinate position information. After entering the door, he directly reaches the inner world. The inner world is different from the real world of the wizarding world. Generally speaking, you can only let your spiritual power and consciousness go in and explore in it. If you want the real body to enter, you need some opportunities. Lin knew what this opportunity was. When the dragon lizard wizard trade started, he had already obtained it. While it is safe, I will temporarily use my mental power and consciousness to explore it. The manuscripts studied by the Crimson Wizard can also be initially involved. Maybe there are other Crimson manuscripts in the inner world. That night Lin completely prepared everything. Some of the protective wizard formations in his villa were all activated. He did not forget that a dark wizard, Zhu Peng, appeared recently, and he may be hiding in the temporary residence area. The level according to the information is the official wizard level, so it is tricky for the Eternal City. Lin didn't care about this, so he didn't scan with the chip, which would be a waste of time. The two elf girls who were called to deal with trivial matters set up a hidden method in their minds, one so that they would be foolproof. You two, take care of everything in the villa. My laboratory will soon be closed, Xiao Hotsao, and when the laboratory is not reopened, don't disturb me if anything happens, even if the wizard's formation is affected. Attack, 2. I see, my lord. The two elf girls had very beautiful cheeks, which could be called stunning, but when Lin looked at them, they trembled all over, as if recalling the training they had experienced before. The master is far from being so kind. After closing the laboratory, Lin fell into a coma immediately, and then the mutant soul, that is, Lin's mutant factor, was divided into about 1/10 of the degree and came out of Song. Lin's consciousness is the mutation factor itself, and he has become another special higher existence. Chapter 215. 1/10 of the mutant souls that are separated can form a new body of Lin in the inner world, between the real and the virtual. Between illusions, it can perfectly deal with any possible problems, and it has almost undead life-saving ability. It is simply the perfect exploration plan. The mutation factors combined into a looming phantom figure. With the activation of the world gate, the energy began to link and transmit to the peak. Lin threw himself in directly. His consciousness suddenly emptied, and then he felt groggy. The performance in the laboratory is that the inner world pattern array gathers energy to the door of the world, and then the blue light traps the illusory figure and inhales it into the door. Lin only felt as if his consciousness had been rubbed into the washing machine, stirring constantly, groggy, dizzy, unable to stop no matter what, and this continued to aggravate. He suddenly remembered that when the dragon lizard wizard made a deal with him, he needed a high-level potion called Illusory Dream that he refined. Maybe he had to take that potion to get rid of this state, and in the inner world the exploration time inside can increase a lot. The consciousness of Kulin has been solidified into the existence of the mutation factor itself, otherwise I am afraid that this level will not be able to see. So far he can still insist, just see how long this state will last. About 10 minutes later, Lin opened his eyes and saw light, not light, but a colorful spectrum, similar to the dyeing paint used by children for graffiti, twisted, complicated, and overlapping, forming one creature after another. Hint: special mental fluctuations have been detected. After comparing the database, the creature is the dragon of the sky in the inner world. Its body is constructed of indefinite graffiti. It can pull people into its own world of authority, similar to dimensionality reduction. There is no way to escape, only the power of authority can resist. Warning: I have set my sights on the host, I have set my sights on the host. Lin only felt that he was unlucky, and he also learned some information about the inner world in advance, including some dangers that may appear. Among them, the dragon in the sky is undoubtedly the rarest and most terrifying danger. Once it is targeted, it is almost the end of death. The power with authority is at least level 4, which is equivalent to the existence of an evil god. Fortunately, this dragon in the sky has no intelligence, only its own instinct, wandering in the illusory passages of the inner world and the real world, and rarely appears. But Lin was lucky enough to meet him. The mutation factor has a certain immortality, and it also depends on who the opponent it encounters. Lin's own mutation factor has a part of authority characteristics, otherwise it would be impossible to devour Adara's blood factor and digest and strengthen himself. Damn, the last time I met Adara was just the incarnation of Adara. This time, I came directly to the complete body of a 4th level boss. Even if it is an idiot, a fool, without self-awareness, only instinct, but it is also extremely dangerous for me. Lin quickly figured out the reason. It must be the power characteristic attached to the mutation factor, which caused the sky dragon to stare at him. Those colorful dyes that looked like graffiti quickly combined spontaneously, and the twisted lines became a little more integrated. Finally, a Q-version dragon was directly drawn, opening its mouth to face it. Lin swallowed. The surrounding situation changes. I am being locked by the dragon of the sky. Once the lock is successful, the environment around me will be eaten by the dragon of the sky, that is, it will be pulled into the power of authority, weakened and reduced in dimension, and finally become a part of Sky Dragon. Just as Lin once devoured the power of authority in Adara's incarnation. I don't have any plans to be someone else's food. Lin's eyes were solemn, but he didn't panic. He called out the chip for analysis. The final result is to directly use the power of the mutation factor to break the world, and then put it into the world, instead of going to the world of coordinates. There is no other way. Lin made up his mind and used this method. The illusory figure gradually became solid, and the next moment directly turned into nothingness, completely disappearing in the gap between the inner world and the real world. But all this could not be concealed from the Sky Dragon, still maintaining its original shape. Changed, opened his mouth, and then seemed to lock something, and bit down directly. At the place where Lin was originally, the entire sense of existence between illusion and reality became fluctuating and distorted, and then he was completely swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. Of course, Lin knew that he couldn't hide the 4th level Sky Dragon, and he was waiting for this moment. Did the chip analyze it? The only flaw in this giant mouth in the sky pointed out that its open mouth was about to close. The key to being locked by the chip in 1,000th of a second, Lin resolutely gathered all the mutation factor power directly into one point, directly passed through the invisible giant mouth of the Sky Dragon, and died and then lived, and this moment was the most important moment. Danger is also the key to breaking the game. Chapter 216. The invisible distorted fluctuations contain the most terrifying crisis. Once enveloped by that fluctuation, they will be completely sucked into the dimensional world of the Sky Dragon, which is the embodiment of his authority. Lin's mutation factor consciousness body is on the verge of this wave, about to be sucked in, and this suction is irresistible. All Lin can do is to deviate as much as possible. Chip meter, the calculated method can't go wrong, although my perception tells me that there is no chance of surviving at all, and there are dead places all around. Even in the records of the legendary books of the wizarding world, as long as you enter the dimensional swallowing, you will never have a chance to survive. But Lin's eyes flashed ruthlessly, and the fluctuation of consciousness suddenly erupted. All the mutation factors seemed to be condensed into a sharp sword to break any defense, directly facing a corner of the entrance of the preparation dimension, which was a dye color different from other rippling colors. Traces, but there is an extremely small blank. This is where the flaw lies. But from another point of view, it was Lin who took the initiative to invest in the dimensional giant. Roar. At the last moment of contact, Lin seemed to hear a faint roar. He directly tore the blank spot and successfully entered another world and world. Where is this? Lin's consciousness fell into a trance and a daze. When he tore the dimensional mouth, he seemed to have encountered some strange changes. Some subtle things are integrated into his mutation factor consciousness body, so all such changes in consciousness will occur. Where is my change in chip analysis? Apostrophe at the same time, Lin's consciousness gradually returned to normal, and he could observe the surrounding environment. Hint, the analysis task is being established, the estimated time is 1 minute. There were loud voices in his ears, as if many people were talking. What Lin saw was an endless field, full of grey-white traces, grass and human-shaped objects standing up from time to time, solidified in place and unable to move. These humanoid objects have a very three-dimensional figure, and even their expressions are lifelike. A layer of white frost covers the surface, just like a stone statue, but the color is not. It seems that I have come to an amazing place. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked up at the sky subconsciously. 10 suns reflected in his eyes, emitting different colors of light. They all seemed to shine in one direction. The changes that come are also different. According to the information in the information database, Lin quickly locked the corresponding characteristics and found the answer. He probably knew where this place was. This should be on the record, the top 10 wonders of the world, the grey and white grassland. I'm in trouble, I didn't expect to be here. The inner world of the wizarding world is not smooth sailing, but full of all kinds of unimaginable dangers. The 10 wonders are the most famous dangerous places in the inner world. Grey grass, white fields, worship the supreme existence, and descend the miracle of truth. Lin murmured. The unpleasant feeling in his heart became more and more serious. The appearance of the dragon in the sky completely broke his plan. According to the coordinates mentioned by the dragon lizard wizard, and according to the search of Lin's own information database, it is almost certain that as long as you follow the coordinates firmly, you can reach the destination site, that is, a transfer station. That is the site that the ancient wizards explored the inner world, the site left over from ancient times to the present. Endless years have passed, even the inner world of the wizarding world has not been explored yet. Besides the top 10 wonders, there is also a no man's land that occupies most of it. In the no man's land, there are many unimaginable dangers hidden, and there are also precious resources that make countless wizards jealous, and they are eager to explore. The gathering place where wizards can stay in the inner world safely and rest, is naturally a transit station. There are many people gathered, and after a long time, it has become a giant city of wizards in the inner world. There is no city owner, because the wizard giant city will not be controlled by anyone, and he does not have his own consciousness, and will only operate according to his own instincts. Let the beings who are favored by the wizarding world enter, and then give shelter. Wizards who have reached the official wizard level will be blessed by the consciousness of the wizarding world, so there is a saying in the inner world that only formal wizards can initially explore. Interpunct 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 interpunct. Life without the blessing of the wizard world consciousness, once entering the inner world, cannot enter the transfer station, and sooner or later will die in the no man's land. The inner world is not just these dangers. Even standing on the land of the inner world, the countdown is always on. Whether it is true body or consciousness, there is a time limit to wait. The spiritual power will gradually decrease, and the spiritual power will be gone. Life force, then soul force, and finally completely sucked up by the inner world. It's not easy to get in, and it's not easy to get out. According to the information, you have to go to the wizard giant city before you can escape. A hint of helplessness appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth, which disrupted his plan. He didn't show up at the transfer station, which was awkward, because he wasn't sure where he was in the grey grassland, and whether the nearest wizard city was there. How far? In fact, even the location of the wizard giant city is at a loss. Lin slowly stepped forward, looking at the endless grey grassland. Except for the slightly undulating grey grass, there were standing white figures from time to time. A loser who has been blinded by self-awareness, a wizard believes in no one, but only in himself. Lin looked at the nearest white figure. His expression was fanatical admiration, facing a certain direction. It seemed to be the core position of the grey grassland. There was nowhere to be seen, it was even more distant, and it was so far away that it could not be reached at all. The white figures may have been powerful wizards during their lifetime, but they were left here forever for various reasons and became part of the grey grassland. The danger has not been revealed yet. The grey grassland is one of the top 10 wonders. Lin was very uneasy. He stopped after taking 2 steps. It is better not to act rashly. There are too many great wizards recorded in the data. He thought he could master the secrets of studying the 10 wonders. Part of the great wonder. He is just a small formal wizard, who can't make waves in the wizarding world, and in this dangerous inner world. He has no confidence to toss. Earth. Chapter 217. After a vote, 3 worlds can be unfolded. You choose. Anyway, I have to write one for whatever type of world I am, which is equivalent to reading 1 book and 7 or 8 books at the same time. Brothers, the author is honest and honest. No, look for it. Chen Hiyuking, watching the small crowd come to me. The vest will never change. 1. The world of low-grade gods 2. A world similar to SCP containment. The world view of SCP Foundation 3. The absurd world of evil gods similar to Cthulhu web voting. Divide. Minutes and seconds passed, and Lin was waiting for the chip's analysis. There was a change in his body, which was certain. Lin himself has a vague sense. After all, his body is a body constructed by mutation factors, and any subtle changes will be detected. Finally, Lin waited for the analysis answer given by the chip. Hint, after analysis and processing, the following conclusions were drawn. When the host got rid of the Sky Dragon, he broke the blockade of the opponent's dimensional world. The dimensional world is where the body of the Sky Dragon is, that is to say, the host is in the belly of the Sky Dragon. After walking around, part of the characteristics of the dragon in the sky, the mutant soul absorbed part of the power of destruction, that is, the power of dimensions. Common upgrade, the mutation factor is merging with the power of dimensions. It is estimated that it will take 3 days for the complete fusion time. After the fusion, the following characteristics may be obtained. The mutation factor has the additional dimensional power feature, which can carry out a deeper existence and has a great immortality. Even if it is as long as the microscopic size, it can survive, so as to reproduce itself and resurrect again. Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. The mutation factor has been further improved and has been greatly improved. This is just a circle in the dragon of the sky. If he eats the opponent, what will happen? What a huge improvement. Lin's eyes were hot, and then he gradually calmed down. He would not be greedy enough to swallow an elephant. It's not time to do this yet. Strength and essence are not allowed. At the same time, Lin also guessed that the existence of the fourth level is not so simple. I am afraid that the influence of Adara and the god of lust in the real world is only a small part of its incarnation, and there are more incarnations that respond to wizards all over the world. Summons and gathers, descends, then kills, enjoys, and brings back their spoils. Although the essence of my existence is to walk on the road of authority, it is still too far away from existences like the Sky Dragon and Adara. If Lin was to be ranked, the Sky Dragon was definitely the most incomprehensible and terrifying existence that Lin had ever encountered. If he hadn't had a chip, his consciousness and mutation factor would have been given away for nothing. Since the change in the body belongs to which direction is benign, Lin will not care about it for the time being, and instead think about it. Let the chip try to analyze the grey grassland. Hint: the analysis task is being established. The estimated scan time: 1 month. All right. Lin decided to give up. It took so long just to scan, not to mention the follow-up analysis. How big is this grey and white grassland? The top 10 wonders of the world in Wizards, and each of them is really not a simple place. There are 10 suns in the sky and 10 wonders on the ground. Different lights want to illuminate different places, and they seem to have different effects. Lin's pupils shrank, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He didn't dare to think anymore, and instead let the chip stop scanning the grey grassland. Instead, analyze your next best goal to achieve. Hint: according to the analysis, the best choice for the host now is to enter the Wizard Giant City to seek the development of the next part and obtain more information about the world. Lin's eyes remained the same. Of course he knew that this was the best way, but there was one most critical issue, and that was the location and direction of the Wizard's Giant City, and how to get out of this grey grassland. He also had to be prepared for any strange changes that might occur in the grey grassland. Lin didn't want to make himself the same as these white figures. Hint: according to the coordinates of the transit station obtained from the Dragon Lizard Wizard, you can analyze the location of the Wizard Giant City, and then compare the many environments of the inner world through the corresponding information of the inner world recorded in the information database, to identify the true direction. Lin's eyes lit up. It was true. Then the only thing he had to guard against was the strange changes that might occur in the grey grassland. 0 To be on the safe side, Gleany am always ready to divide my mutation factor consciousness body into countless parts and go out, contaminated with the power of dimension, which is completely different. When confronted with irresistible danger, he can only escape into countless parts. As long as he runs out of one part, he can slowly reproduce Lin consciousness, which is equivalent to the transmission of consciousness information from the root. You are still yourself. As time passed, Lin, under the analysis of the chip, found a direction and kept going. This was the exit of the grey grassland analyzed by the chip. Just analyze a part, not the entire grey grassland. The chip can still do it within 10 minutes. I've been walking for at least 2 hours, why haven't I walked out of the grey grassland? Lin was really impatient, and began to become irritable. There was still an endless grey and white grassland in front of him, as if it would never end. No matter how he went, he couldn't get out. During the irritability, some other thoughts and voices seemed to have arisen in his heart. Don't go, it's pointless to keep going. Yes. It's better to stop and rest. No matter how much you walk, you can't get out. Life is too short, even at the moment when powerful people wither. Only the grey grassland exists forever. Believe in the grey grassland. He will give you everything and give you eternity. Hint: the host is suffering from unknown influences, and some defensive measures have not worked. The influence is in the aspect of mental will. A preliminary judgment is being made. If the judgment is successful, the influence will be eliminated. If the inventory fails, it will be completely lost and become a walking dead wandering in the grey grassland. And eventually become a white portrait. No. What's wrong with me? How could I stop and believe in the grey grassland? I only believe in myself. Lin finally came to his senses. His eyes widened, and he looked at his feet. At some point, white matter began to cover him. It turned out that the influence had already begun when he stepped into the grey grassland, subtly changing everything. Chapter 218. Kai. The white substance exists under the soil of the grey-white grassland, and Lin's pupils are constricted. These substances allow the grey grass to grow, but it can also be secreted. What is this? Hint: the analysis is completed. The white matter is the grey grassland itself. It makes the grey grass grow and secretes a special thing. This thing is far beyond the stage that the host can imagine. The way is to get away as fast as you can. It's alive. The chip's warning, especially the last sentence, made Lin extremely horrified. Alive. What is alive? Is it this huge grey and white grassland, one of the 10 wonders of the world, is a living existence, not just a place? Hint: this influence will make life fall into silence, and give birth to various negative emotions, which will gradually deepen over time. The final result is undoubtedly the belief in the grey grassland and stay forever. But as long as you go out, the effect of the grey grassland will completely disappear. Attachment. The stronger the spiritual power and soul essence of 30 life, the longer it can resist. Lin took a deep breath and looked at the white matter that was gradually wrapping up under his feet. It was full of amazing vitality. He tried several times to break free from the bondage, but he couldn't succeed. He dragged his steps, as if he wanted to delay Lin's actions. The essence of my soul is just a group of mutation factors. It is the existence of metaphysical strings. Even if it is the weakest, it is much stronger than ordinary wizards. At least before the strength of 4th level wizards, no life can compare. Get over me. Lin directly collapsed and dispersed himself into tiny microbes, drifted out, and finally reassembled into a body not far away. Trouble, even if it's like this, it can still absorb a little of my power. Lin's face was a little unsightly. He always wanted to eat others, but today he was eaten twice. Chip, can these white substances be collected and then analyzed and processed? Hint: after calculation, the host can be worth a try, but the highest degree of protective measures and containment measures must be taken. Once a little exposure, it will cause the self-reproduction and proliferation of white matter, allowing the grey-white grassland to spread to more big place to go. A little joy finally appeared on Lin's face. It would be good to be able to conduct analysis and research. Lin asked the chip to remember this area and scope. After finding the wizard giant city and getting ready, he would collect the white matter and analyze it. Research. After thorough research, we may be able to find the secret behind this. The chip hint once expressed that this white substance is the source of nutrition for these grey grasses. They coexist with each other and emit a substance that is even higher than their own mutation factor level. After getting rid of the entanglement of those white substances, Lin finally walked out of this grey field with the help of the chip. On the way, he also encountered several dangers, and the feeling of reluctance and calling in Lin's heart almost became heavier and heavier. Those white figures had a tendency to come back to life. They wanted to come spontaneously and leave Lin behind. They could even hear Jiang Jiang's distorted face and the babble and shouts that he wanted to leave behind. But he quickly cut off this feeling. Fortunately, he didn't stay in the grey grassland for too long, and quickly walked out of the grey grassland. Finally walked out. Lin let out a long sigh and looked at the grey world behind him, and the more normal green world under his feet. A feeling of lingering fears arose. Next, Lin began to analyze the chip and chose a suitable road to go to the wizard city. The dimensional power in the body gradually fully masters the fusion, the mutation factor becomes stronger, and the time to persist in the inner world is also longer. It is almost irresistible that the world absorbs power. It can only be said that the stronger the person, the longer he will persevere. I can only support it for about a month. Lin made a careful judgment and came to a conclusion. The landforms and conditions of the real world are very different from the real world, and all kinds of elements are full of them, sometimes even extremely absurd, weird, but they exist. Lin thought that the objects and creatures in the Dragon Lizard Wizard's inner world were extremely absurd, so he understood. In the inner world, anything can happen. In the chip analysis, the world also has illusion and reality, and the power and elements of dreams are in it. I am afraid that people in the entire wizarding world will dream in their minds and dream in their dreams. It is possible to be born somewhere in the inner world. It's really amazing. The future land of wizards. Lin looked at the undulating winged creature in front of him in surprise. There was only one pair of wings and nothing else, but he seemed to have his own consciousness and life, flying up and down, as if searching for food. At this moment, he has come to the edge of a forest, and he has not yet entered. The trees in the forest are full of various colors, and even the sky above the forest is filled with a colorful halo, which is like a dream. Lin named the forest Colorful Forest. There are many such winged creatures, flying around in the forest. Lin can see it clearly. They will stop on the tree from time to time. The tree body secretes some kind of sticky substance, and the winged creatures are absorbing. It seems to be a little bigger. Interesting. Lin watched one of the winged creatures close to the tree, and there was no sign of eating, but there were slight changes in the two pairs of wings, which were indeed larger. The chip analyzed the results. Hint. The name here has been recorded. It is the Colorful Forest. The degree of danger, low level, can be traversed, contains value, low level. The winged creatures are the special creatures of the Colorful Forest, and the wings can become the feather embellishment of the magic brush, adding the flow of spiritual energy. Attachment. After the host passes through the Colorful Forest, he can reach the nearest wizard giant city, Ender City, delaying the absorption of power in the inner world, and the time to stay is delayed to 1 year. I see. Lin lost interest. The value is not very high. Distinction has some research value. He collected one of the winged creatures as a sample, and then collected the viscous liquid secreted by the tree. The colorful forest is very huge. Lin's current mutation factor consciousness body also has the strength of a general official wizard, which is quite satisfactory. After all, it is only 1/10 of Lin's mutant soul power. There was no problem in passing through the colorful forest. On the way, I encountered some small troubles. Some kind of creature at the top of the predator in the colorful forest got into trouble and was easily made into a specimen by Lin. A monster with a 3rd-level wizard's strength. Chapter 219. 10 huge suns hang high in the sky, bringing sunlight of various colors to the entire inner world, giving them different characteristics, and the appearance of the earth is also different, with corresponding signs. At this moment, on the side where the golden sun shines, the heaven and earth in that direction, the rapidly falling surface, the colorful forest is like a fairy tale dream. A large number of winged creatures were disturbed and scattered from the colorful forest, as if something terrible had happened inside. With the sound of wailing, a 3-headed cheetah fell down. The fatal injury was a penetrating wound to the throat, which penetrated directly from the throat to the brain. It was fatal in one blow and instantly died. Kai. The black and purple microbial substances spread up, devoured the bodies of the three cheetahs, and finally turned into Lin's body. With surprise on his face, it's actually possible. The creatures in the inner world can be swallowed by my mutation factor and restore the power that I was absorbed by the inner world, although not many conversions. This is simply the wool in the world, there is no business. No, it's called a courtesy exchange. The inner world devoured my power, and I devoured the inner world's power, cancelling it out. Lin's face was not red at all. Only those who meet certain conditions should be able to do this. The essence of his existence is not ordinary at all. The conversion ratios are so pitiful that most wizards estimate that this method is ineffective for them. However, this can last longer in the inner world, and 1 month in no man's land can last for 2 years. If it is in the wizard giant city, the duration will be even longer, starting in 10 years. But the premise needs to be moment devours the creatures of the world. 3 days later there is almost no adjective that can match his grandeur, ancient, and time precipitated for the majestic and huge city. This is a great miracle of the wizarding world over the endless years, and it is built by ancient wizards. This huge city has no gates, only a virtual. There was an entrance and exit like a phantom screen. But when Lin touched the entrance that was rippling like a light curtain, a search force swept away, as if he was triggering search for something. Hint: Ender City is being searched, and the judgment is in progress. The judgment is successful. Lin felt that after the search power disappeared, he had the right to enter and exit. I have checked whether I have been blessed by the wizarding world, and it has been judged successful. Then I can enter directly. Lin went in without hesitation. His body seemed to be immersed in water, still in the deep sea. The extreme water pressure squeezed the internal organs of the abdominal cavity. But this feeling was only fleeting. It has been determined to be successful and will not be resisted by this pressure. There are stars shining in the sky, and the grey sky is like a picture scroll that needs to be rendered. At this moment, it is dyed with the color of Ender. This is really another world and world, independent in the inner world. The end cinema is here. Lin's eyes were stunned for a moment, because what he saw now was really the miracle of the Creator, which shocked him so much that he couldn't forget it for a long time. What he is stepping on is a real feeling of dirt that only the real world can have. The surrounding environment is also a familiar environment in the real world. There is a hint of guidance that makes Lin go in one direction, and you can find it when you go there. Answer: Is this the real face of Shadow City, a small world within the inner world? Lin said in shock, this is just one of the wizard giant cities, and there are more wizard giant cities in various regions of the inner world. The real world is incomparably huge. So far no wizard has been able to explore it to the end, not to mention this is an even more limitless inner world. Hint: The core spirit of the wizard giant city, whether to accept and analyze the relevant information transmitted. Accept, and parse. Lin happened to have a lot of questions in his mind that he needed to understand. No wonder the dragon lizard wizard once said that the inner world is another new world different from the real world. It has infinite possibilities and is the treasure of the wizarding world, and every wizard yearns for it. Hint: The acceptance is complete, the analysis is in progress, and the information has been passed into the host's memory area. A lot of information circulated in Lin's mind, and he quickly absorbed everything. The world is almost endless. There are 10 areas in total under the illumination of 10 suns, and these 10 areas have boundaries. There are all kinds of fatal dangers on this boundary. The 10 wonders are on the boundary, only through 10 wonders to reach another area. In the case of 10 wonders, almost every area is closed, you can't enter other areas at all, You can only explore the corresponding one's own side. But even so, the Golden Sunshine area I am in is almost endless, and no one has been able to fully explore it. Who knows what else is hidden in the vast no man's land? End Shadow City is the only giant city of wizards in this area. The area corresponds to the area in the real world, including the entire wizarding world, so the black triangle I am in is in the Golden Sunshine area, and the corresponding official wizards need to explore all the world transfer stations are in Ender City. There is shock in Lin's eyes, and the most important thing is that this is only the first layer, which is the most basic inner world. In the deeper layers, there are the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. In the world, the opportunities are great, and the danger is higher. End Shadow City is simply a novice village, a safe area, and the way to higher levels is also in End Shadow City, but it is often difficult to come back after going there. The level will not go up. Such as Idara and the God of Lust, even more evil gods, and weirdness are all at a higher level of the inner world, and even in those places, they can interact with the inner worlds of other worlds. Lin walked in the forest following the induction. If he guessed correctly, there must be various real-world wizard forces in this Ender world. It just so happened that the analysis of the chip also came. Hint, according to the obtained information and scanning results, there are a total of 99 Ender City in Ender world, and the black triangle where the host is located corresponds to the 90th Ender City. This is really research. Lin doesn't know what to say. The black triangle is just a small place in a small place, and it is also an inconspicuous one in no. 90 Ender City. Chapter 220. A month later Lin's body turned into a substance deeper than microbes, countless tiny particles. It enveloped a flying alien beast that briefly stayed on the treetops, parasitized, fused, read genes, and then improved benignly. With a terrifying evolutionary speed, it completely dominated everything. After a short time, a mutant bird creature with huge black wings and a few swaying black tentacles behind it slowly flew towards the sky. Ender world is too huge, bigger than the black triangle in the real world, and even comparable to a continent. I need to find Ender City No. 90 and find a location that belongs to the black triangle, so when I go offline, only then can he accurately return to the black triangle, and then be pulled into the body of the deity through the ritual formation in the laboratory. Lin has been on the road for a full month. According to the chip's analysis, the vicinity is No. 50 of End Shadow City, and there is still a huge distance from No. 90 of End Shadow City. As a last resort, Lin had to rely on the ability characteristics of the mutation factor, parasitic control, and after the potential of the evolutionary creature was exhausted, he continued to choose the next creature. In addition to being able to replenish energy, for Lin's mutation factor consumption, it won't be that big either. The Ender world is essentially the inner world, and it will gradually absorb the power of life forms. The main reason for such trouble is that he encountered the dragon in the sky. Without his disruptive plan, Lin should have been teleported directly to Ender City No. 90 in Enderland. The coordinates given by the Dragon Lizard Wizard are direct to that place. Up to now, I can only go slowly by myself. 2 months later the towering giant city is located in the center of this road extending in all directions. There are various wizards' radiant energy fluctuations in it, all of which are extremely powerful. If ordinary people come here, not to mention being directly sucked up by the inner world, they will also be absorbed by many official wizards. The radiation gave radiation mutated flesh that turned directly into a pool of abscesses. There aren't many alien beasts that don't open their eyes. The creatures in the world dare to provoke them, and the final result may be a barbecue. A rather strange red-eyed crow flew into the tree group next to the giant city, stood on a branch, and watched the scene in the wizard city with amber-like pupils. It seems that this is No. 90 Ender City, and the place confirmed by the chip does give me a unique feeling, that is the sense of belonging. The feeling of home. Lin couldn't help shaking his head secretly. Speaking of home, his home was on the island continent. Where should the official wizard breakthrough take place, and blessed by the wizarding world, it was judged to be the place where he belonged. Regional classification. It's interesting. The secret of the world is only initially revealed to Lin, and there are more that have not been revealed. Ender City No. 90 is exactly the same as the Ender Giant City that Lin saw outside the Ender world. It is huge. There are a total of 4 city gates, but there are no city gates. There are only rippling light curtain entrances and exits. Not many formal wizards go in and out. Also, according to the information records, when you explore the inner world, you directly use the teleportation of Ender City. As long as you touch the rippling light curtain, you can enter the place you want to go. As for returning, it would be a lot of trouble. It would be necessary to arrange a teleportation formation and then teleport back, or ask an alchemist to customize the one-time pattern medium that was teleported back. Pharmacists and alchemists are still popular. The former can directly refine pharmaceuticals in the inner world, and the latter can refine extraordinary items and extraordinary media used by wizard formations. The red-eyed crow flew down from the top of the tree, then turned into the figure of Lin, and walked towards the ripples entrance of No. 90 Event Shadow City step by step. The perspective in front of him began to change. The voice of the conversation and the atmosphere of the crowd made the corners of Lin's mouth rise slightly. Finally, he found the organization. The inside of the city is very old, and it seems to have the style of the ancient times. All kinds of buildings are of relatively old style. There are some strange patterns on the ground. It seems that those patterns come to life and form images and characters. Interesting. Chip, scan the entire End 90 city, analyze the forces and collect information. Lin began to wander around the city. The giant city was very large, but there were very few people. Even if a piece of official wizards from the wizarding continent were gathered in such a huge wizarding giant city, it would look very monotonous, not to mention not all official wizards are exploring at the same time, either. Before entering the inner world, a lot of preparations must be made, otherwise it will be a waste of time. If you come in once and then go back, you will have to rest for at least 3 or 4 years before you can recover. The absorption of the inner world is not easy. After all, there are very few special beings like Lin. Chapter 221. The world is equivalent to an online game. It is a game where wizards in the real world log in. You can choose various ways to log in, but without exception, there will be time restrictions, such as the time of miners. How much time is limited, then you have to go offline. Lin was walking in the giant city, looking at everything in the giant city. At the same time, he used the thinking of his previous life to think, and it became clearer and clearer. Only adults can play freely and will not be restricted by minors. Compared to the inner world, the stronger the wizard. Because the stronger the strength, the fewer restrictions he will be subject to. His existence itself can already accept the power absorption of the inner world. Lin saw a few figures, all in a hurry, covering his face, wearing a wizard's robe. I don't know where the wizard is, but as long as it is at No. 90 in Ender City, it should be in the Black Triangle and other places. The official wizard of the surrounding area Tilda. These official wizards have no intention of talking, and they don't pay much attention to other official wizards they encounter, and they are even very vigilant. Lin also instantly understood the reason. Just like in the online games of the previous life, players are all opponents. Because of resources, because of other reasons, they kill each other, even because of if I want to abuse people, I just do it when I see that people are unhappy. Although the real world is not so exaggerated, there is still mutual fear between them, but it is necessary to cover up their identity information and purpose of action. The unknown is the greatest means of protection, and makes people fearful. Cooperation is even more impossible. At most, it is the same wizard force in the real world, who knows each other well, and will make an agreement with each other to enter the inner world to explore and so on. As for wanting to know other people in the inner world. A sneer appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth, which would make those who think like this experience a very painful lesson. Hint: the scan analysis is completed, and the corresponding information has been transmitted to the host's memory area. Lin paused for a moment, and then continued to walk, but the corresponding information had been completely accepted. Some points that need to be paid attention to in the Wizard City, such as which powerful wizard forces are stationed, are all that Lin has never heard of. It seems that the Black Triangle is not ranked in the No. 90 and Shadow City at all. Not even a single station. There are also requirements for the station. It must comply with the core calculation rules of the Wizard Giant City. All facilities are based on this. As long as it is not violated, there will be no problems. Once violated, it will be directly obliterated. Now the world has been severely damaged. After thinking for a while, Lin chose the most suitable way to explore the inner world. That is to go back to the old business and continue to carry forward his alchemy and pharmacy in the Ender Wizard City. Because compared to the real world, pharmacists and alchemists appearing in Ender City are even rarer. After all, there are not many wizards who can make the level and profession progress at the same time. Perhaps, I can successfully enter the subsequent advanced stage of alchemy and pharmacy in the inner world. This is Lin's hunch in the dark. The extraordinary materials are easy to obtain, and most of them are relatively precious, which are not found in the real world. The most important point is that even the core operation of the Wizard City itself admits that professional shops within the pharmacists and alchemists are allowed to open, presumably the great wizards who built the Wizard City, thinking of this, especially for the wizards of special occupations, given preferential treatment. Who are wizards of special occupations such as pharmacists, their combat power is generally weak. Interpunct 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 interpunct. The corner of Lin's mouth slightly raised an arc, but, is he really weak? I hope there is no one who can't open his eyes. Shadow City No. 90 is still as old as ever, but for the official wizards sheltering in it, there are still many different places. For example, a new shop has been opened in the Giant City. Zero different from the street stalls that are placed everywhere in the trading area, and the spontaneous stall behavior. This is a store that is allowed by the core computing program, has a special facade, and has received a lot of publicity. In the big and small corners of the Wizard Giant City, announcements are being made. It seems that a lot of very interesting things happened while we were away. Being able to get the recognition, permission and announcement of the core computing program. The owner of this new shop is not ordinary, at least the alchemy or pharmacy has reached the first-class level. Two official wizard figures who seem to be acquaintances are walking together and talking, showing strong curiosity about the newly opened shop, and heading towards the location. They didn't think it was a formal level profession, because they didn't believe that there could be a wizard who had both level and profession at the same time. At No. 90, N Shadow City, if there is one more store, it will benefit the whole group. They don't have much opinion, but they are very happy to see it. When exploring in uninhabited areas, it can also be safer and more convenient. Earth. Chapter 222. And they are not the only ones who have this idea. Other official wizards who have been informed about the news or have been informed all want to come and see what is going on in this newly opened store. If it is an alchemist, it would be better. No. 90 Edinburgh City really lacks alchemists. As for the pharmacist, although it can be more convenient, but it is really not good, and only pay a lot of money to bring the obtained materials back to reality. In the world, find a real-world pharmacist for refining. Even if you lose a lot of profits, at least there are still a lot of profits. Some of Lin's calculations are also included in it. He will break away from the restriction of the Black Triangle, come into contact with other parts of the wizarding world, obtain more advanced extraordinary knowledge, or have a few more ways to have a preliminary understanding. The Black Triangle is really too small. After seeing everything in Ender City, Lin had such a desire. Sooner or later, he will leave the Black Triangle and go to a wider world to pursue the infinite truth. Trading area. Most of the places here are places where some formal wizards set up their stalls. Going inside the street is some wizard giant city shops. The facilities are complete, and you can take care of them yourself, including selling some items at a fixed price, and there are special cabinets. Similar to the vending machine in the previous life, as long as Lin customizes the price, it can be carried out. Many official wizards have come. When I arrived nearby, I focused my eyes on the location of the store and stopped on the name of the store. The Lin Pharmacy. Is it a pharmacist? A tall figure wearing a wizard's robe. There was a little loss in his eyes, but it was quickly swept away, and the pharmacist was also very lacking. One more pharmacist can also be very good. Pressure on drug demand. After all, going to the real world to supplement, the price you need to pay is really not small. If you can, it is better to supplement it in Ender City. His name is Munir, and he has bright silver-white hair. This is his most obvious feature. He wears a white mask on his face, and only a pair of pupils reveal it. After seeing the announcement, I came quickly, hoping to be an alchemist, because the only alchemist in the 90th and Shadow City seems to have an accident. I haven't seen him online for a long time, and even the store, because it has not been online for too long, it was automatically shut down by the core computing center. This has also led to the fact that the official wizard of No. 90 End City's exploration of the no man's land in the inner world has been greatly restricted, and it is impossible to explore farther places and obtain more resources and benefits. It's really bad luck, pharmacist. There are already 2 or 3 pharmacists in the Wizard City, but they can still support it. The most lacking is the alchemist. A formal wizard said with a sigh, looking at the name of the shop and shaking his head slightly. There were also quite a few official wizards nearby, shaking their heads one after another. What they most hoped for was an alchemist. The pharmacist is good, it can relieve a lot of pressure, but the alchemist is already out of stock. All this was seen by Lin. His expression did not change in the slightest. He just moved with a thought, manipulated the chip, and conveyed a message to control the transformation of the store to the core computing center of the Wizard Giant City. 0. The interior and exterior presentation of the store is undergoing drastic changes, almost complete changes that startle the official wizards who are watching from the outside. This is the first time they have seen such a change in the store. This. Why is this? An official wizard saw the changed appearance of Lin's pharmacy shop and made a shocking voice. What used to be a classical, mysterious, and safe apothecary shop, in an instant, turned into an atmosphere full of alchemy, blood, and transformation, shrouded in metallized structures, embellished with all kinds of sand gold, and glowing with light. All kinds of medicines in the cupboard and the things that are sold automatically have all changed into various alchemy items, among which there is the most important one-time transmission pattern medium, which is used as the bottom of the press box. Secondly, the original sign for the acquisition of extraordinary materials said that the acquisition of materials related to the refining of medicines has now become the acquisition of materials related to alchemy. My God! Who can tell me what's going on? A pharmacy turned into an alchemy shop in the blink of an eye, really? Munir looked at the word potion in the name of the shop, which had been automatically converted to alchemy. He was extremely shocked and speechless. I really don't know what to say. He was not the only one who had this idea. He stared blankly at the Lin alchemy shop for several seconds, not even paying attention to the expression on his face. Official wizards have lived for hundreds or thousands of years, and there are not many things that can make them move. This store change is definitely the first. Chapter 223. Mainly because of this change, some inexplicable sense of sight. Is your name Lin Alchemist? Maybe you can get to know him. Munir moved slightly in his heart. The official wizards in the world will hide their identities and information. After all, they are relatively vigilant, but they will never do this to pharmacists and alchemists, because there is not much conflict of interest. Generally, professional wizards are waiting for business to come to the door to earn resources. This is much better than exploring in no man's land and enduring various dangerous treatments. There is a relationship of exchange of interests, so there is no need to be too wary. Lin walked out of the alchemy shop and came to the door. He was wearing a purple wizard's robe and a hood. Although there was no covering on his face, when other official wizards wanted to see his face clearly, however, he found that what he saw was his own face, as if he had been instilled with some kind of wizard spell. In fact, it is the mutation factor in action. As long as Lin thinks about it, the reality cannot be observed. Horror appeared in the hearts of every official wizard present, and this hand has been labeled as unfathomable. The atmosphere in the field immediately became solemn and suppressed, but Lin broke the atmosphere and took the initiative to say, "The new store is open. It mainly focuses on alchemy items. It can be used for private use. However, you should prepare your own extraordinary materials and pay the corresponding benefits. If you have a need for extraordinary potions, you can also come to me to buy them. Our shop is for potion and alchemy together." Lin's indifferent words slowly fell. Little did they know what a great storm was caused in the hearts of the official wizards who were watching. It's a pharmacist. Still an alchemist. How is this possible? How can this be done? Entering the inner world, you must have a rigid requirement to reach the level of strength of an official wizard, but finish it doesn't make sense at all. How did they achieve common progress? Is this person's talent and aptitude really that terrifyingly high, or is it still sleepless research experiments and meditation every day? Munir took a deep breath. He almost bit his tongue. To open a store, at least the profession has reached the level of first class, to first class, simply. Munir's heart became hot. This person, it's worth getting in touch. If you are drawn into the wizarding force, you just don't know what his identity information is. This one can't be rushed for the time being, it needs to be done slowly. Munir gradually restrained the fire in his heart. His eyes fixed on Lin's body, as if looking at a rare treasure. This is the real arrogance and talent. Only by entering their faceless head is the best choice to exert their talent and aptitude. Munir also has absolute confidence in attracting Lin. The faceless head is the top wizarding force in End Shadow City. No. 90, and there is no absolute peak. Many formal wizards are willing to enter Lin's shop to have a look, especially for the teleportation pattern in the automatic cabinet, which is a trump card that can return to the city from a long distance. After completing a few transactions, the time came to 2 hours, and almost all of them were gone. A few established contact information with Lin, which was a preliminary understanding. It's just a new shop. The official wizards all have their own things to do, and those who can reach this stage will not be bad in all aspects. When it was hot, the most high-profile teleportation pattern, one was highly sought after, and was won by several official wizards. Although the other official wizards were a little disappointed, when they heard that Lin could release a set of teleportation patterns every day, also excited again. Go back in a hurry, most likely to raise funds, come and grab it when the store opens tomorrow morning. Excuse me, does this fellow have anything else to do? Lin looked at the shop that had almost disappeared. There was only one figure left, the most obvious being the white mask on his face. He had been checking some extraordinary items and appliances, but he obviously didn't want to buy them. Munir said with a smile, "Alchemist Lin, I seem to have disturbed you." Lin looked at him indifferently, then nodded directly. "You are indeed disturbing me a bit." Munir's face was speechless for a while, and he couldn't start talking about it. He finally decided to take it easy for a while, said that I was disturbed, exchanged contact information with Lin, and left. It seems to have a different purpose, this person. I hope he's not an eye-catching guy. Lin said quietly. At the same time, the chip also scanned and analyzed its information, as well as the information of the official wizards who had been in the shop before. It only takes time to pass slowly, and one day, the official wizard in Ender City No. 90 will have no secrets from him. But these are only secondary. He has not forgotten Lin's main purpose. Chapter 224. 1 chapter for a monthly pass, 1 chapter for a flower, 1 chapter for a comment, 1 chapter for a review ticket. I'll add more to you in my next life. Seek more resources to support your own promotion and meditation, follow up knowledge practice of pharmacists and alchemists, and try to refine life medicine and life alchemy items. What I need now is a special extraordinary item that can improve my spiritual power. Maybe I can rely on the alchemy shop to expand some contacts over time, which is very helpful for me to gain a firm foothold in the inner world. Naturally, exploring the inner world will also help me. Much easier and more convenient. Lin wants to build a brand for his alchemy products and medicinal products, so he needs a lot of new medicinal products developed. There is a chip to assist. Lin is not worried about this, it is just a matter of time. His early thoughts were like this: nothing is more profitable than monopoly and profiteering. There are many unknown things in the inner world. I can completely study and decipher the characteristics of the creatures, plants, and existence in the inner world, so as to develop new medicines, improve my spiritual power, and meditate. If you can speed up the drawing something special about the maturity of a flesh and blood embryo, just fine. The result of this assumption is that Lin's status and identity will become higher and higher, until he becomes a pivotal existence. I have mastered the methods and key points of becoming a full-fledged pharmacist and a full-scale alchemist, but the most important result is that you need to refine your own life potion, which is a new product, or improve an original life potion, so that its efficacy can be higher, and there are subversive changes in efficacy. As long as these requirements are met, one of them can be promoted to a full-fledged pharmacist. But this is not so easy to do, even if it is a minor one. Changing an original life potion is extremely difficult to achieve. Not to mention the difficulty of obtaining relevant extraordinary knowledge, but also to thoroughly study the life medicine, and make changes when the complex order reaches an appropriate proportion. It is like a painting, it has been painted very well, but you need to add or change it to make it better, or have another part of the mood. It's no easier than repainting an unprecedented painting, and in a way, it's harder. Overall, it is more difficult to follow a trail and to create out of thin air. Opportunity, inspiration and luck are indispensable. Otherwise, the official pharmacists in the entire Black Triangle would not be so rare, only a few. The same goes for alchemists. Reached the official, is a complete watershed. The time came to the second day. Lin analyzed it with the chip. If he regularly absorbs the creatures in the world, he can extend the original 1 or 2 years to about 20 years. This is enough for Lin to complete his plan. Perhaps I can consider developing a kind of extraordinary potion of this kind to last the time of existence in the inner world, and it will not be so long, and I need to return to the inner world for recuperation. Lin imagined for a while, and there is really a lot of value in it. It is definitely something that every official wizard and even high-level wizards must pursue. It's like buying stamina in previous games. If you want to become stronger, you have to buy stamina and keep going. A subtle smile appeared on Lin's face, then he was equivalent to a Krypton Gold player, and the only reason to gain physical strength online was to upgrade his various abilities to a higher level. The extraordinary materials and extraordinary items are naturally handed over to the official wizards who go out to explore. Anyway, some of them will end up in Lin's hands. There are so many official wizards in End Shadow City. No. 90. One can imagine how huge the benefits are here. The Illusory Dream Advanced Potion given to him by the Dragon Lizard Wizard is the necessary potion for every official wizard, which can last for the time in the inner world. But the effect is only effective for first-level wizards, and higher ones have no effect. Now, the continuation time is not very long, about 10 days. The price is still very expensive. Lin decided to use the Illusory Dream as his goal of improving to become a full-fledged pharmacist. Chip, how is Xiao? Set up an analysis task. The task goal is the Phantom Dream Potion. The key point of the analysis and deduction is to make a big improvement according to the duration of the inner world. Level, life a potion. Hint, the analysis and analysis task has been successfully established. The current progress is 0%. The estimated time for complete analysis is 100 years. A variety of samples can be given for analysis and analysis to shorten the time to construct a new type of phantom dream medicine. Goodlin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the time is not so exaggerated, so the next step is to analyze and dissect a large number of substances and creatures in the inner world to speed up the progress of the analysis. On the same day, Lin posted a message about purchasing related items outside his shop. Chapter 225. Present World Black Triangle Core, Eternal City. When the mutation factor consciousness clone entered the inner world to explore, Lin as the deity was not remarkable, and various experiments in the laboratory were going on. Lin devoted himself to meditation and the cultivation of flesh and blood embryos, and pharmacy and alchemy were placed on the mutant factor consciousness clone to enhance. In the laboratory, Lin looked at a test tube container in front of him with a solemn expression. Inside was the precipitation mold, clinging to the inside of the glass, as if he was still alive, tenaciously transcribing and replicating himself, trying to increase and maintain his own existence. Abel's mold, that strange world, Lin is considering exploring it, but that will have to wait until later. Now he is making a preliminary experiment attempt. Use various reactions to measure various characteristics of mold. 3 days have passed, and the consciousness clones should have gained a firm foothold in the inner world. Those little grasshoppers should also check it out. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. He deliberately released some news for the Zijinhua family to find out, and there has been a bit of trouble recently. Although the laboratory has been closed, it does not mean that he has no way to meet and communicate with the outside world. In the Alchemy Land and the Pharmacist Alliance, Lin's weight is not low, far surpassing the average pharmacist, plus the combat power of a formal wizard. The chip, the establishment of the analysis task, the focus is on the activity measurement response to the mold, and whether it can be targeted or counter-manipulated. Reminder, the mission has been established and is being analyzed and deduced. Estimated time, 10 days. After walking all the way, with the improvement of spiritual power, Lin's chip function is also continuously enhanced. Now it only takes 10 days to analyze the power essence of a second-level wizard. In addition, Lin was more surprised that when the mold was left in the laboratory, it was extremely active. Later, with the closure of the world exchange ceremony, the source of power was lost, and he was completely immersed, as if because of energy insufficient, and to die completely. Lin had no choice but to keep pouring in the nutrient potion. He was barely able to pull it back, and his activity remained at an extremely low level. But what Lin didn't expect was that when he took it out of the warehouse again for research, his activity increased strangely. He had a guess in his heart, and he recalled the scene of Abel he had seen in that world before. The sticky and disgusting deep cave is filled with a large number of molds and humanoids formed by molds. Interesting. I seem to have found the key point. It's interesting. I didn't expect such a backhand to exist. If he hadn't been promoted to an official wizard, or he hadn't become a mutation factor at the soul level, he wouldn't have discovered the difference. This mold is actually somewhat similar to my mutation factor. Abel is not simple. He has been lurking around me, including the mold in this test tube. There is no problem with the disappearance of activity, and Lin even wonders if it is a calculation from beginning to end when he connects with it. The other party is not interested in himself at all. He just makes himself think that he has been persecuted, including the following series of things that may happen in the other party's calculations. Is the goal for the world behind me? The ambition is really big, but unfortunately I don't know what world we are about to face, even if the wizarding world has suffered a catastrophe that is close to destruction, but the skinny camel is bigger than a horse. It will make Arbor was taught a cruel lesson. Lin sneered, but he was still very upset, very upset. He has always been the only one who has calculated and eaten others, but now he has been calculated by others. It seems that I really have a great bond with this Abel, and there should be times to meet in the days to come. And at that time, it was time for Lin to find his way back. He has written it down, and it will be cleared up in the future. The time has come. To the second day, Lin is using the ID card to contact the Orlando pharmacist and ask for some medicines that can increase the speed of meditation or mental power. The other party also quickly replied to Lin, saying that it would take some time to prepare, and it would probably be handed over to Lin tomorrow, but at the same time Lin also had to fulfill his obligations, and he had to start accepting the release tasks in the Pharmacist Alliance. Lin didn't have any opinion, he directly agreed to accept it. Anyway, with the help of chips, a small amount of refining may be troublesome for other pharmacists, but for Lin, that's the same. Chapter 226. It's the afternoon. The location is in the basement of the villa in the temporary residence area. The facilities of the Eternal City are very complete, and all the space of each building is utilized, including the underground space. The basement of the villa is very wide, enough for Lin to perform some major operations. For example, to complete the manufacture of the second alchemy item that he has not completed before. The purple gold flower ring contains a large number of mutated creature corpses. It has long been decided to refine the second alchemy item, which is related to the mutation factor. It is a specially matched alchemy item. Unfortunately, it has been stranded due to various reasons. Lin said with a sigh, but now there is finally enough time to refine it. The chip has already formulated a corresponding refining plan. The success rate this time is very high. It will be able to exert the full power of my mutation factor and increase it. It can be said that it is a companion alchemy weapon for the mutation factor. Lin's eyes were faint. He set his preference to this aspect. After the alchemy item was successfully refined, he was only one step away from being an official alchemist. After all, the mutation factor itself has life, and the accompanying alchemy items that are refined are naturally the same. It took half a day to complete the layout of the basement. All kinds of instruments and formation patterns were well inlaid, and even the walls were covered with a lot. In the center of the basement, there is a huge groove, which has been filled with various mutant creatures, all of which are extremely powerful. Among them, the most obvious and still exuding residual deterrent fluctuations are the 8 king beasts. All kinds of conduits are connected in it, and it seems to have a different role. The alchemy that Lin is going to perform this time is not a small scene. Earth, sky, sea, mountains, flames, swamps. Lin muttered in his mouth, focusing on the 8 strongest ones, and then gathering the bodies of other mutant creatures, softening them, reaching a proportion, and completing the first step of refining. Perhaps this refining process will really give me the opportunity to touch the official stage and break through it. Hint: the scan is completed. According to the current information, the success rate of the host's refining is 98%, and the probability of the host breaking through the official alchemist is 42%. Lin took a deep breath. The probability of 42 is not low, compared to other alchemist apprentices. Even if they are already in the first class, alchemist apprentices have been accumulated for 100 years, and there is a chance of 30. The incense is already burning. This point, the right place and the right place and the right people, are indispensable. Often, the most important luck is added. Golem. Golem. The temperature suddenly rose to the highest level, and a large amount of blood water gathered along the pipe to the groove in the middle, where the corpses of the mutant creatures were, and then slowly melted and boiled. These blood waters are very special. They are the blood of extraordinary creatures that can be dissolved. One after being specially prepared by Lin. They play a neutralizing role. Of course, they require a large amount to neutralize them. The corpse of a mutant creature as tall as a mountain. After spending a lot of magic stones on Lin, plus some other purchases, almost all the magic stones on Lin's body have been used up. Interpunct. I hope this time it will bring me an unexpected delivery. There was excitement on Lin's face. There are similarities and differences between alchemy and potion. Alchemy is the key to this. Converting one substance into another may consume but the consumption is not exaggerated. The ratio of the amount consumed is the standard for measuring the level of an alchemist. The lower the consumption ratio, the higher his level. Generally speaking, about 40% are the worst alchemists, that is, third-class alchemists, and if they drop by 5%, they can reach one of the next level standards. The average first-class alchemist apprentice consumes between 20% and 30%, but my talent and hard work, coupled with the chip's micro-assistance, can control the consumption ratio to 100%, 15 or so, or even lower, approaching 10%. Lin's eyes flickered. 10% is already the stage 1 of an official alchemist, and even if he has the chip's assistance, he is only approaching which proves that reaching the official alchemist is a real difference. A vast and vast world. Time is running out. It will take about a day for the blood to melt. Before that, I can learn about some small things. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Some little grasshoppers must be unable to bear it. With the flickering of light and shadow, Lin's body was suddenly divided into two parts, and half of the divided part was the part of the mutation factor, which was about 1/10 of the degree. It has the strength of a general official wizard, maybe a little stronger, enough to solve the problem. That's a little trouble. Earth. Chapter 227. The residence of the Zijinhua family. In a dark room somewhere, a figure was looking at the candle on the table, as if thinking about something, or waiting for something. I don't know how long it took. The candles flickered for a while, and there was another figure in the space facing the figure. What's the matter? I've checked it out. Is that guy going to go out? It stands to reason that his identity and status are not enough to support him staying in the temporary residence area for so long, so he should come out. Rabe said with a cold look in his eyes. The figure who walked in from behind replied, "It is indeed as you said, Mr. Rabe. That person who dared to offend their Zijinhua family has already gone out, and it seems that the inheritance of a certain wizard he was lucky to get has been used up. Those high-level potions have also been consumed, and now you must go out to earn magic stones, or you will be swept out. This is a country wizard without a foundation, and the difficulties they will face are almost unavoidable." Rabe had a sneer on his face, but they didn't know that this news was just revealed by some wicked guy who wanted to enrich the boring life. "Okay, then we will arrange for the corresponding manpower to deal with that guy. It's a good idea to coax him out of the Eternal City first. Such a country wizard, even if he has some cleverness and attitude, can't control it in the face of absolute interests. Living," Rabe said with disdain. "Duh. The sound of footsteps other than them suddenly appeared in the room, making the expressions of the two of them change greatly. Who is where? Damn. Who did you bring?" Rabe and the other figure didn't understand, and they were also frightened. He actually appeared in the room without a sound, and directly made the warning wizard's formation ineffective, which means that the people who came here have better means and strength than them. "No. I don't know who it is. I was very careful, and I also wiped out the tail, you know that. I have always been very clean." Rabe's partner, Rob, the underground wizard responsible for dealing with shady things, explained. Rabe looked at the dark environment around him with a gloomy face. Originally, it was to satisfy his perverted heart. Only darkness could give him the satisfaction of covering himself up. He was used to covering it up. But at this moment, these darkness have become the existence that terrifies him, as if a pair of icy eyes are staring at him, and it can kill him at any time. The strong sense of oppression almost drove him crazy. He endured the discomfort and fear and said, "I dare to ask which adult is here. The following is a member of the Zijinhua family. It seems that he has not offended this adult." Cluck cluck. There was no response, only the sound of joints twisting and rubbing. Sometimes the unknown is the biggest fear, because you are afraid because you don't know. That's how Rabe and Rob are. The two looked at each other, the corners of their eyes indicating something. Rob took a deep breath and prepared to turn on the light, while Rabe slowly touched a spot on his body. He has an extraordinary item on his body. This is the chassis of the Zijinhua family. As long as there is a little movement, the situation can be changed immediately. The next moment, the lights are on. Rabe and Rob looked in horror at the figure standing in front of them, dressed in wizard robes, with smiles on their faces. It is the person they want to discuss and deal with, and he is actually a formal wizard, and they actually want to deal with a formal wizard tilde. This is simply the most ridiculous thing. Rabe immediately threw the black dagger in his hand, knelt down and said, "I have eyes but don't know Mount Tai, and I don't know the majesty of the adults. It is I who offended the adults. Please spare my life, Zygon is behind me. The flower family can bring benefits and help to adults. Rob's hand when he pressed the switch instantly stiffened, looking at Lin with despair. Zero Rabe made him miserable, it's over. Lin's eyes were interesting, and he said faintly, if you want to live, it's alright, but you two can only survive one, you choose who will die and who will live. The eyes of the two were moved, and then they turned violent again. Of course, the other party died, and they lived on their own. All eyes focused on the black dagger on the ground. As long as you grab this extraordinary item, you can decide the outcome. The two rushed up almost at the same time. But in the end, it was Rabe who took the dagger first and looked at Rob viciously. What are you doing, Rabe? Aren't we friends? I've done so many things for you and you actually want to kill me. Rob said in tears. Fuck your friendship, you still don't want to kill me, I just want to live, don't blame me. Rabe said grimly. The test of human nature is happening at this moment. The interesting color in Lin's eyes became more and more obvious. Sure enough, life still needs to be adjusted. He finally understands why there are so many wizards, who are extremely perverted in private. This feeling of comfort and ease of nervous tension is really addictive. I have something to do today, it's just the third watch. Good night everyone. Brothers. Chapter 228. Long-term experimental research will make a wizard's spirit extremely tense, and some concoctions must be used to relieve it, otherwise there may be a danger of collapse and madness. Some wizards will be obsessed with the torture of life, the pleasure it produces, and some will have some kind of perverted animal desire for the abuse of women, and even some disgusting and inferior races can satisfy their perverted desires, which is really impressive. Eye-opener. But being able to control oneself in this aspect of reconciliation is also a test for a sorcerer. Once you are addicted to it, you will completely fall into the trap, and it will be difficult to escape, and meditation will naturally be abandoned. At this moment, Lin is enjoying himself. He found that he is different from ordinary wizards in that his blender likes the spiritual aspect, the emotions and desires of life, and the primitive instinct. This is the best way to relieve him. Betrayal, loyalty, love, friendship, anger, unwillingness, pride, despicableness. 30. All of these behaviors have been shown to the extreme, and when they are vividly displayed, that is when Lin is most delighted, and the long-term tension in the mental pressure will be completely relieved or even disappeared directly. Don't. Rabe. We are good friends, we are good friends, don't kill me, I've done so many things for you, don't kill me. Looking at Rabe holding a black dagger, he gradually walked towards him. The extreme sharpness made Rob's back feel cold. This dagger is an extraordinary item and has some characteristics of bleeding. Once it is scratched, it can no longer be stopped. Blood, with Rabe's personality, must have been smeared with poison. Rob collapsed and knelt in front of Rabe, crying and saying, "Have you forgotten the days when we used to work together? Don't kill me, don't kill me." Rob kept kneeling in front of Rabe, kowtowing all the time, kowtowing without stopping. Lin, who watched this scene, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, clearly expressing his joy. Rabe's eyes flashed a little hesitation, but it soon turned into the ultimate killing intent. "There is no way, I have no way, Rabe. This lord said that only one of us can survive, so the one who survives must be me, you can only die. Don't worry, I will remember you. I will remember your kindness and your dedication. I will help you inherit your network organization, and I will also help you support your wife, children and children." There was sadness in Rabe's eyes, but the expression on his face was ferocious and terrifying, full of desire to kill. This is really? While the corners of Lin's mouth were raised, there was also a little weirdness. It was really a superb product. However, It's really very interesting, the love and hatred of human beings, as well as all kinds of entanglements. When Rob kowtowed, Rabe found the right time, inserted the dagger into Rob's chest, and pressed it hard. The bleeding corpse suddenly fell, and the black dagger stuck in the chest was the culprit. The expression on the corpse's face is still unwilling and hateful. Ray breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Now he is the one who survives. Don't blame me, Rob, it's all for the future. I will take good care of your 3 wives and 2 daughters. He turned around excitedly and knelt down towards Lin. Respected Master Wizard, I have fulfilled your request. Thank you for your kindness of not killing. Desige and her family will show the greatest sincerity, and I hope Master Wizard can take a seat at the house. Interesting, it's so funny, human, ha 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 ha. Lin suddenly burst out laughing. Although he didn't know what happened, Rabe could only flatter him in order to save his life. Just be happy, just be happy. Suddenly, Rabe felt that Lin was looking at him a little strangely. Could something happen? BFFT. It was the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh and blood. He stared at his chest dully. The black dagger had pierced his heart. Why is this happening? Laobu walked over with a grim face, then covered his chest and knelt down in front of Lin. Dear Wizard, I have fulfilled your request. He didn't die, but the only life-saving item was completely consumed. Rabu was very unwilling, his big heart had been penetrated, and he didn't buy any life-saving items, because generally no one would provoke him, and if he could provoke him, he would lean on him very flatteringly. So we can live safely until now. Unexpectedly, he died here today. You won this chance to survive. What's your name? Lin asked casually. Rob took a deep breath and said loudly, Dear Wizard, my name is Rob. I can bring you some information about the underground world. Chapter 229. The final result was that Lin kept his promise, spared the life of this man named Rob, and gained some information channels and connections. Lin, who was walking on the garden path of Eternal City, had a very comfortable expression and said slowly in his heart. Sure enough, every wizard city has its own underground world, and even all the underground worlds can be connected. The black market is a kind of underground world, and it is responsible for doing some things that cannot be put on the surface, such as a wizard apprentice who trades humans. Lin's eyes flickered. This is truly taboo. The wizarding world also has the most basic human rights, but that is for those who have the power of wizards. Without the power of wizards, they are not part of wizards, and there is no human rights. As we all know, for some special experiments, such as the transformation of blood, the transformation of machinery, and the experimental reaction of potions, the best experimenters are young apprentices with the power of wizards. They will not die like ordinary slaves, but it can last for a long time. And the final beneficiaries of this type of experiment are wizards, so it's a perfect test item. Once upon a time, some formal wizards specially searched for qualified human beings among mortals, and then trained them as wizard apprentices, and used them as experiments for general resource consumption. During that period of time, it was extremely tragic, and even a short-term fault appeared in the wizarding world, which caused an amazing change in the will of the wizarding world, and made some wizards who have done too much be hated. Once hated by the wizarding world, it means that the road to truth has been completely cut off. The mother of the wizarding world hates this child, and even wants to give up this child. The end is naturally tragic in the end. It also sounded the alarm for a large number of other wizards, and they all stopped their one-time experiment behavior. As a result, a large number of powerful wizarding forces jointly implemented a ban, prohibiting any experiment with wizards, and the wizards' human rights law was born. Although it is banned on the surface, it is still circulating in private. This is not public, and the amount is very small. It is also a coincidence that the supply of goods is obtained. For example, a certain wizard force is destroyed, and then the hostile wizard force seizes with a large number of wizard apprentices. There will be a corresponding supply in the underground black market. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. The profits of this type of underground business are very exaggerated, enough to make a large number of underground wizards take risks. Once caught, there is no way to say anything, and the fire rectification will be done directly on the spot. Generally speaking, the Dark Wizard forces don't care, but are happy to see such a transaction in the underground world, otherwise it would not be called the underground world. The White Wizard forces are in charge of wanting and destroying such an underground force stronghold. Even Lin was a little excited, and wanted to buy a few and do the corresponding blood experiments. The effect is really very good. It's not that the White Wizard forces do not have such operations, but they have changed from coercion to voluntary, accepting such experiments, and then getting some rewards. Rob has become a part of the underground wizard force under my control. He is a third-level wizard apprentice, and there are still some people under him. I can also intervene in the underground world. This is a surprise. Lin has returned to his temporary residence area. One thing to be aware of is that their Zijinhua family actually has an official wizard in charge, but it is already old and may return to the west at any time. It is the ancestor of the Zijinhua family and their biggest trump card. It's nothing to care about. Lin shook his head. An official wizard who has reached this point only cares about his own lifespan to see if he can continue to live. It is really impossible, and he will even use an extremely bloody method to prolong his lifespan and continue to explore the truth. It is absolutely impossible to provoke him. Lin's footsteps paused slightly. He felt a subtle atmosphere. Something was wrong here. Looking around, this is a group of villas in the temporary residence area. The garden path in it, you just need to walk down this road, and then turn a few corners. It is your own villa. But Lin felt a faint sense of crisis in his heart. Dark Wizard Zhu Peng, he has been here before. The breath left behind. Lin's expression was indifferent. Jiao Ma Jiao, hoping that he would not find him blindly, otherwise he would know what should be provoked and what should not be provoked. The chip began to scan in a carpet-like manner, and Lin felt that he still had to find this guy, otherwise it would be bad to disturb the alchemy experiment of the deity. Lin was still a little disdainful. The law enforcement officers in the Eternal City are really rubbish. Even a small dark wizard Zhu Peng can't handle it. Even a formal wizard is just a breakthrough, and he doesn't even have any knowledge or precipitation. He also got some information. For example, the dark wizard Zhu Peng came to the Eternal City for some reason, and for what reason broke through. Chapter 230. Mate, we broke up again, this time for half a month, what the fuck? Depressed, lost to death, deceived feelings, I was so played. I was empty for a day, code words they're all haunted, women are so ruthless, grass. Fortunately, I didn't cheat on my money, I just cheated on my feelings. After half a month, I broke up immediately after finding a new home. 666 The current woman is really good at acting. Libra woman, I have a psychological shadow. It is nothing more than the history of the old-fashioned development. This dark wizard Zhu Peng has been a bullied servant since he was a child. The noble family has always bullied him. Later, by coincidence, the noble young master and him both possessed the qualifications of wizards and entered Tong Tong ship to the wizarding world. But there were some accidents on the way. A dark wizard came to attack and took away a large number of apprentices on the ship. Zhu Peng was among them. Fortunately, Zhu Peng was taken away by the dark wizard, and the other one kept insulting him. The noble young master still waited on the boat for the rescue of the white wizard. Everyone had their own opportunities, and they all reached the level of a third-level wizard and wizard apprentice. Then, the dark wizard Zhu Peng still remembered the abuse he received since he was a child, and secretly came to take revenge. Each other's sorcerer forces are also hostile, naturally they have no scruples, and they fight bloody. The final result is the recent bloody case in Eternal City. I didn't expect that the noble wizard escaped here and was killed by the dark wizard Zhu Peng. Lin had a look of interest on his face, and there are some points worth noting. That is why the dark wizard Zhu Peng was suddenly promoted to the level of an official wizard. Before they came to the Eternal City, their rank was only a third-level wizard apprentice. When they arrived here, it was reported that the noble wizard had died, and then the law enforcement officers of the Eternal City conducted investigation and hunted down, and concluded that the dark wizard Zhu Peng was the official The Wizard's News. There must be some secrets in this. For example, the method and means of the dark wizard Zhu Peng's promotion to the official wizard made Lin a little curious. Lin quickly walked to the door of his villa. At this time, the scanning of the chip was over. Hint, the location of the dark wizard Zhu Peng exists in. Lin's eyes moved slightly, as if his eyes were looking at a certain place. Villa basement. The avatar and the deity are completely integrated, and at the same time, some secrets about the dark wizard Zhu Peng are also known by Lin through the chip. Interesting, it has something to do with an abnormal item. Is it a dimensional cube? Lin's eyes lit up, and it was related to an abnormal item, and he had to intervene in it. Anomalous items are things that all supernatural beings will pursue. And this time, the elemental Rubik's Cube can actually be matched with the Book of Vientiane, and has the ability to carry out dimensional trials, and the objects of the trials are other worlds, which is equivalent to an alternative version of the main God space. Lin's breathing is slightly short. If he gets his hands on it and develops it carefully, and cooperates with the Book of Vientiane, then his star chase will be extremely smooth, and the influence of mutation factors will cover more worlds. This thing works. Perhaps, the dark wizard Zhu Peng was tested in the dimensional Rubik's Cube before he obtained the method to become a full-fledged wizard and was able to kill his enemies. Lin thought a lot in an instant. After analyzing the chip and collecting the information database, dimensional Rubik's Cube came to a little bit of effect and understanding. It exists anywhere in the wizarding world. No one can find it. At most, it will only be selected by it and become a dimensional messenger. However, because the abnormal object itself does not have any self-awareness, it only has the most fundamental instinct, its instinct. It is to let the dimensional messengers enter the dimensional trials one by one, complete random tasks, and finally return successfully. There is no reward, it all depends on the free play of the dimensional messenger, regardless of life or death. It is equivalent to a fixed world delivery teleportation point, but the identity of the dimensional messenger can be changed. The only way is to kill the original dimensional messenger. An inexplicable color flashed in Lin's eyes, and he said faintly, "If you keep breaking, you will suffer from chaos. Anyway, you are also staring at me, aren't you?" A subtle smile gradually appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. Just came back at that time, in addition to feeling the information of the dark wizard Zhu Peng, he also felt that there was a formal wizard-level gaze focused on him, and he kept annotating that he had entered the villa area. It seems that this very lucky dark wizard is coming to draw my attention. In the wizarding world, some well-informed wizards, when they learned the exact information of a dimensional messenger, are very happy to kill the other party and become a dimensional messenger themselves. It can bring unexpected harvest. It can be said that it is no worse than the harvest of a world. Of course, Lin is no exception. Chapter 231. It's time to start the alchemy experiment. Everything is ready, and all the raw materials have been processed. In the basement, Lin was wearing a wizard's robe, and his whole body was full of mysterious aura. His eyes calmly looked at the various liquids floating in the depression in front of him. And these liquids have a characteristic, that is, they are full of mutation factors and the aura of the original Beast Kings. Once the control is not good, the original information marks of these Beast Kings may really be able to use these abnormally active mutation factors. Come back to life. In fact, if Lin wants to, he can also use corresponding means to resurrect those who have been killed by him, provided that those who must be killed in the apocalyptic world die. Its information factor has already been stored in the term mutation factor. As long as it has been infected with a mutation factor, it will naturally leave its own information factor. Lin represents the mutation factor itself. With a single thought, he can turn the apocalyptic world upside down, and can also produce all kinds of condensed and scattered reactions. With my mutation factor's own personality manipulation, even if these active mutation factors instinctively want to fission and mutate, they can be suppressed by me very well, and go in the direction I want. Lin's eyes moved slightly. As for the abnormal item of the dimensional Rubik's Cube, he will make plans after he has finished refining this alchemy item. According to the chip analysis, it only takes about 10 days. According to the search intensity of the Eternal City, it is obvious that the Dark Wizard Zhu Peng will stay in the temporary residence area for a long time. Golem. In the sunken container in the basement, a large amount of blood and viscous substances were boiled and purified, as if there were deeper and subtle things exposed. Looking at this scene, Lin was thinking in his heart. The characteristics I need must be suitable for me. It should be said that I want the most suitable for me. I must add my blood and some of my mutation factors. Lin took out the one horn of the cursed snake that he had always treasured and used for bloodletting, and he had already made it into a strange dagger. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed at his wrist, and a small wound appeared immediately, followed by the outflow of blood. With a feeling of déjà vu, that Lin recalled the days of bloodletting in the past. Only a dagger made of this material can destroy Lin's body. His current physical quality has reached a level that cannot be touched or imagined by ordinary people. As the blood merged into the liquid in the sunken pool, the overall color changed from gray and dark to purple light mapping. Then Lin directly pressed the switch of the instrument on the side, and a lot of energy gathered in the depression pool. Alchemy is most famous for turning stone into gold. But mortals are attracted to gold. What really matters is this process, the process of material transformation, from one kind to another. Lin's eyes were faint, and around him, spiritual energy began to gather, forming an illusory golden inscription ceremony, which began to spread towards the sunken pool from under his feet until it was completely enveloped. Equivalent exchange is the most fundamental principle of the wizarding world. This law can be applied no matter what the situation is, and alchemy can also discover the truth of the world. 10 days later, the interior of the basement has completely changed. It has not lost its cleanliness before. A large number of solidified meat pieces and squirming meat foam are clinging to the walls and ceilings. The operation cannot be maintained by itself. Interpunct. Finally successful. A long sigh came out slowly, and the owner of the voice was a figure in a wizard's robe in the center of various flesh and blood. Lin's eyes were slightly curious. He also wanted to know what was special about the alchemy items he made. He was able to absorb so much energy reserves, and even the operation energy in each instrument was drained. Then his eyes fell on the weird ring floating in front of him. It seemed like a crown, but it didn't have the features of a crown. The whole looked like an unpretentious black iron ring. Hint: the host successfully refined the alchemical item. Name: unnamed. Level: first level extraordinary item, can grow. Effect: can increase the ability of the mutation factor by 100%. You can borrow this alchemical item as an avatar. The incarnation is no different from the deity. It can be manipulated with a single thought, but it can only use the power of the soul. There was excitement in Lin's eyes. He actually succeeded. He directly refined the extraordinary items that only a formal alchemist could refine. That is to say, he has successfully crossed this stage. This extraordinary item can be said to be alive or dead, but it can bring great help to Lin. He thought about it and decided to name the ring the Mutation Crown. As the mutation factor itself, Lin is the supreme source and the end point. All life that uses and borrows the power of the mutation factor will belong to him. Offspring. Earth. Chapter 232. It's so annoying, it's just a woman, so annoying. I take it seriously, she's playing grass. The mutant crown is a companion super item that perfectly matches Lin. If you use the avatar ability, it is equivalent to adding a powerful official wizard combat power. This is very helpful for Lin to explore the inner world. There are too many dangers in the inner world. Lin walked out of the basement and saw the sun again. With the windows, the laboratory opened, and the normal operation of various facilities. The sun shone on his pale cheeks. The handsome face seems to have no traces left over by the years. It is still the same as the day he just stepped into the extraordinary world. Under the action of a pulling force, the black halo came directly to Lin's head, floating. This kind of decoration will indeed bring some attention to Lin, but it is not harmful, because in the wizarding world, there are really too many strange wizard forms, such as transforming most of his body into mechanical machinery. Wizards are often incomparably huge in size, and are also filled with various mechanical aids. Transform yourself into an undead body, with shadows all over your body. The breath of death, and strangers are not allowed to enter. In the dimly lit room, a dark shadow seemed to be experiencing some kind of torment, trembling from time to time, and making a slight sound of teeth clenching. Tick-tock. It was the sweat dripping from the whole body trembling and sweating while holding back the severe pain, and the wizard's robe was directly wet. Damn, the guys in Eternal City are really amazing. If it wasn't for my breakthrough, and I didn't have the support of extraordinary knowledge, how could I be injured and suffer from such injuries day and night? The Dark Wizard Zhu Peng gritted his teeth and said that it only takes 10 days for him to fully recover. All this is brought about by his identity as a dimensional messenger, and it is also due to something he obtained during the dimensional trial. He slowly took out a blood-colored mask from his arms, which was ferocious and terrifying, like a ghost face. Only he knows how powerful this thing is. As long as you wear it, you can transform for a short time. The mask will secrete a strange sticky substance to wrap the whole body, defend against various magic spell attacks, and also have the function of healing one's own injuries and dispelling alien energy. But the only side effect is severe pain, damn it. The Dark Wizard Zhu Peng couldn't help clenching his hands tightly, and his nails stabbed into the flesh without knowing it. After a long time, he felt an emptiness that he hadn't felt in a long time. The Blood Ghost mask needs valuable nutrients and flesh to be fed before it can be recharged and continue to use healing. And there is nothing better than the flesh and blood of a wizard, which is full of spiritual energy and tender. In his mind, he recalled the objects he could attack after observing in the past few days, and one of them was the villa where Lin was located. It seems that it is time to make a choice to start. The Eternal City is very tight, so he has been patient all the time, but in recent days, the law enforcement officers of the Eternal City have finally left the temporary residence area, which is a good time to start. The protective formation of the villa is naturally indestructible for wizard apprentices, but it is not enough to face a formal wizard. In the end, Zhu Peng decided to attack 3 targets, and one of them had the location of Lin's villa. The wizards in these 3 positions are relatively powerful and relatively remote, so you can't blame me, everything is your own bad luck. The dark wizard Zhu Peng's eyes flashed cruelly, and he licked his lips. Time has come tonight. The temporary living area is even more quiet and scary. The bleak wind, the shadow in the corner. Suddenly the shadow over there shakes a few times. The shadow gradually formed the shadow of the dark wizard Zhu Peng, the shadow of darkness. This type of wizard spell is the housekeeping skill of every dark wizard, and he naturally knows it. His body was stained with the smell of blood, and it was obvious that he had already attacked 2 places, and only this last place was left. I never imagined that this sorcerer who chose a remote place as his residence is really capable, and he wasted a lot of effort and hands and feet. The dark wizard Zhu Peng was a little surprised, but it was innocuous. As long as he wasn't at the level of an official wizard, he wouldn't be able to make waves. Naturally, those who can live in these places are not official wizards. Already on the 3rd floor. Y-Triple's wizard formation can provide protection, but although its protection ability is helpless among 3rd-level wizard apprentices, in Zhu Peng's eyes, it's just so-so. The gap between wizards and wizard apprentices is heaven and earth. The little apprentices in this villa, even if the protective formation is fully activated, what can they do? In vain. The corners of his mouth were sarcastic and disdainful. The spiritual energy radiated out, covering his hands densely, forming a pitch-black covering, exuding a corrosive effect. With Lion Yi collided with each other, without the slightest doubt, directly. Chapter 233. Ripple collided with each other, without the slightest difference. It directly melted a large opening, forming a tier opening for one person to enter and exit. The dark wizard Zhu Peng walked in with cruelty on his face. He couldn't wait to hear the mourning of the little wizard apprentice here, as well as the expression of suffering and struggling before facing death, or facing himself constantly begging for mercy, the scene of asking for forgiveness. All of this, he is looking forward to it. This kind of perverted sadism is his way of relieving his pressure. First, he gives a little hope, then despair, then unwillingness and resentment, and when resentment and despair are staged at the same time, it is really the most beautiful thing in the world. Landscape painting. The strange situation of the wizard's formation naturally also alarmed the 2 elf girls inside. As Lin's slave, he was responsible for guarding the villa and guarding the entrance and exit of the laboratory. The Great Master of 30 was still conducting crucial experiments inside. Must not be disturbed. In their impression, Lin has always been in the laboratory. However, before they could pull the alarm switch button, they heard a mournful voice coming in. It turns out that there are still 2 delicate elf beauties. This little wizard apprentice will enjoy it, ha 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 ha. The dark wizard Zhu Peng walked in, thinking of a new way to play in his mind. The focus was on the 2 elf girls. The laughter has a different quality in it. When the 2 elf girls heard it, their eyes flashed with fear, and their expressions suddenly became dull and dazed. For a while, they did not directly press the warning button. Switch button. The dark wizard Zhu Peng smiled and looked at the 2 with a terrified expression, but her body was like an elf girl who couldn't move. She said faintly, "I can't let you 2 disturb the little wizard I'm looking for." Once the spiritual power of the official wizard level is released, it is an absolute killer for existences below the official wizard level. The dark wizard Zhu Peng glanced at the closed door of the laboratory, and said in surprise, "It seems that I came at a wrong time." My cute little wizard has fallen into the time of overcoming the difficulties of the experiment. Afterwards, Zhu Peng thought about it again and said, no no no. I should have come at the right time. How can a cute little wizard study and understand the experiment? It is still too tender to pursue the truth. Let me help you, Ba. His eyes were gloomy and cold, and a wave of energy waves that only official wizards had exploded, gathered into a spiritual energy group, and smashed on the door of the laboratory. Boom. There was no difference. The door of the laboratory was smashed to pieces. A large number of circuits began to spark, making a sizzling sound, and a huge pothole formed on the door. It's over. The master is still carrying out important experiments inside. If he is disturbed, it will fall short. The two elf girls also woke up amidst the loud noise, and said with despair on their faces. One of them seems to want to press the warning switch in front of him, so that the official people of Eternal City will come to deal with it urgently. It's a pity that a corrosive acid water fell directly on her body, and in the blink of an eye it turned into sticky corpse water on the ground, scaring the elf girl next to her to the point of fear, and suddenly fell to the ground. The warning switch was also directly corroded and damaged. The dark wizard Zhu Peng said with a gloomy face, "You two disobedient little fellows, wait a minute. Come back to clean you up." He looked at the door filled with white smoke and rushed in. He expected that at this time, the wizard apprentice had already been disturbed, but the experiment was interrupted, and his mental power was backlashed. As a dark wizard, Zhu Peng is cunning and cunning. Even in the face of a wizard apprentice, he has to go all out. He can use underhand tricks if he can, at least he can be more stable. Until now, no wizard can be a simple character. Unfortunately, he misunderstood one point from the beginning. "Dear little wizard, are you injured? Let the wizard Zhu Peng come to heal you." Boom. Before Zhu Peng's words were finished, he felt a powerful burst of spiritual energy in the white smoke, and slapped him on the back of the head, sending it flying. Official wizard. Zhu Peng's head was dizzy. He gritted his teeth and said this sentence, and then stopped his figure, actually fighting the gust of wind, and blowing the white smoke away. Lin was a little surprised. He was sneaking a sneak attack on this guy, but he was still alive and kicking. It was a bit of a trick. Even if it was just a random blow, he was still proud of himself. The other party is an old silver coin, so why don't I like a more secure and direct solution? In the group of wizards, there are many hypocrites, villains, two-faced, egoists. The only thing missing is the great hero, the good man, the virgin. Chapter 234. The situation on the field has stabilized. Behind the dark wizard Zhu Peng's head, a thick layer of blood-colored fleshy liquid appeared. It was this thing that spontaneously protected him just now, and it was not directly given to him by Lin. Slap to death. "You're actually an official wizard, damn it, how is this possible? How can you be an official wizard in this place? Shouldn't you go to the third floor?" The dark wizard Zhu Peng gritted his teeth and said, with a little panic and fear in his eyes. If it wasn't for the protection of the blood ghost mask, he would have been directly killed by this person's sneak attack. The current situation has changed. The dark wizard Zhu Peng secretly thought that something was wrong, and he did not expect this unexpected situation. Who would have thought that a formal wizard would be so capable of hiding? If he hadn't had some means, he would have already died. Lin said with a smile, "Aren't you also an official wizard, on the second floor?" "The same." "Ha ha." The dark wizard Zhu Peng sneered, the blood-colored fleshy liquid in his mind clinging directly to all parts of his body, forming something similar to protective armor. Facing an opponent at the official wizard level, Zhu Peng must go all out. This form of the blood ghost mask is the full power opening, the blood ghost armor. The layer of armor on the body can defend against a large number of wizard spells. Even the official wizard level spells can be relatively defended, but the defense will not be so easy. or there is a time limit. In addition, the most important point is that nutritious flesh and blood is needed to supplement it. In order to deal with Lin, Zhu Peng used the extraordinary flesh and blood of the 2 wizard apprentices that he killed. It looks like an elemental wizard. Lin's eyes flickered slightly. The possibility of elements is very high. The element that dark wizards usually choose should be the shadow element, so the real body of the element is the shadow. But perhaps this Zhu Peng has not reached that level. After all, he is very anxious to deal with breakthroughs. A lot of elemental particles suddenly appeared in the laboratory. They appeared black, but they were very dazed. Like a shadow, they began to gather around Zhu Peng. Hand of darkness. Suddenly, Lin felt as if something was grabbing his neck, as if there was an invisible big hand. The big hand was still working hard. Looking at the dark wizard Zhu Peng, he sneered, with a small shadow particle arm formed on his chest. Your combat experience is far worse than mine, so you lost this battle. Lin looked at him with an indifferent expression, and also felt the constant force of the big hand on his neck, and he was about to break his neck soon. The so-called combat experience? It's really ridiculous. But the strength gap between them has reached a huge point, and combat experience has no effect anymore. It's a situation of crushing. So, you are really weak. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth, and then he broke free. The comfort on his body immediately shattered and disappeared, and the small arm of shadow particles in front of the dark wizard Zhu Peng also shattered and disappeared. Wow! The dark wizard Zhu Peng was attacked by the broken wizard's spell. He vomited blood, his chest heaved, and he looked at Lin in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so much stronger than me, with such a terrifying physique? You are a blood wizard, but haven't the blood wizards in the Black Triangle been killed? This is what the dark wizard Zhu Peng doesn't understand. As early as a few decades ago, the 3 alliances wiped out the Ring of Ouroboros. It is impossible for there to be blood wizards of the official wizard level. Even if there are, they should be accepted. To recruit security, stay on the 3rd floor. So this is a fish that slipped through the net. As long as he gets through, he will definitely be hunted down by the 3 alliances, and he will surely die. I still have a chance, I can still have a chance, and I can live. However, a figure was already standing in front of him, and a cold voice came out slowly. Blame it on you for knowing things you shouldn't know, and understanding things you shouldn't know. There's nothing I can do. Lin said with a sigh, with an interesting look in his eyes. Today, he is nothing more than an official wizard who has just been promoted, just like Ace who he was able to defeat decades ago. Click. The wizard energy shield on the dark wizard Zhu Peng was directly crushed by Lin. No. Don't kill me. The dark wizard Zhu Peng felt that something invisible grabbed him, and he was still digging into his body, which was already full of consciousness circulating in the blood. That is Lin's mutation factor. He is smoking, a living body of a formal wizard level, no matter how he can improve Lin. What is this? It's so painful. It's actually sucking my power, damn it. The dark wizard Zhu Peng began to roar in pain. Chapter 235. The dark wizard Zhu Peng is very unwilling, he still has such a bright future, he still has the identity of the dimensional messenger, and he was promoted to the official wizard at such a young age. No. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Then Lin just watched indifferently. The mutation factor 1 absorbed all the nutrients of this guy, and even drained the last trace of value. Slap. The powerless corpse collapsed with a bang, and the overall appearance of skin and bones, even the nutrients in the bone marrow were completely eaten. The mutation factor with black glowing purple light entered Lin's body, bringing about a long absence. The warmth, and the elevated feeling. Sure enough, the official wizard is different from the ordinary wizard apprentice. It actually improved my soul wizard progress by 2%, and I'm one step closer to the 2nd level. The corners of Lin's mouth looked slightly, and he naturally gained more than that, and more. In addition to the corpse of the dark wizard Zhu Peng, there was also a blood-colored mask on the ground, with a pattern like a ferocious ghost. Hold on for a while longer. Common upgrade, analysis completed, name, blood ghost mask, function, it can secrete blood-colored fluid flesh, which can be fused with the refiner and the wearer to increase the corresponding body value and some special effects, and it also has a mental power aspect. Protection and resistance. Source: attachment, the refiner can be perfectly manipulated, and the wearer will receive the control of the mask. It can be said that the blood ghost mask is a living existence. Lin picked up the mask, then swept his spiritual power into it and refined it. This mask is helpful for official wizards, and the help is not small. It is a treasure to be cherished. About a minute later, Lin had successfully refined the mask and put it on his face, covering his handsome face. The black ring floated on his head, and a simple book was floating around him, and he held a luxurious staff with a snake head in his left hand. This is Lin's current decoration, full of wisdom and mystery, making him want to follow and explore. It can be called a sorceress, a witch's pile driver. No, it should be said that it is a favorite object. What Lin valued was not the body of the mask, but the identity of the dimensional messenger obtained after killing this guy. Clues about an anomalous item. The identity of this dimensional messenger is extremely precious. Chip, analyze the existence of the dimensional messenger. Do I already have this identity, so I can trigger it? Lin frowned slightly. Although he killed the dark wizard Zhu Peng, he obviously didn't feel it, and noticed that it was related to the dimensional messenger. Tip. The analysis is in progress. After the analysis is completed, the following operations are required to trigger. Lin immediately understood that abnormal items cannot be judged by common sense. As early as the moment he killed the dark wizard Zhu Peng, the dimensional messenger had already been transferred to him. I don't use mental power to perceive, but to use my own blood to draw a special ritual to call the dimensional cube on the ground. I am already a dimensional messenger, and I have the authority. Still have to bleed. Lin twitched the corner of his mouth, took out his cursed one-horned dagger, pointed it at his wrist, and slashed it. Tick-tock. With the outflow of blood, a ritual formation was spontaneously formed on the ground. Lin stepped in. Suddenly he thought of something, and looked outside through the destroyed door of the laboratory. There is still one elf girl left, and the wizard's formation has been damaged. Maybe the official people will come to check. Trouble? No, probably not. Lin thought for a while. As an official wizard, Zhu Peng, the dark wizard, would never make such a low-level mistake no matter how unbearable it was. Don't worry for now. To be on the safe side, he separated some of the mutation factors and formed another self to handle the follow-up affairs of the villa. Then the deity started the dimensional ritual directly, and only heard a faint call coming from his ear. The next moment, his line of sight was empty, and he had already appeared in a strange space. This is a huge space, shrouded by a layer of light curtain. You can see the starry world outside the light curtain, and the most obvious is the shining big ball of light at the highest position. To be precise, it is the dimensional Rubik's Cube. Of course, the dimensional messengers prefer to call him the dimensional Lord God. A lot of information was known to Lin. He found that the equipment on his body had not been passed on, and his body seemed to be in a state of consciousness. He analyzed it through the chip, and was more certain that he just passed the consciousness through the dimensional ritual. It is estimated that the dimensional trial will be carried out in the dimensional ceremony. It is only through the permission of the dimensional cube that one can transfer one's body to various worlds through the dimensional ceremony to carry out tasks. Compared to the legendary Lord God's big light ball, this dimensional cube is still a little weaker. At least the way of teleportation and the way of existence of the Lord God's space is just the transmission of consciousness. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. Chapter 236. The chip in this dimensional space can still be scanned, and a large amount of information is transmitted into the memory area of Lin's mind. Lin began to look at the situation inside. He seemed to be at the outermost periphery of the space, filled with dark solid blocks, and there was a road ahead that could lead to the deepest part of the space. According to the information of the chip, there are other dimensional messengers in this space, and it seems that they can communicate with each other. Hint: it is detected that there is information connected to the host's mind, whether to accept the permission, and accept the transmitted information. Lin subconsciously looked at the big ball of light above his head. To be precise, it was the body of the Rubik's Cube that was constantly rotating in the faint light emitted. Dimension: the instinctive consciousness of the Rubik's Cube. It's interesting, this is simply an alternative version of the main God space. But it doesn't matter, Lin's ambition is very big. He is going to seize the body of the Rubik's Cube, and he has a chip for analysis. He believes that he still has a chance to obtain the legendary dimensional Rubik's Cube that has been circulating in the wizarding world for endless years. Chip: accept information. Welcome, new dimensional messenger. Your serial number is, which is the last one, whether to teleport to the dimensional room where you are. Lin pondered. It seems that the total number of people in this dimensional space is only 1,000. Compared with the huge population technology of the wizarding world, it is extremely small. It is relatively mysterious. Only some real big forces or wizard organizations with a long history have records and inheritances. With a slight trance of consciousness, the next moment Lin appeared directly in a slightly crude room with nothing but a big bed in the middle of the room, and the rest were empty spaces. The dimensional messengers have corresponding numbers, but the rooms are the same and need to be decorated later. Only one bed will be given at the beginning, even if the identity of the dimensional messengers is inherited from killing the original holder. Lin's face is a little weird. This is really a stingy who wants money. When decoration is needed, or the normal dimensional messenger needs to purchase other items or use the dimensional ritual array to transmit and travel between the two worlds, a currency called dimensional points is also consumed. With a thought, he called out his dimensional point balance. Common name, dimensional messenger, dimension points, 90, the remaining number of uses of the dimensional ritual, 2 times. Lin took a deep breath and resisted not complaining about this dimensional cube, so he gave a newcomer 100 dimensional points, which cost 10 points for one teleportation. Obviously, it only takes a few steps to get there. This is a pit. Gave him 10 wine. He is no longer able to complain. In addition, when using the dimensional ritual, you also need to consume dimensional points and the number of times of use, which means that if you want to obtain the permission to use the dimensional ritual, you must purchase it from the dimensional cube. The acquisition of dimensional points lies in exchanging some of the obtained items and completed quest rewards at the dimensional cube during the dimensional trial. Lin thought about it. Probably the Blood Ghost mask in the hands of the Dark Wizard Zhu Peng can be exchanged, and the exchange price should be high, but it is obviously not worth it. This time, Yuan Rubik's Cube is equivalent to a middleman. If you make a difference, you will use the dimensional points of the dimensional ceremony. Interpunct 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 interpunct. He shook his head. All the abnormal items of loss are operated according to the most basic computing core, that is, instinct, without self-consciousness. As long as you pay, you can say anything. There are not many functions that should be available, but it can relatively improve Lin's plan to chase the stars. Spread the brilliance of his mutation factor all over the world one after another. Yes, I can completely use the dimensional cube channel to obtain some coordinate information of the world, and then record it into my book of Vientiane, so that I don't have to search aimlessly, sometimes it is useless. And return. Apostrophe. 0. The more Lin thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. If he completely mastered the authority of the dimensional Rubik's Cube, could control the dimensional Rubik's Cube, and cooperated with the ability of the Book of Vientiane, wouldn't he be an alternative version of the Lord God and let his subordinates, a group of dimensional messengers, to expand the territory, with his mutation factor, to occupy one world after another? His soul level will also continue to increase, becoming stronger, unprecedentedly powerful. Moreover, the dimensional cube has no function of exchangeability and items, only the number of times of redemption ritual usage and transmission consumption points, as well as the points consumed by purchasing the dimensional ritual. If you become the master god behind the scenes, after occupying the worlds, you can completely use some world-specific items, put them in this metaspace, and exchange them with dimensional points, and the points you get will also be changed to many main lines and branch lines issued. The task is to speed up the occupation of those worlds. The corner of Lin's mouth raised slightly. This is called, Dimensional Rubik's Cube replaces the plan. It can also be called, the Master God Development Plan. Earth. Chapter 237. Brothers, the update is not good these days. I broke up, was played with feelings by a woman, and never came out. So I just managed to get better yesterday, took a melatonin, and went to bed early. Sorry, the update is up again today. I have left a lot of brothers in the past few days. Sorry, my bot. Today at least 5 more, make up for it. In the world the gain from the deity's side, the mutation factor consciousness clone is also sensitive. As long as the fusion is carried out, the extraordinary knowledge and some memories of both parties can be summarized and sorted. Unexpectedly, the deity's side was the first step to upgrade the extraordinary knowledge of pharmacy to the official level, and refined the second alchemy item, the mutation crown, so that I don't need to study the follow-up of alchemy for the time being. Dedicate yourself to advanced knowledge of pharmacy. In the Lin Alchemy shop. Lin is sitting in his usual seat. Today's business is not as good as before. Yes, that's because this group of official wizards in the inner world have returned to the present world to cultivate. However, there should be another batch of formal wizards from the present world who have been trained in the near future. Chip, how's the deduction progress? Hint, it has been 15 days since the deduction task set by the host, and the current deduction progress is 10%. According to the analysis, if a new creature in the inner world is brought in, it will be able to increase the performance from 5% to 1%. Deduction progress. Lin nodded. This speed is not too slow, no matter how many pharmacists have tried all their lives, they can't be promoted to official pharmacists. And I just need to follow the steps step by step, and it won't take long to be successful. During these 15 days, Lin's store business was surprisingly good, and his reputation was also knocked out. At least in the official wizarding group of End Shadow City. No. 90. They all know that there is such a genius with dual progress of pharmacist and alchemist, which corresponds to the real world, is the Black Triangle and the surrounding wizard continent. A lot of official wizards have come to inquire about my news, and even want to establish some intimate connections with me. I have a deeper understanding of more places in the wizarding continent, not limited to this little black triangle. In Lin's mind, he recalled the guy in the white mask. He was tall and had a very strange aura. Since he was noticed by Lin that day, he really had some different thoughts. However, it was beneficial to Lin, and he kept in touch with him and gave him something. Lin's eyes turned to a faceless mask on the table. The color was a very simple gray and white color without any decoration. There is a big difference. His white mask has special patterns in some subtleties. Does the mask symbolize status and status? Interesting. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. The faceless head is a very special force. Chip built a new database based on the information collected for so many days, upgraded it a lot, and also found information about the faceless head, which can be called the most powerful wizard force in this No. 90 End Shadow City. Corresponding to the real world, it is also one of the top forces in the wizarding continent. I must know more information about the wizarding world and its long history. To tell the truth, Lin was really moved, otherwise he wouldn't have taken this mask from that Munia. The mask symbolizes identity. The faceless head has its own set of ancient processes, and external forces cannot interfere. The faceless computing core on the mask can identify everything. The level of its wizard technology is very high. Even if the chip passes through the analysis is also temporarily unable to find a flaw, and I can't break into it. Lin sighed. Let's just follow the process of the faceless head honestly. There are not many members of the wizarding force of the faceless head. He is a powerful force composed of all official wizards. The minimum rigid requirements to enter it are official wizards, and ordinary official wizards are not qualified to know its information at all. Only people who have a value in themselves that the faceless head finds high will be invited. Lin smiled slightly. He was a double genius as an alchemist and a pharmacist, and he was considered to be of great value. When the follow-up advanced to the official level, I am afraid that a group of people will be shocked. Lin didn't mean to show it on purpose, but the computing core of No. 90 at the end of the studio will automatically promote Lin's career progress, so as to attract popularity for the store. There is no way, Lin simply can't. The operation affects End City 90. What is this? Force me to show off. Lin's face was a little strange. He picked up the grey-white mask and groped carefully. The information in his mind continued to reverberate. Chapter 238. The promotion process of the faceless head is extremely ancient, and it seems to be adhering to the routine of the ancient wizards, starting from the most basic grey and white masks, and then the white masks, black masks, purple masks, golden masks, and spiral yellow one-eyed masks. There are also special wizard robes, but you need the last spiral eye to have. Red Cloud Black Bottom Wizard Robe. Referred to as a POW, with soil mask. Lin frowned slightly. After becoming a member of the Faceless Head, you can exchange some rewards and use some functions through the exchange points. The grey mask can lead you to realize the headquarters space of the Faceless Head, but it uses projections. In this way, members can use masks to communicate with each other. The premise is that they need to agree with each other and have friend information. They can use exchange points to invite and publish tasks. The exchange points obtained are also by completing 30 corresponding tasks or making a significant contribution to the Faceless Leader. There should also be corresponding rewards for recruiting new members. That Munia should fight is the purpose of this reward. I have 2 sub-professionals, alchemist and pharmacist, and entered the Faceless Head to get exchange points. It shouldn't be difficult, it's rare to upgrade a mask, and to exchange for some extraordinary items of high value, a higher level mask is required. The Faceless Head Computing Core must judge and admit whether a member is eligible to advance. This aspect can be judged by the value displayed, but it is really a wizard. Lin shook his head, the body part of his chest surging, like a big mouth growing on his chest, swallowing the grey mask directly. As the mutation factor is more and more adapted to the inner world, this ability to store items in the space similar to the body has been able to be used. With the support of the apocalyptic world, no matter what kind of ability, the mutation factor can do it. Of course, it will not be too strong. It can only reach the level of a wizard apprentice. Because in the apocalyptic world, apart from Lin, the strongest are only the level of a third-level wizard apprentice, and they have only reached one aspect, not very comprehensive. The next day a new batch of official wizards have arrived. Some of them are companions who left the previous batch, or they have obtained information about Lin's shop through some channels. They came to Lin Alchemy shop with a purpose and bought one teleportation limited to one per day. A ray-textured medium. Lin also met the new Faceless Head member, a grey mask, not a white mask. There is a sense between the masks. As long as the owner of the mask does not turn off this sense, they can sense each other. The long-haired woman in a blue wizard's robe, with a grey-white mask, and only a pair of beautiful but indifferent eyes, first glanced at Lin, who was at the counter in surprise, then recovered her indifference and looked at the items in the cabinet. Time passed, and when the guests were almost gone, this woman came to Lin. She said in a slightly slow tone, "You are also a member of the Faceless Head, right? Hello, my name is Ilya, I can get to know you." Lin glanced at her indifferently, didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Afterwards, they got to know each other and exchanged some information about each other. Lin just learned that this woman also has her own power of a wizard in the real world, not just the Faceless Head. That's right. The Faceless Head is more like a wizarding force such as the Apothecary Alliance. It just acts as a member, and they are all real elites from all sides. This woman has never entered the headquarters of the Faceless Head, and invited me to join her. She must be a newcomer, and she has the same scruples as me. Lin thought for a while and then agreed with her directly. There was nothing wrong with it. He also wanted to see what was going on at the headquarters of the Faceless Head. When the time came to evening, Lin and La exchanged their mask contact information and agreed to enter the headquarters of the Faceless Head at the same time. Lin lay on the bed and put on the grey-white mask. The moment he put it on, his consciousness was caught in a specific place by a strange pulling force. When he opened his eyes again, his surroundings had changed greatly. He was in a place in the sky, and he could see unknown birds and beasts flying by. The form of his own body is also extremely special. It seems to be constructed of consciousness, but it has a unique touch and form of existence. Is it a temporary body? Under Lin's line of sight fell to the building below. A large number of high towers and wizard technology, energy pipes were densely packed, and circulated in every part of the entire sky building. It seemed that his consciousness could condense, and the transmission of these energy also had a great relationship. At this time, a voice came from his ear. "Welcome to Sky City, the newcomer of the Faceless Head." Chapter 239. Our Faceless Head doesn't have many rules. We are very free. There is only one requirement, that is, we must never attack our companions and betray the Faceless Head. Walking on the wide road of the city in the sky, Lin recalled the Lord of the City in the Sky who was talking about some necessary rules in the huge room. The headquarters of the Faceless Head is not the only one. It should be said that there are 4, corresponding to the 4 yellow spiral monocular masks, which are the 4 heavenly kings. The City of the Sky is naturally the King of Heaven, and the name is not known for the time being. In the Faceless Head, they call each other by code names. Lin gave himself the code name Mutant Sorcerer. And Ilya is codenamed after the magic woman, similar to taking a screen name in a previous life. According to the information from Tianwang, the task can only be issued by mask members of a higher level, and let the mask members of the lower level or the same level receive it. After completing the task, they can get rewards, or they can be officially released after completing the Faceless Head. For tasks. To exchange any item in the treasure house, you need to exchange points. Lin and Ilya started chatting while walking. The two of them came at the same time, so they were quite familiar with each other. Lin was obviously absent-minded, thinking about other issues. This officially released mission is also a bit strange. It is more inclined to assist in completing a big thing, and the rewards are very rich and the price is very high. The more Lin thought about it, the more strange it became. After analyzing the chip, he noticed some clues. This Faceless Head actually believes in a great being. That great being has already died, but such a being can't die cleanly, and can be resurrected. The Faceless Head is for this great being. There is a series of tasks arranged for resurrection, and so is the ultimate goal. Lin's eyes were faint. The sky, the earth, the ocean, the forest, and the 4 headquarters. There were not many great beings with these 4 factors, and they had already died. The chip quickly locked the corresponding information, and it was actually him. But Lin just shrank his pupils slightly, and didn't show anything. Some things, still it's better to pretend that you don't know, anyway. The Faceless Head is just a platform for some ordinary members. Furthermore, Lin doesn't think that he will be the opposite of the Faceless Head, and the Faceless Head has for him, it's just a channel. The longer he stayed in the inner world, Lin realized that the more information he added with the chip, and the more he understood the vastness of the wizarding world, and that there were really too many terrifying existences. This time, I just have a preliminary understanding. I haven't used the Faceless Head channel yet. I'm not ready. I have to wait until both the alchemist and the pharmacist have reached the official level. This is the calculation of the Faceless Head. Only the core estimate will judge the mask that I will advance to the subsequent level. Grey-white masks are not very useful. There are very few things that can be exchanged, and there are very few exchange points issued every month. Only white or above masks are of great use to me. Although my value is there, but still too small, more of a possible potential. The Faceless Head gathers all the elites among the wizards, and no one is much weaker than the other. Just like La next to Byalin. According to the analysis of the chip, her strength is very strong, and she is also a branch of a special wizard. It is not much weaker than the Xingqian wizard, but it may not be comparable to Lin's Cursed Wizard and Soul Wizard. Mutation Wizard, there is time to contact me. I think I need to trouble you. With a mask on her face, Ilya made a soft voice. Lin's grey-white mask couldn't show his expression, and even his eyes were unwavering. He nodded lightly as a gesture. Regarding the specific and subtle operations, Lin will not discount because the other party is a witch. Lin Alchemy Shop, since the day it entered the headquarters of the Faceless Head, the days have passed day by day. During this period, Lin relied on the store's channels to successfully harvest a lot of creatures in the inner world. Regarding the medicine for chip deduction, the progress is also very fast. But Lin didn't forget to find some medicines and methods to improve his meditation speed, and he really succeeded in finding a few. Waiting for the follow-up integration with the deity, you can integrate the corresponding extraordinary knowledge. But somewhat unexpectedly, trouble could find him. Xiao Li's said, "You want to invite me to take part in the expedition in No Man's Land? I'm just a pharmacist and alchemist, you should know this, I don't have much combat power." In the private room, Lin blushed and said to a few formal wizards in various wizard robes in front of him, "Master Lin, we also know that which of you here is not an elite wizard who can fight, and will definitely protect your safety. This time, Master Lin is invited to come out, mainly for an ancient ruin in a no-man's land. Among them, the official wizard who seemed to be the initiator said, but these words caught Lin's attention. Relics from the no-man's land in the world. Chapter 240. If it is a no-man's land relic from the inner world, this is relatively rare. Generally speaking, no one has explored in the no-man's land. There can only be one reason for this situation, that is, in the past, there have been some powerful wizards or racial beings who have entered, or have survived and reproduced there, and will leave such relics. In such a ruin, there will be a great value hidden. I have no contact with these people, and I have never seen or familiar with these people before. Even when the chip was analyzed, there was almost no record of these formalities. The identity of a wizard, there is something weird in it. The most important thing is that this kind of relic has never appeared in the inner world of the first layer before, and even if it did, it would have gone to the second or deeper inner world. Only in the inner world of those places, there are powerful enough wizards, or enough powerful races have survived. Lin is almost certain that this is a big hole for him. Although these guys want to target him for some reason, from the perspective of chip analysis and reasoning, it should be about profit. Have I become a fat sheep? I've already started to be beaten by someone, which is kind of interesting. Lin shook his head secretly inwardly. This is indeed very possible. After all, opening a store in Ender City will bring you very high benefits, but it's usually inconspicuous, and it's terrifying when it adds up. Only a few wizards can pay attention to the profits in this area, and they dare to hit themselves. Obviously, they are already repeat offenders. He must have done it with other professional wizards before, and he has been successful and accumulated experience. Anyway, Lin decided to play with these people, and he could harvest the bodies of a few official wizards to devour them, so why not do it? Even if it is not the body of the deity, it is enough to be considered a big gain, and it should be able to increase the mutation factor by about 1 or 2%. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll agree. The time is the agreed time. Lin said with a smile, showing that he was attracted by the information of the ruins. When the official wizard who sent the invitation saw this, he also laughed, and he was happy for a while, but there was a lot of hidden intrigue. No one knows about the corners. Master Lin, my name is Tasmi. In 3 days, we need to book some teleportation patterns with you. I hope you can allow it. Okay, there is no problem with this, but you know the price. Lin said with a smile. We all know this. After all these were gone, Lin's eyes gradually became colder. These guys are really powerful. The news I disclosed is that the teleportation pattern can only be made once a day. In order to prevent the teleportation pattern in my hand from escaping, I deliberately prepared to buy all the inventory in my hand, but they don't know such a thing. I can practice dozens or hundreds of them a day. The corner of Lin's mouth raised a slight arc. The crossing of the world must be rigorous and there should be no interruptions, even if it is a dimensional ceremony, not to mention my Book of Vientiane. In the dimensional space, Lin has already walked to the platform of the communication area. This is a very wide place. There are many dimensional messengers coming and going on the streets. Because they hide their identity information, they can't see his face clearly. The approximate body shape can be vaguely seen. The chip begins to collect information and events from these dimensional messengers, talking to each other or conducting research. Recently, the Dimensional Cube has discovered new world. We may be able to go in and explore. It's over. The last time I explored the terrifying world, I almost didn't come back. The body is now affected, and the dimensional Rubik's Cube is real. Even body repair is not allowed. We have to do everything ourselves, and we can only supply one the ability to travel across the world. If you can really repair your body, and the dimensional Rubik's Cube has this ability, do you still dare to use it with confidence? Become a dimensional messenger? That's also true, that is, there is no security guarantee for the dimensional ceremony, you can only rely on yourself. Sigh. The relevant information involved in these various conversations was collected by the chip and transmitted to Lin's memory area. Soon he came to a conclusion and had a plan to occupy the Rubik's Cube actually formulated by the chip. This is a long schedule. The chip has analyzed that as long as the number of dimensional rituals continues to increase as the world is occupied, the number of dimensional Rubik's Cube permissions it has will also increase. In theory, it only needs to complete 99 world occupations. You will be able to completely master the dimensional Rubik's Cube. Lin's eyes moved slightly, which just didn't conflict with his soul path, and they cooperated with each other. Chapter 241. My dear, the name of the chapter in the previous chapter is wrong, my day, absolutely, But it should be noted that it is to occupy the world, not to cross the world. It is necessary to completely occupy the 99 worlds that will be traversed before you can nibble away all the permissions of the dimensional Rubik's Cube one by one, and finally control him completely. I really should consider crossing the next world. Although the resources I have now can support my cultivation in the first level wizard stage, it is not enough when I reach the second level wizard. It is better to prepare earlier. Whether it is the Book of Vientiane or the dimensional Rubik's Cube, I am determined to win it, especially the cultivation of my mutation factor soul, especially the need to occupy the world in order to get a dramatic improvement. Lin clearly knows where his shortcomings are. Regardless of the progress in the soul realm, as long as he devours those official wizards or some valuable creatures in the realm and extraordinary creatures, he can gain a little improvement. But it's just about 20% in the current stage, and it will completely stop moving forward, and can only focus on the path of occupying the world. He muttered a word of escape in his heart, and the whole person's consciousness fell into a trance, and the next moment, he returned to the real world directly during the days. Returning to the real world, Lin first checked the time difference and found that only about 2 hours had passed, and the ratio was about 10:1. Consciousness and reality need to be separated, and the perception performed by consciousness is not the same as the perception performed by the actual body. The clone left in the laboratory had already dealt with the aftermath. At this moment, it turned into a black-purple mutation factor and merged into Lin's body. It is not difficult to repair the protective formation in the hands of an official alchemist like me. What is difficult is whether the official found out that the dark wizard Zhu Peng came here. The matter of the two wizard apprentices must not be hidden for a long time. It should be said that they will be discovered at dawn, and members of the official law enforcement team will come to search. My current identity is not suitable to be exposed. Mainly because Lin is very afraid of trouble, he really can't stand the annoying harassment of the three alliances all day long. It's like flies and grasshoppers flying around you all the time. Although they can easily kill them, they will also feel disgusting, and the number is endless. Then Lin came up with a solution. The time came to the second day, and sure enough, the officers of the law enforcement team quickly surrounded the entire temporary residence area, and began to investigate step by step. After trying a few victims first, and then through some clues, they quickly found Lin here. Dear Mr. Wizard, may I ask if you have time to cooperate with us to carry out some investigations? It won't bother you much time. About 5 or 6 third-level wizard apprentices of all kinds, and one official wizard in the first place, standing at the door of Lin's villa. The leader is wearing a black wizard's robe, and his cheeks are also very old. It seems that his age has reached at least 500 years, which means that the extraordinary knowledge he has accumulated is very deep and very terrifying. This is of course no problem. Lin opened the door of the villa, looked at them with a smile, and then led the way in and out. Just when they nodded slightly and wanted to go in to check, the urgent announcement came suddenly. Interpunct 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 to make their faces change. This announcement usually only appears on the wizard technology information transmission device they wear in their ears. Damn, that dark wizard Zhu Peng has committed a murder again and appeared in the slum area on the 3rd floor. Let's hurry up and hunt him down. He hasn't gone far yet. As long as the entire slum area is blocked, sooner or later, find it. Looking at the members of the law enforcement team who left in a hurry, Lin's face was very delicate, and a smile slowly formed on the corner of his mouth. He shouldn't have anything to do next. The goal has already shifted. 0. It's nighttime. Lin redrawn a dimensional ritual array, and then stood directly on it, communicating with the dimensional cube to travel through the world. With the permission of the authority, his body was pulled more and more. Warning, body traversal is not possible. Is it possible to perform consciousness splitting and soul casting? Lin frowned. He thought that his body could be thrown into the past. This time, some aspects of the Yuan Rubik's Cube's restrictions seemed to be bigger than the Book of Vientiane. No, it's just that I didn't meet a certain condition. According to the information collected by the chip, the dimensional messenger can travel through the body. Generally speaking, it is the body. The reason why I am such an exception is probably the first dimensional test. Refinement. The dimensional Rubik's Cube will give some safety protection to the novice. After he figured it out, Lin no longer hesitated, and cast out part of his soul power, which is about 2/10 of the mutation factor soul. With the withdrawal of consciousness, he was thrown into another world by the lost ability of the dimensional Rubik's Cube application. Earth. Chapter 242. The salty and wet sea breeze was blowing slowly, and a corpse floated on the sea surface, and finally floated to a deserted island under the undulations of the sea tide. I don't know how long it took, and some vultures circling in the sky also began to feast on the food they had already fancy. Unfortunately, when it was about to open its mouth, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out. All the vultures were frightened and fled directly and flew into the sky. This is. A lot of memories echoed in the mind of the corpse who suddenly woke up. Lin had a thoughtful expression on his face, and quickly accepted everything. His name is He Jai, an ordinary working young man from Z Estate. When he was on vacation with his girlfriend, he was attacked by pirates. The entire cruise ship was directly bombed. A large number of people disappeared, and the original body was directly attacked by pirates. Drowned. Lin's expression is a little weird, but it is indeed a very desperate disaster for ordinary people, especially if he can't swim. This world also seems to be just a very ordinary-looking modern world. There is nothing special about it. Even the countries are almost the same, with no differences. In Lin's mind, the names and geographical features of each country reverberated. The 5 most powerful countries in the world were the Xia Kingdom with the majority of yellow races, the Lincoln Kingdom and the Pugin Kingdom with the majority of white races, and the rest were Paris and London. As memory is constantly being accepted and explored, some deeper subtle things are also discovered by Lin. Interesting. This world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In He Jai's memory, some supernatural information can still appear. It is the information and secrets that are deeply hidden in various countries. Why is it not simple in itself? The knowledge of computers and networks is simply gifted. In the private information database of these 5 major countries, there is still no trace left and will not be discovered. Otherwise, Lin still won't know the real truth hidden in the seemingly ordinary world. The authority related to the gods in legends, the king of disasters in reality, the top 10 natural disasters. There are also various followers who follow the authority of the king, disaster kings and disaster stars. Substitute K. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly. Such an interesting thing made him have more and more expectations for this world. Hint: the current dimensional trial is in progress, and the tasks that need to be completed are none. Since you are doing the dimensional trial for the first time, you can return at any time through the dimensional ceremony without any compulsion. Require attachment: if you die, you will lose this part of the soul and consciousness forever. If it is an ordinary wizard, it will be lost forever, but Lin is different. His soul and consciousness are very strange, so even if he dies again, it will not cause this part of the mixed consciousness of Fen to disappear forever, but it will take root in this world, constantly replicate and grow, and finally rebuild a Lin body, which represents Lin's clone. Then let me see, what is the so-called king of disasters in this world? And the truth of this world. As time passed, Lin also sensed something. His mutation factor soul sensed that there was something at the core of this world that was independent of the basic laws of physics, that is, the source of power of the king of calamities, everything the root of superpowers. The chip began to analyze, and his mutation factor also began to cooperate. The performance on the body was that the pupils suddenly flashed with purple light, and the blood vessels were agitated by strange things. He watched more and saw the truth of the world. Huge radiation fluctuations were also generated unconsciously. It was a grey river that was ubiquitous in the world. The source of the river turned out to be an indescribably huge corpse. The corpse was about to rot, and a large amount of corpse essence was integrated into the world. The source of the power of disaster has reached a point where it is deeply ingrained, self-circulating, and will never be exhausted. Even Lin's pupils shrank, seeing something amazing. Hint: the life form is suspected of being a 3rd-level Great Wizard. It has died. The body has turned into the nutrition of the world, supplying the growth of the world, and at the same time bringing extraordinary power. The essence of power is the power of disaster, the power of authority. The host can devour it, which can enhance the essence and power of the mutation factor. Lin's breathing gradually became short. This is a feast for him, the power of authority in the face of disaster. I don't know how many years this kind of power has been integrated into the world, how many disaster stars have been born, and even more disaster kings have appeared, and they have huge disaster power. If you can swallow it. Lin couldn't help saliva. The world is so big, I only take a small bite, no problem. Chapter 243. An unprecedented high-energy reaction has been detected in the Chain Sea area. It is suspected to be related to the Disaster King. Please pay attention to all staff, please pay attention to all staff. In a secret underground base somewhere, various high-tech precision instruments are operating, and staff in work clothes are reporting. The resolute face of the yellow race with the national character and face immediately said, "Did you detect the high-energy reaction caused by some reason? Determine whether it belongs to the Disaster King. In addition, organize manpower and immediately go to the chain area to intercept and block all the entry and exit passages around the sea area. Be sure to isolate the inside and wait for the follow-up team members to participate." Yuan Guofeng was a little worried in his heart, because this kind of high-energy frequency energy fluctuation except for the reaction of the 30 nuclear power plant, is only that kind of existence that can be born. With such a powerful energy fluctuation, could it be that a new calamity king is about to be born? Hope is not as he expected, it is just the reaction of nuclear radiation. If it is really a disaster king, then the pattern of the world will have new changes. Prophecy of the 10 disaster kings in legends: storms, avalanches, floods, plagues, poisonous gas, smoke, earthquakes, tsunamis, explosions, and falls. The 5 great powers now have their own disaster kings, as well as large and small disaster stars. The 5 disaster kings symbolize that the 5 countries stand on top of each other. Once there is one more disaster king on one side, it is conceivable that this balance is completely broken. So no matter the frequency caused by this energy fluctuation, they must act cautiously and find out the truth of the matter as soon as possible. If it is really the disaster king, it must be in their hands. Lin didn't know about the arrangements made for the corresponding events, but he was now producing a peculiar change. The entire body is enveloped by a special energy that mortals cannot see. This energy is very special. It seems to be contaminated with the power of disaster authority, which can give the energy-covered person a terrifying power of authority, affecting reality and distorting reality. I can't think of touching the source of that corpse with a mutation factor, to actually cause such a change, to actually adapt to a certain process in this world. I also have the power of some disaster authority, corresponding to this world, the so-called disaster king. Lin's eyes flickered slightly, which is very interesting, but he likes this identity very much. Because he can meet other disaster kings, let them devour and collect more disaster power. He subconsciously licked his lips, and at the same time, the scan analysis results of the chip came out. Hint: according to the analysis of scanning events, the power of disasters belongs to a total of 10 types of disaster kings: storm, avalanche, flood, plague, poisonous gas, smoke, earthquake, tsunami, explosion, fall, host. Because of mutation factors, the reason was covered by the power of disaster authority, and he was identified as the king of plagues. Lin's face became strange. He actually became the king of plague, but it seemed that the characteristics of his mutation factor did have the characteristics of becoming a plague. Forget it, the king of plagues is the king of plagues. Although his reputation is not good, he is also a king of disasters. So what I should do next is to follow the so-called prophecy and recruit a large number of my subordinates, that is, disasters. When the final disaster grand ceremony comes, compete with other disaster kings, and the one who finally wins is the king of kings, that is, the god of disaster. Lin raised his brows, his face was a little careless. This so-called prophecy is really boring. Even if he is considered to be the king of plague, it does not mean that he must act according to the so-called prophecy. Expand to Swu, isn't it fragrant? Who wants to wait for all the 10 great calamity kings to come out before devouring them? With a light smile on his face, he seemed to be looking in a direction, where the boundless sea, one after another, was rushing towards the island. Lin remembered himself, but he didn't seem to hide his own energy fluctuations. With the urination of the disaster king, he would drop disasters wherever he went. That is, I have proved that he can't control his own disaster fluctuations at ordinary times. Humans detect it with relevant instruments. So what are these people here for? Enemy or friend? Lin's eyes were gloomy, and the power of disaster was completely integrated into his body. In the dark, he felt that he had a deeper connection with the whole world, just like the Son of God, but the world. The center will not die easily. It symbolizes the power of disaster and destruction of the plague. What kind of scene is it displayed? Lin felt a little anxious in his heart, but he still held it back. He was silently feeling the changes in the mutation factor, and he used the chip to analyze it. A new analysis result report is presented. Chapter 244. Hint. According to the analysis results, the power of the mutation factor of the host has been significantly improved and unimaginably mutated under the blessing of the disaster force. The more difficult undead ability and mutation ability already have the power of some second-level wizards, and they also have a part of the third-level. In Greece, there is a 70% chance of being able to advance to the second-level soul wizard stage. Lin's eyes lit up. This is a real good thing. At this time, the small black spots on the sea surface had grown larger and larger, and what finally appeared in Lin's eyes were cruisers and a larger mothership. Could it be that the King of Calamities has reached such a level in the hearts of these ordinary humans, that he was valued so much, that a plan in Lin's mind began to unfold? Yuan Guofeng stood on the mothership, looking at the distant island, next to his secretary and adjutant, and reported in a timely manner. Related information. Are you sure that the people from the Ministry of Science and Technology have not probed the error? The chain area is so huge. Once we have not blocked it, causing the Disaster King to leave, or people from other forces mixed in, then it will be troublesome. The Disaster King will never allow mistakes. It can only belong to our summer. Understood, Master Yuan. We will do it in time. The secretary quickly ran to the deck with the folder. Yuan Guofeng was somewhat confident, but fortunately, the chained area was within Zia's sea area, and they belonged to local operations and could better drive power. Almost half of Zia's sea power has come out, and he will definitely be able to find the Disaster King before the other big powers. Time passed slowly, and some new things were made on the scanning radar, and they were reported to Yuan Guofeng in time. Is the final result on that deserted island? It's a bit possible. A day ago, a tourist ship was attacked by pirates. A large number of tourists were lost. Perhaps they fell into the sea and were caught by the creatures on the bottom of the sea. Eaten, or drowned directly, or it may fall on a desert island. Yuan Guofeng nodded, so everything made sense. Report, sir, that there is a life fluctuation on the desert island. I see. You all go down first. Yuan Guofeng was already able to see the figure standing on the last desert island. This battle is really big. Lin raised his brows, and his face was a little weird. The entire deserted island had been surrounded by those destroyers and aircraft carriers, but he still had to play the role he was supposed to play. He was now a college student from the Xia Kingdom. Under the protection of many soldiers, Yuan Guofeng successfully faced Lin face to face. At the same time, Lin also felt a wave of scanning, which flashed past him. He should be looking up his identity information. The technology of modern society can already do this, just scan his face. The image map can be formed in the database, and finally its identity information can be obtained. As long as it is in the information database, even the 18th generation of the ancestors can be found out. I'm really sorry, we are late. Dear classmate Hijai, as the flower of the motherland, he was attacked by pirates in the waters of the motherland. This is our dereliction of duty. I apologize to you. Yuan Guofeng actually bowed in front of Lin. Lin complained secretly in his heart. He really thought he was an ordinary college student who didn't understand anything. He even played this trick for him. But since the other party wants to act, let him act too. What's going on, my lord? I didn't do anything. Why are there so many soldiers? It's okay, it's all to protect you. I heard that pirates happened here. I specially sent a large number of troops to destroy those pirates. Sir, you are really doing your due diligence, but my girlfriend also disappeared in the shipwreck. I'm so worried now. It's okay, it will be safe and sound. Our troops are also salvaging nearby, looking for the victims. Lin and Juan Guo, Jialihao, Feng fought each other, and even believed what they said. In the end, Yuan Guofeng took the initiative to put forward his own request. Why, classmate, we will protect you and take you to a safe place. Your parents are probably very worried now. Okay, sir. Naturally, Lin is absolutely necessary, but he really wants to know some details of these 5 great powers. More information and secrets about this Calamity King. Brothers, there is no way, the world of gods is too strong, no matter how weakened it feels too outrageous. Let's make a world nourished by modern gods, the gods of disasters that have died, and it can be regarded as the world of gods. Cough cough. Chapter 245. Lin, who got on the mothership, successfully enjoyed a service that met various needs. After the mothership wandered around for a few times, it slowly drove away in one direction. As expected, this guy really didn't hide it. Yuan Guofeng went to Lin again, in the cafeteria of the mothership. I have to say that the food was still very good. Lin picked up a piece of fat with chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. Sir, do you have anything to do? Why, classmate, I don't think you know what happened to you. Don't you feel that you have a different place? Yuan Guofeng said with a smile. Different places. Yes, you don't feel your every move, even hidden deep in your body. There is a powerful force that can cause great damage as long as you release it gently. Don't you have this feeling? Is it that kind of unusual feeling? When he said these words again, Yuan Guofeng was still staring at Lin closely. No. Lin honestly expressed his feelings. He really didn't feel that there was any power hidden in his body. As for the Calamity King's power, it has long since been integrated into his mutation factor, which is part of his mutation factor. How can the things above the soul be mentioned in the body? Are you sure there really isn't? No, sir. Do you have anything else to do? If there is nothing, I'm going to eat. In the end, Yuan Guofeng could only stop asking, but he was still passing through the hidden compartment, observing Lin, who was eating. What is the result of the analysis by the Ministry of Science and Technology? He asked, and a secretary came to reply. Master Chi, what is this young man called? He did not detect any reaction to the fluctuation of ultra-high radiation energy from his body, nor did he have any aura of disaster. So we found the wrong person. He's not the king of calamities? Yuan Guofeng frowned. The expression on his face was really ugly. Not all, there is still a high possibility that he is the disaster king, because there have been many such cases in the past, which are hidden and need some stimulation to be successfully opened, such as the death of a relative, or a relative encounter. Danger, encouragement from a lover in danger, etc. There was thoughtfulness on Yuan Guofeng's face. So why is this? As long as it is stimulated like never before, the power of the Calamity King hidden in its body can be completely erupted. Lin, who had already shrouded some of the mutation factors on the entire mothership, was naturally able to use the mutation factors in Yuan Guofeng and the secretary to find out all the news. Immediately, there was something strange in his heart. Isn't this the exclusive skill of the protagonists of the novels and anime in the previous life? These people also seem to regard him as such a powerful character. God knows how long he hasn't had emotional fluctuations in this area. It really makes him so explosive that he really can't come out. Therefore, he still felt that he would slowly show part of his abilities later, otherwise it would be bad for a bloody plot to happen. For example, the parents of this body were killed by chance, or in front of him, or his girlfriend was still alive, and then was insulted and killed in front of him, etc. This is too poisonous and bloody. Lin's face became serious, and then he said loudly, I feel that there is a strange thing flowing in my body, and I seem to be able to release it. I don't know if it's the power you mentioned, sir. Yuan Guofeng quickly got the report and walked over with surprise on his face. Why is this? Maybe we are not wrong, he is really the king of calamities. Then, in the cafeteria of the mothership, Yuan Guofeng looked at Yin, exerted all his strength, his veins bulged, and then he used a force from his fingertips to act on a spoon on the table, and the spoon moved about a few centimeters. For a while, all the staff and officers were silent, and the atmosphere in the cafeteria was a little depressed. Master Yuan, is my energy powerful? Jiang Qing pretended to be out of breath, then looked at Yuan Guofeng expectantly. The corner of Yuan Guofeng's mouth twitched, and then he resisted the thought of swearing, took a deep breath and said, "Very good, why classmate, it seems that you are indeed the person we are looking for, and now I have to tell you the world the truth." Later, Jiang Qing learned some superficial things, which he scanned through the chip. Finished drawing. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded suddenly, everyone's expressions changed, but Lin's eyes flashed, thoughtfully. The chip has already analyzed the results, and it turned out that it was called by other countries, and also brought some disaster stars. The purpose is very clear, for the suspected disaster king. Chapter 246. The personnel on the mothership also responded quickly and quickly returned to their posts. Yuan Guofeng came to the podium and checked the situation through the corresponding equipment. Damn it. I can't think of other big countries to get the news so quickly and accurately. I'm almost certain that there is an inner ghost between us. The most important thing now is to return home as soon as possible. Yuan Guofeng knew the urgency of the matter, so he quickly commanded a part of the fleet to cut off. As for the mothership, it was heading inland directly. As long as it entered the range of the defense line, you could be completely relieved. But the enemy has already completely torn his face, and it will never be so easy to start attacking with the fleet. Report, sir. The attacking enemies are Lincoln Country and London Country. Many disaster stars have been dispatched, the most famous of which are Black and White Double Star, Power King, Colossus, Card Master. They're a bunch of tricky guys. Yuan Guofeng frowned, he had to take he back no matter what. Minutes and seconds passed. With the delay of some of the fleet, the mothership was able to leave first after the break, but before Yuan Guofeng could relax for a while, he heard that the entire mothership was severely impacted. A big hole was knocked out of Yuan Guofeng's location, and a little giant 2 meters tall rushed in. Muscles piled up all over his body, but it had a steel-like color, as if it were steel and iron bones. He is one of the enemies, the overlord of disaster power. He possesses enormous power and an indestructible body. The power of disaster shrouds his whole body. At this moment, he is like a devil. Ha ha ha, the little brats of the Xia country, I have long wanted to fight with you, and today I can finally fight happily. King Liber let out a loud roar, spotted the armed men, and directly faced the hail of bullets from them. He could slap a soldier to death with a single slap. The many armed men who carried out strafing attacks soon were shot to death by Liber Wang. At this time, Yuan Guofeng recovered from his dizziness, and when he saw the scene on the field, his eyes were split, and he roared, "Liber Wang, how dare you do this, and violate the Five Kingdoms Pact?" Liber Wang laughed, and slapped a soldier's head with another slap. What nonsense agreement, there is no binding force at all, it should have been abolished long ago, at the moment when the Disaster King keeps coming. The only way is to follow and win over the Disaster King. Talent is what you should do, and it's funny to keep a ridiculous contract. Xia Guo's party is not without the strength to fight back, but the disaster stars are all on the deck, dragging other hostile disaster stars. The battle is very fierce, and even the roars and fights from outside can be heard inside. Your Xia Kingdom's battle for the Disaster King this time has failed. Haha, the Disaster King is ours. King Liber couldn't help laughing any longer. He directly picked up Yuan Guofeng's collar and asked, "Tell me, where did you hide the King of Calamity? How can you have a new King of Calamity, you trash Xia Kingdom? Only we Lincoln Nation have such qualifications. If you say it, I can spare your life." "You are talking nonsense." Yuan Guofeng looked disdainful, as if he didn't care about life and death at all. "You are courting death." When King Liba was about to take a picture with his slap, the secretary, who was smashed by a broken instrument, shouted anxiously, "Don't kill him, I know where the King of Calamity is, let me tell you. He's in the cafeteria. That's what it looks like." Looking at King Liba running towards the cafeteria, Yuan Guofeng said unwillingly, "Why do you want to say it? Don't you understand the meaning of the King of Calamities?" "I'm sorry, I can't watch you die." Liba Wang ran all the way, came to the cafeteria, pushed open the cafeteria door. The broken glass, and the twisted and broken metal made an unpleasant sound. "Zero, my Calamity King, where are you? Your calamity has come, my lord." He glanced at the cafeteria, and finally locked onto Lin, who was eating calmly in a corner of the cafeteria. Dong dong dong. A tall body like a hill came to Lin. "Is something wrong, little brother?" Lin took a bite of the sandwich in his hand and looked up at the big guy, very bored. "Are you the King of Calamities?" "No, I am not." "I don't forgive you either. There is no aura of the power of disaster, but without you, I will die." King Liba gave a grim smile, set his huge palm in a high tone, and slapped it fiercely. "The entire mothership is about to be pulled down, and the people of the Xia country can't run away. As for the Disaster King, he will definitely not die." Lin's eyelids didn't look at all, but he just said faintly, "You big man has a very bad mind." Chapter 247. Slap. This is the sound of snapping fingers. The posture that Liba Wang took was frozen, and he couldn't move at all. He looked at him in horror and snapped his fingers. "Lin. What's the matter with you? Why are you? Are you the King of Disaster?" "Don't." Liba Wang only felt that a fatal crisis of death began to appear on him, and he would die. How is this possible? He has an existence of steel and iron bones. The Calamity Star is extremely powerful, unless it is really the Calamity King. No. Don't kill me. My esteemed king, I am your calamity, come and follow you, don't kill me. Liba Wang began to cry and grimace. He didn't want to die yet, and some strange things started to appear on his body. For example, being occupied by mutation factors, coupled with the power of disaster, caused the skin to surging, growing pustules one by one, and a huge spore on the shoulder, which began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and anew the head grew out, constantly absorbing the power in Liba Wang's body. No. Don't. My king. King Liba's voice became weaker and weaker, and he half knelt on the ground. The power represented by the Lord of Plague is extremely terrifying. It is invisible and invisible. Almost as soon as you realize it, the outcome of the battle is already decided. The mutation factor is indeed a very good match for the King of Plague. Golem. Golem. King Liba's blood was boiling, and his internal organs were covered with germs. One by one, his eyes began to grow and open, and black liquid flowed out, corroding everything. A steel body, a reinforced iron bone. After the fatal damage occurred inside the body, it is like a bucket of paper, and it will be broken in one bucket. A large mouthful of blood sputtered out, and the head of Liba Wang had become a mutant organism, covered with things like the tentacles of the roots of an old tree. He no longer had the fluctuation of life, only the plague mutation factor was spontaneously flowing. It is an unstoppable instinct to develop, evolve, mutate, and then proliferate. If you don't control it a little, I'm afraid the whole world will fall into absolute doomsday. Lin stood up, stretched out leisurely, opened his hands, and seemed to be able to hold the whole world. Because As long as I think, I can destroy the world. This is the meaning of the King of Calamities. Each of the 10 disaster kings can have the power to destroy the world, and they can correspond to the stage of a second-level wizard. Even if it is a unilateral ability, it is still second level after all, and Lin has not touched it yet. Arrived. Under the blessing of the Plague King, Lin has the background of the wizarding world. In this world, he is definitely the strongest existence. These data are very useful to me. I can record them with a chip. The next step is to swallow all the disaster kings and disaster stars in this world. Kai. A large number of plague mutation factors re-entered Lin's body and soul. With the disappearance of the mutation factor, King Liba's body also turned into a stiff, dry and unknown object. Lin stepped on the corpse of King Liba, as if the king wanted to show his prestige and become king. His aura gradually increased and spread out. The cafeteria began to have an alarm. High-energy radiation energy fluctuations were detected, suspected of being a disaster king. Please pay attention to the staff. Please pay attention to the staff. Lin's eyes were faint, and the prophecy echoed in his mind. When the stars fall, when the earth rises one after another, when the ocean roars, when the sky pours down. The Battle of Kings is the moment of opening. Who is the real king of destruction? Who is the real king of salvation? The human, what is the fate of? Destroy the world. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting. It seems that I haven't done such a thing before. If that's the case, then I will come to an unprecedented world annihilation. The purpose, to make this world no more extraordinary. No, the so-called Calamity Star and Calamity King. A frenzy appeared on Lin's face, and when he devoured Liba Wang's authority and power, the soul mutation factor did indeed increase accordingly. He tasted the sweetness. This is also for the future of mankind. There is no extraordinary, real world is the best. I should be the king of salvation in the prophecy. The corners of Lin's mouth raised slightly, and his smile was extremely deep. Boom. The artillery fire is venting, the flames are burning, the waves are dumped gasoline, and exploding mines and incendiary bombs. The fleet has fallen apart, and I don't know how many soldiers and cruisers have been destroyed. The enemy's offensive is getting more and more fierce, and they are completely surrounded, and the overall situation is almost settled. The battle between the Calamities and the Calamities was not disturbed in any way. Even in the water, they could fight on the water, or use the uniformly equipped flotation device to fight on the water. Lin walked out of the deck slowly, watching this gorgeous scene, watching this extremely brilliant moment. It's so beautiful. Chapter 248. Lin watched all this calmly. The artillery fire and the noise became the only subjective feelings in this battlefield. But he saw more and farther. You can see the catastrophic power between the heavens and the earth, which has become active because of battles and destruction. The strength of the disaster stars has also been blessed, and the corresponding ability has become stronger. This is also impossible. After all, this power of disaster is also strong because of battles. The more chaos there is, the stronger the blessings and power you have. Lin's eyes were dim. Even if there are enough wars and chaos caused by the disaster star, it is possible to be able to compare the disaster king for a period of time with the blessing of a lot of disaster power. Although the boundary between the two is very large, the avenue is like the sky, the difference between different places. But the most important point is that the core of this world is dominated by the source of disaster power. Lin began to separate his own plague mutation factor and entered the surrounding battlefield. A large number of invisible and unobservable plague mutation factors covered all life. Whether it is dead or alive, they all cling to it, and then parasitize, absorb, mutate, multiply, evolve. Some of this series of abilities are not in the original mutation factor of Lin, but with the blessing of disaster intelligence, this can already be done, and it has entered the stage of the second level soul wizard, and it is also microscopically from the microorganisms. Further, more subtle. Although my power is strong now, I still need some conditions to become the true savior of the world, that is, to absorb enough nutrients to evolve, to the extent that it does not rely on flesh and blood. Even if it absorbs observational energy, it can self-replicate and evolve. Whether it is sunlight, or electricity. On Yuan Guofeng's mothership, Lin has collected enough information through the chip, and now he directly starts the so-called War of Prophecy. After all, he is not a wizard who likes to wait for others and waste time. When the catastrophe begins, the corresponding disaster king will naturally begin to awaken and be born under the pressure of the changing times. I'm just a transitioner, an accelerator, presumably a new prophecy has begun. Lin's eyes were faint, and he also had some guesses about this prophecy. With the spread of the plague mutation factor, he shrouded the entire battlefield, the sky, the ocean, and many broken warships. Humans, disaster stars. Even with the blowing of the ocean and wind direction, it spreads farther away. So far, it is in the recessive stage. There is no outbreak under the control of Lin. It only absorbs part of the life energy and nutrients to provide the self-evolution and replication of the plague mutation factor. However, once the time is right, it is up to Lin to completely control the outbreak and harvest of the plague mutation factor. After all, I'm not a good person, nor a bad person. Ordinary human beings have nothing to do with me. I will protect them and keep them, so I am the savior who saves mankind and eliminates all disasters. Lin's self-approval, his behavior is not wrong in his cognition. As for the King of Destruction, who caused the disaster of the world, what does it have to do with him? Everything he does is for mankind. The so-called King of Destruction is definitely the supporter who wants to let the power of disaster continue to exist, and the continued existence of the disaster stars, that is, the strongest born among the many disaster kings. That is my last opponent, and the existence I should pay attention to. The corner of Lin's mouth raised a slight smile, but this can also be used to control candidates in some special ways. It's time. Lin looked at the sea in a trance, and then added to himself. Only I, the King of Calamities who is not the King of Calamities, is on the side of humanity. There were other footsteps on the deck of the mothership, and Lin naturally knew who it was. But he ignored it and looked into the distance, watching the battle finally come to an end. Those enemies were slowly surrounded, and the disaster stars and soldiers of the Xia kingdom retreated one after another, reducing the line of defense. The battle situation has come to an end, and Xia Guo's side has lost. There is no way to do this. There is an inner ghost, and the inner ghost is a close person by Yuan Guofeng's side. After knowing all the actions and arrangements, it is strange that they do not lose. Why, you're fine, it's great. Yuan Guofeng came over with the help of the secretary, Zhao Li Zhao. His face was very ugly, the situation of the battle was really serious. Lin turned around slowly, clearly seeing the surprise and puzzlement flashing in the secretary's eyes. She thought she was hiding well, but unfortunately, just click. As Lin snapped his fingers gently, the secretary's complexion changed greatly, a black bloodline rushed to his forehead, and he began to clutch his chest, trembling. The next moment, in Yuan Guofeng's almost dull gaze, he exploded into a piece of flesh, most of which covered Yuan Guofeng's whole body, all over his face. Although I am kind and a good person, it does not mean that I am a good person, Lin said quietly. Chapter 249. The secretary is dead. Right in front of Yuan Guofeng, who was still in a state of support, Lin used the plague mutation factor to trigger him, creating a huge internal pressure in his body. The final result was naturally that he could not be equal to the outside world. Under the action of pressure, it becomes a splendid flower of flesh and blood. What did you do? The secretary who got along with each other day and night died in an instant. Yuan Guofeng's mental will fell into an extremely dazed state in an instant, and then after reacting, he was extremely unwilling, unbelievable, and the eve of the last hysterical madness. Why? Lin stretched out waist, yawned, and said nonchalantly, "What's the matter, Sir Yuan? I'm contributing to our Xia kingdom. Don't you know that the female secretary you get along with day and night is the enemy's spy? You all know that there are ghosts. Why don't you put the object of suspicion on your secretary? Why does the enemy always know the purpose and root of your actions first? It could be your secretary." Lin walked slowly beside Yuan Guofeng and said with a chuckle, "Since you can't do anything, as a down-to-earth yellow man, I have to help you personally. Everything is for Xia Gao, any betrayal everyone will die." Like a defeated dog, Yuan Guofeng knelt on the ground, tears falling down drop by drop. It is hard to imagine that such a resolute Master Yuan would have such a side. Zoya. The curtain has been drawn, and the next step is to spread the plague mutation factor to more places. I think about it, where is the next stop? Lin decided to go to Lincoln country, then to Paris country, London country. After visiting one by one, the plague mutation factor has almost spread all over the world. He saw the nearest small battlefield, where two disaster stars were fighting, and the soldiers on both sides didn't dare to approach. One is a man with cards floating all over his body, and the other is an Iceman wearing a mask. The Iceman is on the side of the Xia kingdom. Cold air emanates from his hands. With the blessing of the disaster force, his power is even greater. If he hits the ground, a steady stream of ice will cover the enemy. The card master is not to be outdone. Every card around him can be turned into an explosive object. The more the number of cards, the stronger the power of the card explosion. Can reach the explosion level of high explosive grenades. Hanbing, you have already lost, and now you give up your resistance. There is still time, you still have a chance to survive. The card master persuaded him that he didn't want to see this old opponent die here so sadly. Iceman didn't speak, but the coldness in his hands gradually decreased a lot, but he was still hesitating. "Help, Lord Hanbing, help, something happened to Sir Yuan." A young man who looked only 18 or 19 years old ran over with panic on his face, and the expressions of both the people of Xia and the enemy changed. "He is the Disaster King." The card master's eyes were hot, and he immediately gave up persuading the Iceman. Looking at the card master rushing towards him, Lin sneered inwardly, but his acting skills were very good on the face, which perfectly showed the image of a student who was running around because of fear. Ah! It's the enemy. Lin's eyes widened, he seemed to recognize something, and ran back in panic. But it's over. The card master has already come to Lin one step ahead, and said with a frenzy, "My king, your disaster card master has come. Come with us to the country of Lincoln. Where is your final destination? It's where you should go." "Okay, let's go together." Lin said in his heart, but he definitely couldn't behave like this on the outside. In the end, Lin resisted with fear on his face, and was finally knocked unconscious by the card master with a knife. "No. You can't take the Disaster King away. Hand over the Disaster King, the card." The Iceman blocked the way of the card master. Wearing a mask, he finally opened his mouth as cold as ice. Lin, who originally had a slight smile on the corners of his mouth, suddenly froze, feeling a little speechless in his heart. He could only manipulate the plague mutation factor in the Iceman's body, and directly sent a blow to his brain, which made his consciousness instantly trance, covered his head, and sat on the ground. "Good chance, let's break through the siege and leave with the King of Calamities." The card master was overjoyed, and immediately took this opportunity to take Lynn on the speedboat, which was also the ticket to Lincoln. Finally, it's done. Next is my first stop, Lincoln Country. Lynn opened a gap slightly and looked at everything around him with the corner of his eye. Then he closed his eyes again and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 250. Lincoln, as one of the strongest countries in the world, naturally has its own unique features. For example, the architecture is very beautiful, both in terms of space and coordination, and it can reasonably allocate the corresponding proportions in the most scientific way. Under the sunlight, buildings and buildings hundreds of meters high rise from the ground, giving people a sense of spiritual shock. Lynn's current location is on the top floor of the tallest building in Lincoln Country, overlooking the dense crowd of people below. The glass is bulletproof glass, and even a high explosive grenade explosion cannot destroy the glass. After waiting for about 10 minutes, someone finally opened the encrypted alloy door. Lynn looked over and walked in. A very decent middle-aged white man in a suit and uniform walked in, followed by a group of disaster stars and armed men. "How's your stay, Mr. Hee-Hee? What are you going to do?" "I don't know anything, and I don't have any state secrets." No. I think Mr. Hee-Hee misunderstood. We brought Mr. Hee-Hee here only to better protect Mr. Hee. The middle-aged white man said with a smile. "Introduce yourself." "My name is Manami. Is the diplomatic ambassador of the Lincoln Country. There was a pirate attack in the waters where you are located, and the group of yellow people are not sincere to treat you. They are just the rebels of the Zia Country. The purpose of taking you away is not simple." Manami began to persuade and brainwash in soft words, and at the same time, a different fragrance emanated from a small flower inserted in his chest pocket. "Interesting." Lynn continued to act quietly. As for the effect of this flower, it is self-evident. As time passed, Lynn deliberately pretended to be very dizzy and said, "I feel so tired, Mr. Manami. I may be too tired, thank you so much." "It's all right, Mr. Hee-Hee, you just need to rest assured to live here. We will negotiate with the officials of the Zia Kingdom in the future, and we will send you home incomparably, and I have another good news to tell you," Manami said mysteriously. Lynn said wearily, "What is the good news?" "I'm too tired, I'm sorry." "Why? I miss you so much. I thought you died in that shipwreck." A woman's voice sounded, and a woman's face that was very deep in the original body's memory walked out from behind Manami. "It's the original girlfriend, Wu Yimeng. This is strange." Fortunately, he was also rescued by the Lincoln Kingdom. Wu Yimeng was wearing a decent cheongsam with slits. She had everything in it and was very plump, full of the temperament of an Oriental woman. She came to Lynn's side and hugged him. "Little Meng, you're still alive, that's great," Lynn said with surprise on his face. "He has engraved his acting skills in his bones, and his performance is so-so." Manami looked at the two who were loving each other with strange eyes, and left the room with everyone. Manami in the corridor said to the woman next to him, "The King of Calamity is almost certain what it is, but because it is hidden, it needs some stimulation to break out. How many clones of Wu Yimeng have been prepared?" The woman replied, "Doctor report, due to the lack of time, I only prepared 3. Interpunct 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 interpunct. It's not enough, at least 10 must be prepared. and clones of his parents must also be prepared. At the same time, specific drugs are regularly added to the food, and usually hidden means are used to control them. Spirit. Manami had a frenzy on his face. The King of Calamity can only be ours. The Lincoln Kingdom's big plan is about to unfold. In the prophecy, it is only our Lincoln Kingdom that will win. In a remote corner of the world, there are few people here. Few people will know about this place, including satellites that cannot detect the situation here. 0 In the depths of the virgin forest in the uninhabited area, there are various poisonous beasts and dangers, and a strange magnetic field can affect the human mind. At this moment, in the pile of rocks in the deepest core, a figure stood on a broken altar, kneeling in front of a vague stone statue. His eyes were white, his body was trembling, and the corners of his mouth were foaming, as if he was experiencing something very rare and weird thing. After a long time, a sharp voice sounded with extreme fear. This is impossible, the prophecy has changed, the King of Salvation has not yet come, but the King of Destruction has already been born, and the opening time of destruction is also much earlier, just like the trend of wind and rain, crisis, big crisis, the whole humanity is in danger, the whole world is in danger. And the King of Destruction is hiding somewhere in the world. The voice gradually became resentful. No, the destruction of the world cannot be carried out in advance. The King of the Destruction of the world must find it out, and then kill it, in order to delay the arrival of the destruction of the world. 2.